Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku x Saint Seiya, the Lost Canvas movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Prologue. First land, Paris, France, 18th century. Through the corridors of a mansion, a battle was taking place. One was wearing golden armor while the other was wearing black armor, similar to the sapuri of Hades' army. Golden armored man. Master Crest, you are wrong. Sacrificing so many innocent people for Garnet is something your old self would not have done. Crest, I've changed Dijal, my disciple. Too many lives are lost in wars. This is a small price to pay to avoid that. In every era, sacrifices have to be made to achieve peace. So in any case, it's best to limit the number of deaths. Dijal, still, Crest, are you still hesitating to fight me? Then let's see what you think about this. He would say to show a frozen girl. Dijal, Miss Seraphina, Crest, you're an idiot who can't keep calm, so take this, I'd say seriously. Diamond Dust Ray. The ice attack created by Crest's Cosmo would hit Dijal, who simply decided to receive it without receiving any effect. Crest, could it be possible? He whispered in surprise he was able to elevate his cosmos like that. Dijal, Master, at this moment I am calmer than ever. I have very clear everything you taught me. The theory behind that technique, your words. And along with that you will receive the answer you seek. I will put that into my attack. Aurora's execution. The battle between both disciple and master would continue. Crest was superior to his previous disciple and successor to the armor he wore in the past. For more than 500 years he wore the armor of Aquarius, fought in 3 holy wars, one against Poseidon himself, in the 13th century, against Ares a century later, and against Hades after the previous one. The fight would be very hard, until Dijal would be trapped in a block of ice, causing Crest to head towards the woman, who spoke to him for having cleared her doubts, if that was the right way, without noticing that Dijal was breaking the ice from the coffin in which he was put. Crest would be surprised and proud, surprised given that the ice coffin is a technique that stops the movement of atoms at absolute zero, and it's impossible for anyone to move. Proud to see his disciple begin to surpass him and show that he hadn't been wrong in choosing him. But he knew that his betrayal would be paid for with his death, so the battle would continue. The battle between master and student continued while the woman maintained her honey tone, causing many people to be convinced that her method is the correct one. And although Crest has doubts in his heart about it, he faced his disciple and successor, where the woman had to intervene, saving Crest from death, commenting on the past, how the victims of war live, how they cope with their pain without anyone accompanying them. Something that the woman did alone for 200 years after finding a gem. And then running into Crest, who since the war against Poseidon in the 13th century holds the Misophtamenos, the state of half-death practiced by the gods, a state that consists of making the heart beat in a year what it beats in a day. But despite everything, thanks to Dijal's answers, the woman was able to understand that eternity is a false dream, deciding to leave after releasing the gem, while Dijal, wounded and exhausted by the cold emanating from his disciple's Cosmo, simply decided to say goodbye, deciding to die, leaving the future to the people who correspond to his era. Crest, return and live in your rightful era. Thank you. Dijal, and sorry Miss Garnet, let us stay and die in this ice coffin. Garnet, yes, Crest, and this time it will be forever. Thus both were imprisoned in the ice coffin, ending their lives. Some time later, the holy war between Athena and Hades had begun. Numerous casualties were occurring since for a long time the knights of Athena were perishing at the hands of the 108 specters of Hades, since they were immortal, until the sacrifice of the golden knight Osmita of Virgo, who in exchange for his life, and using the fruits of the sacred tree of the underworld, the only living being in hell, created the rosary of the 108 beads to seal the souls of the specters. After that battle, other knights died: Aldebaran of Taurus, Menegoldo of Cancer, El Cid of Capricorn, Patriarch Sage, and the latter's successor, Hakurii of Altar. Dijal of Aquarius, along with Cardia of Scorpio, in order to place the ship of hope on high with the power of Poseidon. This vessel would allow them to cross and enter the lost canvas, a great painting that, when completed, would end life on Earth and cover it in darkness. After facing obstacles and confronting many powerful specters, they managed to reach the gates guarded by the specter pharaoh of the Sphinx, who, based on his techniques, issued a judgment similar to that of the Egyptian Duat, killing several silver knights, given the ranks of Athena's army. Only Sisyphus of Sagittarius, the knight most loyal to Athena during that war, used his own heart, even with his burned nerves and torn eyes, to function as a shield for his comrades. Pharaoh ripped out Sisyphus' heart and tried to use the scales of Ma to kill him, but Sisyphus realized that Pharaoh manipulated the scales to his advantage, so before falling, he would launch an attack with his power and strength, defeating the specter and causing the doors of the lost canvas to open. But that would be a problem, since the door opened a little, where not even a person could pass, while Pharaoh mocked before dying, saying that that was all that would open, and to break the doors a power comparable to the Big Bang that created the universe was needed. Still with hope on the verge of being lost, Cheyenne of Ares revealed the forbidden technique, the exclamation of Athena, its power comparable to the Big Bang that created the universe, the attack forbidden by the goddess herself, and the ultimate combat strategy. The problem is that 3 golden knights were needed to perform it, all 3 elevating their cosmos to a maximum point. But apart from Cheyenne, only the youngest golden knight of his generation remained, nephew and disciple of Sisyphus himself, Regulus of Leo, a boy of no more than 15 years old, ordained golden knight at the age of 10. Before the hopes of the other silver and bronze knights present and against all odds, doing what the knights of Athena know how to do, miracles, Sisyphus, with burned nerves, his eyes torn and even heartless, stood up, ready to leave, but not before performing one last action for his comrades. It was at that moment that Cheyenne, Regulus and Sisyphus performed it, the powerful exclamation of Athena. After the attack, only the armor remained while the remaining knights respectfully bid farewell to Athena's greatest general. Finally, some time later, Temple of Saturn. The holy war was near its end, but there were still specters lurking around, and it was still necessary to get the soul of Hades out of a child, since the age of myth, where Hades was wounded by a mortal for the first time, the first Pegasus, he hid his physical body in the deepest part of the underworld, the Elysian Fields, where every 243 she chooses the purest human being to reincarnate, while Pandora unleashes and directs the 108 specters, where 3 of them stand out above the rest, the 3 judges of hell. Regulus, being one of the last living gold saints, was walking through the Temple of Saturn, while following the last living judge of hell, Rhadamanthys of Wyvern. Regulus was watching the judge to learn everything about him in order to surpass him. Rhadamanthys replied that he should not try to compare him with the others, since he was superior to humans, launching a violent roar created with his cosmos against his adversary. Believing that he had turned him to dust, he prepares to retreat, but a shock wave equal to his roar hits him. The young man comments that the Rhadamanthys he knew would have died with that attack and had truly surpassed humanity, and with a smile on his face states that he should even surpass that level. Rhadamanthys knew that Regulus' power was not for bragging, however, his abilities were only limited to humans, so he attacks him with a powerful attack, which violently knocks Regulus crashing into one of the temple walls. After the impact, he gets up with a smile on his face because he had seen his attack. Regulus prepares to attack with the same attack, succeeding, managing to hit and remove his helmet, destroying a horn from it. Rhadamanthys, seeing that boy, reminded him of the figure of a man, Ilias of Leo, a knight he killed long ago. Regulus manages to reveal his relationship with that ancient knight, who was none other than his father, a man considered a legend within the same sanctuary, the man who spoke to nature, someone he could never forget. Regulus states that it doesn't matter if it's a god or a human, he'll overcome him, and attacks with all his might. Rhadamanthys blocks the attack without difficulty and counterattacks with incredible power that injures his opponent's body. While he lies wounded on the ground, Regulus wonders why his attack couldn't defeat him if he had been practicing only for this fight. Rhadamanthys replies that he hadn't used his full power at the beginning of the fight. Desperate, Regulus decides to perform a technique with which he will surpass the gods, Athena's exclamation, managing to do it alone, something that Rhadamanthys himself, upon knowing this technique and its range, admires in the boy, praising him. Despite attacking with a technique of this level, his effort is in vain, since Rhadamanthys manages to resist and disperse Athena's exclamation. The explosion generated by the technique threw Regulus across the temple. The young man says he will not give up and decides to use his last move, and the 12 constellations of the zodiac appear behind him. The 12 constellations correspond to the techniques of the strongest human beings, the extreme power of the limit of humanity, in a single movement to surpass the power of the gods. Regulus unleashes this technique, known as the zodiacal exclamation. Rhadamanthys contains the power of the technique but begins to be surpassed, or so it seemed. Regulus continues with the attack and believes he has surpassed the power of a god, but observes how Rhadamanthys contains the power of zodiac exclamation. Seeing what was happening, he continued to increase the power of his attack, but when he reached his limit his body began to bleed. Rhadamanthys explains that he had reached his limit, and just like in the myth of Icarus and the Tower of Babel, those who try to reach unreachable places end up failing. Rhadamanthys returns the attack against Regulus, who is completely disintegrated. While being disintegrated, Regulus feels the wind and remembers a conversation with Sisyphus, where he was observing the sky and talking to the wind. With his brother, Sisyphus explains to Regulus that his father wanted to tell him that now that he is one with nature he was everywhere. The young man, with tears in his eyes, replies that he could not hear him, and Sisyphus replies that one day he will understand that his father was always inside him. Regulus's technique had pierced the lost cloth, something Rhadamanthys could praise, as he contemplates Leo's cloth. But he feels something strange, and when he turns to look again at Leo's cloth, Regulus appears sitting next to his cloth. Rhadamanthys is surprised to see him still alive, but does not feel any trace of presence in him. Regulus told him that he is only admiring his homeland. Rhadamanthys does not hesitate to attack him with all his strength, but before Rhadamanthys can believe it, Regulus appears behind him. The judge continues attacking, and Regulus continues dodging his attack. Seeing this, he begins to wonder why he does not feel the presence of his rival, or rather why he had the feeling that he was lost in a lush forest, but before he can react, Regulus attacks his heart from behind. Rhadamanthys can't believe that with just one blow he can cause so much damage, and it is at that moment that he realizes that Leo is really dead. Regulus states that he has become one with nature. He can finally hear his father's voice. He tells Rhadamanthys that he always searched for his father, and finally understood the words his father told him when he was a child. Rhadamanthys lunges at Regulus to attack him, but Regulus attacks one of the first techniques he learned, the voltage lightning, piercing Rhadamanthys' heart. The attack managed to destroy the Judge of Hell's Sapuri and completely pierce his heart, allowing Regulus to defeat his greatest opponent, surpassing the power of a god. Regulus began to disappear, but not before saying goodbye to Earth with a smile on his face, saying that he would have liked to spend more time with them, but now he would be everywhere, disappearing like the wind. All these events were analytically observed by a being, while another, an unknown person, was watching, sending several subjects with black armor to another world, breaking the very limits of space and time. That is why the being, knowing the problems that could be caused, decided to take matters into his own hands, creating a Sagittarius armor, made from orichalcum and with the same functions as the original cloth. He took the souls of the 3 knights that caught his attention in his sight, Crest of Aquarius, Sisyphus of Sagittarius, and Regulus of Leo, who were confused to wake up in an unknown space. Sisyphus: what? Where am I? The Sagittarius armor? Regulus: Sisyphus? Sisyphus is you, he would say happily. Sisyphus: Regulus, I would say happily. Crest: so you're the new Sagittarius, he would say, drawing attention. Sisyphus: Digel's teacher. Crest: you've grown up, brother of Ilias. Regulus: do you really know my father? Crest: I was his partner until I retired, he said, not wanting to talk about the subject anymore. I'm glad you exchanged those words. Sisyphus: who are you? He would say seriously. I think it is appropriate to introduce myself. I am Uranus, primordial of heaven. Crest: why do we owe you to be here? He would ask seriously. Uranus: I have seen a coming conflict, and I need your support. Sisyphus: but why not talk to Athena? Uranus: although I recognize Athena's work, I couldn't speak to her. Her focus is on ending the war against Hades, which is why I came to you, and your death makes it easier. Regulus: so, Uranus, a few days ago, a specter of Hades Played with space and time, I would say in quotation marks. Crest, who is this specter? And why those quotation marks? Uranus, the specter is Yoma of Mephistopheles, but that is just a facade. His real name is Kairos, younger brother of Cronus, and one of the gods of time. Sisyphus, what is done? Uranus, given his power to manipulate time, he believed that by playing with these barriers, he could open a loop in space, and he succeeded. Unstable, but allowing the crossing of several specters of Hades that he was able to resurrect with his power. Regulus, oh, that's bad. Crest, that's true. But where are you going with this? Uranus, to be honest, Kairos thought he saw a world inhabited by people with exceptional abilities. These abilities are called quirks, gifts or kosei. They are surprising abilities, but they are nothing like the cosmos that the knights, specters, and other forces of the gods manage. Sisyphus, but how does this affect us? Uranus, Kairos believed that with Hades defeated and invading a new world, Athena would try to send support to said world to defend it, which Kairos would take advantage of to attack. With Athena's attention divided, he would start a war against the Olympians one by one, until he could have enough power to challenge Cronus, who for unknown reasons sealed him, forcing him to reincarnate over and over again as a human, erasing all record of his existence. Hades' own holy war, that is, alone, was manipulated by him from the beginning, just for his amusement. That surprised the knights. Uranus, I know it doesn't help, but I couldn't see the number of specters that crossed. I can confirm that one is a judge of hell, but not the most dangerous, given that after the battle of Capricorn and Pegasus sit against the four gods of sleep, Kairos collected their soul fragments and sent them. It will take time, but they will recover their power. Crest, those who live there with these quirks, will they be able to stop them? Uranus, I'm afraid not. They're strongest, since in that world, given the power they have, an era began where there is a profession called hero, and just as there is also its yang, that is to say the villains, they could not face it. Against specters they could, but even if their strongest hero and villain joined forces, they would barely be able to fight against the judge of hell, although it would be for a short time. They do not want to know against four gods. Regulus, I think we have no choice, but the specters are immortal. Uranus, I had that planned. As you can see, the Sagittarius cloth is one created by me, but not the only one, showing a rosary with 108 beads. Sisyphus, the rosary created by Asmita. Crest, so he created the method to seal that immortality. Uranus, with this, they will be able to seal the resurrection of the ghosts. But that's not all. In the world the heroes go to, the subject of killing is taboo. Crest, so they are just idealists and moralists. Sisyphus, I can respect the issue of not killing villains, but ghosts are another matter. Regulus, I think the same, but with three of us we can face them. Uranus, about that, despite being a primordial, I will only be able to bring them back to life temporarily. They will only be able to revive for a time, and only when someone who has the courage and determination necessary for a knight will do so. Until then they would be sealed in the armor. Crest, just one against who knows how many specters, and all with different abilities that would kill anyone. Uranus, while it may seem illogical, the world does not even know of the existence of other powers that are not of quirk origin. They see it as impossible. His arrival will mean a change, but even though they believe he will be alone, they are wrong. Some allies of heroes or villains will understand that situation and will support him. A third side ruins their status quo, so they will have no options to ally themselves. However, there will be other knights present there helping his successor. He will not fight alone if that is what worries them. I will also inform Athena, and she will help if possible. Sisyphus, if there is no other option, I will accept this. Crest, I guess there's no choice. Regulus, well, it will be fun. Uranus, fine, I'll send them there, and I hope they can achieve it. I would say using their power and make the souls and new bodies of the revived be sealed. I'll send them there, and after that I'll sleep. Opening a where like that requires too much power, even for a god, titan or primordial. Uranus would use what remained of his power to open a gap, slowly causing his strength to wane, while with what little strength he had left, he pushed the armor inside. Uranus, well, it's the last thing I can do. That world must mature and face threats beyond its understanding. Only then will they avoid future disasters. After those words he would fall into a deep sleep. Unknown land, location Muzidafu Woods, Japan. A gap would open in the sky. alerting nearby heroes who would go to see what was happening, but none noticed anything fall from it before it closed as it crashed to the ground, leaving there a Pandora's box, waiting for its successor. Mizurufu, Japan. A mother and son couple, both green-haired while the little one had freckles on his cheeks, were going to a hospital. The little one was 4 years old, and it had been a while since he was born that he had not shown a gift, and they wanted to check if he had one. But what neither of them knew was that his destiny was not to have a gift. Chapter 1. Previously, Mizurufu, Japan. A mother and son couple, both green-haired while the little one had freckles on his cheeks, were going to a hospital. The little one was 4 years old, and it had been a while since he was born that he had not shown a gift, and they wanted to check if he had one. But what neither of them knew was that his destiny was not to have a gift. At the moment, Izuku Midoriya, a 4-year-old boy with green hair and freckles, lived in a society where 80% of the world's population developed an ability known as a kozai, a quirk, a gift, or a peculiarity. Since birth, he had never been able to manifest one, and according to the vast majority of scientists and doctors in his world, quirks could develop until the age of 4, but he had no indication of awakening said power. Ever since he learned to walk and was able to slightly understand the world around him, he has wanted to be a hero like his greatest idol, the symbol of peace, the number one hero, Almight. He was never a bad person, because thanks to the values his mother, Inko Midoriya, instilled in him since he was little, he has been one of the best, most obedient, and willing children there is. At school, given his condition of not awakening his quirk, he is a victim of bullying. Children teach him to annoy him or simply to show off their gifts, while the teachers, who should stop the bullying, do nothing, look the other way, encourage it or simply lie when Inko takes Izuku away with bruises on his body, reducing everything to children's things. His main bully, a blonde with ashen hair and red eyes, whom Izuku considers his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, nicknamed Kaken by the green-haired boy. His quirk explosion, along with the numerous praises and compliments given to him and his powerful quirk, along with kissing the ground wherever he walked, caused the boy's ego to rise, and since Izuku nicknamed him, he decided to name him Deku, since he didn't manifest a quirk yet. Izuku never thought that those children who told him useless, Deku, that he would never be a hero while they said that he would be one thanks to his powerful quirks, meant it, because in his mind they were temporary things that would end when he manifested his gift. That is why Inko, worried about it, decided to take him to the Mizurufu hospital, where Dr. Shigaraki examined and determined the quirks of numerous children. Hospital. Inko was in the waiting room reading a magazine. While Izuku was restless, excited, he wanted to know what his gift would be, how to activate it, how to use it, he wanted to know everything. Inko, Izuku, calm down, she would say, trying to calm a child with the enthusiasm proportional to a child eating sugar. Nurse, Midoriya family, she would say, arriving, Dr. Kudai is waiting for you. Izuku, yes, I'll know what my gift is, he would say, running between the nurse. Inko, Izuku waits, would say, to go out after him. Nurse, children, she would say, smiling with a drop of sweat. Izuku and Inko were cordially welcomed into the office, where they were cordially received by the doctor, who began to do the necessary tests to determine the green-haired boy's quirk. So after finishing them, the doctor made them wait in a room, where the little green-haired boy was playing with an All Might action figure. Izuku, All Might is the best. When I know what my gift is, I will be a hero like him. Nurse, Midoriya family, Dr. Shigaraki is ready to give you the results. The family would go to the office where the doctor was waiting for them. Sitting with a face that reflected no emotions, he was relaxed, as if what he was going to say would not impact the child's future. Inko, doctor, are the results okay? Shigaraki, tell me, child, before you say them, what do you want to be when you grow up? Izuku, I want to be a hero like All Might, he would say with all the emotion. Shigaraki, you should give up, he would say sharply, causing the boy to go into shock, dropping his All Might action figure to the ground. Inko, it can't be, did something bad happen? Most of the infants have already manifested their gifts, he's the only one who hasn't awakened it yet. Shigaraki, excuse me, but you're 4th generation, or am I mistaken? May I ask about your special feature? Inko, yes, of course, she would say without stopping to see Izuku's worried face, whose whole life had just been broken. I can attract small objects towards me, she would say, to lift the action figure, and my ex-husband could spit fire from his mouth, she would say, remembering her ex-husband, who upon learning that he would be a father, disappeared. No one ever heard from him again. Shigaraki. Normally by the age of 4, it should be possible for a person to manifest their quirk, similar to that of their parents, or a combination of both. In the past, when superpowers began to appear, I'd say looking at some studies, including a foot X-ray, the results of an early study were published, and it became common practice to check the little toe for a lack of metatarsal bone union. When body parts become unnecessary, they disappear over time. People who didn't have that union were considered evolved. If you look at the X-ray, Izuku has said union, something unusual these days, given that there are cases of people who don't have that union and never awaken their quirk. What I'm trying to say is, your son doesn't have a quirk. After that, Inko had to say goodbye to the doctor. Since Izuku didn't react, the emotional shock sank deep into him. Inko didn't know how to cheer him up. During the trip home, Izuku was static, as if still digesting the news. Carrying him, Inko brought him into her home, while the little one sat down to watch one of the Almight videos that he liked, while Inko tried to cheer him up by preparing his favorite dish, katsudon. Inko heard a sob while cooking. She was blaming herself for it, and although she did what she couldn't do it all. Her ex-husband left her because she was pregnant, and Izuku was born without a father to be there for him, so Inko had to do both. So trying not to break down, she approached her little one's room, and there she saw him, while trembling with tears in his eyes and nervously pointing at the computer screen. Izuku, Mom, he would say weakly, he saves everyone with a smile no matter what or what trouble they are in. He's a great hero. The little one trying his best to smile, breaking his mother. He would try to look at her without success, even without a gift. Can I also be a hero? 3. Inko was breaking down in tears at that moment, so she hugged her little son, while she shed her tears, while trying not to let him see her cry, but he did hear her sobbing. Inko, I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm sorry, it's my fault. But what they don't know is that destiny is often very capricious, because their minds, accustomed to a society that orients everything toward a superpower, ignore other sources of power, energies that can be taught, transmitted, or learned by oneself, even without the need for teachers, because when someone closes a door, a window opens. 6 months later, life can always be a soulless bitch, because no one gets what they want. Many focus on their own interests and ignore others. Heroes try to do their best, but are incompetent in many areas, including self-sacrifice, with few possessing that quality. Villains, on the other hand, the other side of the coin, try to show their reality to the world, sinning by ignorance, since they focus on their own suffering, failing to understand the simplest things, or learn from those human beings who, even with or without a cape, despite everything, were able to get ahead, living normal lives. But ignorance makes them watch out for themselves, for their own ideologies, raging at those who tell them the truth, refusing to accept it in order to climb out of that abyss. Since finding out he was quirkless, life spat in Izuku's face. The teasing, the provocations, the beatings, the insults increased, as did the negligence of his teachers and educators, since they had no interest in saving someone who in the future would be nothing more than a burden, and someone worthless. Izuku had to do not only his own things, but also those of his friends and main bullies, such as Katsuki Bakugo and his group of bullies, who, when they didn't receive what they demanded, beat the little green-haired boy, insulted him, stole his lunch, even his money. But Izuku always fell, perhaps out of fear, perhaps because he knew that everything would fall on deaf ears. He could hope that the heroes would save him, but whenever they went to school, he was always hidden, because in the words of the teachers, and even the principal, he would only be a hindrance and a nuisance. Izuku also hid it from his mother, but mothers are not stupid, given that she saw on several occasions the treatment he received. That is why Inko made a decision. Her budget would not allow her to change schools. She couldn't. Her job, although it was profitable for two mouths, would not be enough to change schools, and even if it happened, the treatment is likely to be the same. That is why Inko decided to make a camp in the forest with the little green-haired boy, to isolate themselves from everything, both being there, spending as much time as possible, relaxed, and away from anything that causes harm. After taking a few days off from work, she decided to load the car and pick up Izuku, who was nervous. He didn't know what his mother was planning, but he had a feeling this could change his life. Singing songs in the car, imitating phrases from social media heroes, replaying their videos, they arrived at the nearby Mistreated forest. The air was clean, the sky was clear, the birds sang more than in the city, so the little green-haired boy started running near his mother while she unloaded some things from the car. They couldn't make a fire so as not to damage the plants, but a gas canister and a portable lighter solved the problem. Both mother and son had fun together, forgetting about what was happening in the city, forgetting about the heroes, the villains, the civil affairs. It was just a moment of mother and son time. They lost track of time, enjoying nature and appreciating the small signs of life that the wild forest offers, so often forgotten by humans. They played, had fun, ate, and sang a little, but when Inko wasn't looking as she was cooking something to eat later, Izuku ran away, wandering away from her, exploring, satisfying his curiosity, like every child. Inko, noticing this, decided to go after him when she noticed he was too far away. For 15 minutes he followed him. He didn't know how, but he felt like he was running after the little one for hours. Izuku, on the other hand, was in a kind of ecstasy. He felt like something was calling him. It is said that nothing happens by chance, but everything has a predestined cause, that is, events do not arise from nothing but our destiny, the final representation of the result of our personal decisions and the context in which we operate, of our desires. Izuku may have had a difficult start, a relatively good life being with Inko, but when he is not with his mother, life turned dark. The green-haired boy endured blow after blow, even hurtful word after hurtful word, but that never stopped his desire to be a hero, never changed his goal. After so much, maybe there is always a rainbow around the corner. After so much torment, Inko, Izuku, she would say, running until she reached where the green-haired boy was. Izuku, Mom, he would say, surprised look, he would say, to point to a gold box. Inko, son, she's cute and all, but don't get too close, she could be dangerous. It's best to do nothing. Izuku ignored it. He felt as if he was being pulled towards her, so under his mother's nerves on edge he approached the box and touched it, causing it to emit a glow. A golden glow so warm that even Inko felt that everything that was happening was going to get better. She felt hope with little Izuku. Izuku, that light, it's so warm. Inko, that light, I feel everything fading away, my fear, my worries, my fears. The light would cease to be felt as the box disappeared, leaving in its place a sort of golden statue in the shape of a centaur carrying a bow. Izuku, what he would say, surprised, what is that? Inko, Izuku. Voice 1, that is the sacred armor of Sagittarius, a calm voice would say, but one that denoted a certain happiness. Voice 2, wow, that was great, another happy voice would say. Voice 3, if you say so, a voice would say that, unlike the others, did not sound calm or happy, it was completely serious. Inko, who are you? She would say with fear, placing Izuku behind her. Voice 1, madam, don't worry, you have nothing to fear, he would say calmly, trying to calm her down. My name is Sisyphus. Voice 2, my name is Regulus, would say animatedly. Hello, would say, approaching Izuku with complete joy. You're a good boy, would say, ruffling his hair, making him giggle. Izuku, he, mom, they don't seem to be bad people. Inko, I don't know, son. Voice 3, I guess everyone does. My name is Crest. Inko, what are you doing here? Sisyphus, well, you see, I don't know if you believe us, miss, he would say, giving Inko a pink tint, but the thing is that we were in the armor, we were sealed, until the little one. Izuku, my name is Izuku, sir. Sisyphus, well, we were sealed in the armor until little Izuku touched it. That's what freed us. We didn't do anything wrong, in fact, if that's what you think, we were just confined in it. Crest, you can't tell them about that threat yet, they wouldn't believe it, he thought seriously. Sisyphus, so I have to thank you for that, he would say, crouching down to Izuku's height. You are a very brave boy. Izuku, no, he would say, lowering his head, which caught the attention of those present. I am useless, weak, my dream is to become a hero who protects everyone, but I don't have cozy eye. I don't have a gift, he would say, starting to sob. They always told me that without a gift I couldn't become a hero. Sisyphus understood at that moment. Uranus didn't tell them much about the world, but just by listening to those words he realized a very important point. Humanity valued power more than being a human being. It could denote suffering, that even if it was small, The child endured something. Regulus for his part heard everything. Although he was happy and might seem somewhat carefree and absent-minded, hearing that made him angry. He could realize that he suffered. He knew of suffering. He saw his father die at the hands of Rhadamanthys in front of him. He did not wish it on anyone. And he even saw countless knights fall in battles against the specters of Hades. Death brings suffering, but it is a simple instant. On the other hand, contempt, discrimination, segmenting society, simply made a life of suffering. Crest, however, despite maintaining the vestiges of his self from 500 years ago, whereas a knight at 13 years old, he thought about the same thing a hero does, saving everyone, avoiding suffering. He had to see comrades die in 3 wars against 3 different gods. He endured the betrayal of someone he considered an admirable being such as his comrade in arms Idia of Libra in his holy war against Hades, which he survived until the last one where seeing too much, he felt used by the gods and understood a little that humans are simply seen as pawns to be used and reused at will. Added to the fact that he knew human nature itself, he knew that human beings are evil by nature. There was no need to see why he wanted to deny it so much. Humanity has too many flaws, and the heroes, with their mayas in their eyes ridiculous while listening to Inko comment on her world, while Sisyphus with the help of Regulus tried to calm him down, did nothing but highlight the human desire for fame. The worldly desire for wealth, along with countless other flaws that society was unable to see, but he knew that those who understood those flaws tried to improve or learn not to let them be seen. He was the example of this when, tired of so much war, he decided to betray the sanctuary and join Miss Garnet in her dream of creating a world without wars, even among the gods themselves. It was undoubtedly his disciple Digel of Aquarius who opened his eyes and made him regain faith in humans, and in Athena slightly. Sisyphus, so you will do what your society says, isn't that right? He would say calmly. Izuku, what? He would say surprised, what do you mean, Mr. Sisyphus? Sisyphus, you want to give up on everything society tells you, that you can't be a hero. Izuku, no, I don't want to give up, I want to be a hero, just I don't know how. Sisyphus, there are still more ways. Crest, you don't want to offer that. Sisyphus, yes I do, I would say without looking at him, and determined. Regulus, Crest, I would call the saint by telepathy. It seems that the quirk phenomenon blocks the possibility of using the cosmos. He being quirkless, could awaken it with the correct training. Crest, I understand what you're saying, but there's no way I'll go back. Knight training, even for bronze knights, is arduous. Izuku, what do you offer me, Mr. Sisyphus? Sisyphus, well, you said you wanted to be a hero. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, and you did not know the method of how. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, well, the answer is to follow the path of a knight of Athena. Izuku, knight of Athena? He would ask with doubt, while Inko proceeded to listen. He had never heard of them. Sisyphus, well, you see, the Knights of Athena are an order of warriors under the command of the goddess Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, protector of the earth. It is said that they are able to tear the sky with their fists and break the earth with their kicks. Izuku, that's possible without a quirk. Sisyphus, of course it's possible, but only if you're willing to do it, with all its risks. Their training isn't easy, but you must learn from them. Tell me, are you willing to train like them? Izuku would look at his mother, who was digesting everything, while Regulus simply waited and Crest analyzed everything. Perhaps with them they would learn about this time and everything it entails. Inko, I don't know, but it's always been your dream, hasn't it? She would say, somewhat convinced but worried. For some reason, in her heart, she knew that being a knight entailed more risks than being a hero. Izuku, I will become a hero and a knight. Regulus, that's incredible, he would say smiling. Sisyphus, in that case, we will be your teachers. Crest, I hope you hold on, kid. So Izuku, with a shiver but extremely convinced, was about to start a path that no one in the past had used before. For the first time, Athena would show one of her knights in the perhaps near future. It only depends on how long the training lasts, and how much Izuku can resist without dying in said training, given that the knights have endured very hard training, that even some aspirants have died in the process. Chapter 2. It's been 2 weeks since Izuku found the Sagittarius armor and began his training with Regulus. Sisyphus understood that Regulus could start since for a child of almost 5 years old, a routine that focuses fully on knight training would be complicated, Even so, Izuku was always motivated by the young Lion. Inko, given her education and as a token of gratitude for helping her little one, invited them to stay at her house, where they began to understand the technology of the time, being the first to grasp everything, Regulus, followed by Sisyphus and Crest, who found some things difficult. In these 2 weeks, thanks to Inko and what they saw from Izuku's school materials, they learned more about the society in which they woke up. Needless to say, Sisyphus was one of the most disappointed, since one of the days that he accompanied the green-haired boy to school, he ran into Katsuki Bakugo and his group of bullies, who, for being children, were quite rude, and although Izuku wanted to hide his pain, Sisyphus did not take that action very well, although he understood it from the green-haired boy since he did not want to worry Inko. However, he gave the bullies a little scare so that they would leave the green-haired boy alone. Crest was also another who was somewhat displeased with society, segmenting it into Quirkless, people with strong quirks, people with weak quirks, or people with a villain. Quirk seemed stupid to him, because what happened to those who wanted to aspire to something more? What if a child with a weak, or villain, quirk aspired to something better than what society dictated for him? He witnessed what heroes truly were, a group of fakers in tights who only showed off their gifts, saved people, or fought villains in front of the press. Not one was saved. Not even Almight was saved from his criticism, especially when he said it walking past the hero killer Stain, Kaizo Makaguro, whom Crest saw as a hypocrite. He had heard his sayings about true heroism. But the former Aquarius Saint simply saw him as an idiot who didn't know what true heroism was when using someone who, with the right arguments, could bring down his entire doctrine. Since Izuku started training with Regulus, he focused on starting to strengthen his body, since it was a requirement to be able to tolerate the rest of the training, and although Regulus helped, Izuku began to show signs of getting stronger to withstand future training. Izuku put all his effort into being able to pass the same training that became increasingly complicated. His mother decided to give him a suit that, thanks to Sisyphus' instructions, was relatively similar to the one from the sanctuary, which Izuku wore quite a bit, even in civilian clothes, attracting some attention. But as the days went by, Izuku decided to focus on training. Of course, it wasn't all about training, since he still had to attend school, so Inko, helped by Sisyphus, took care of the educational part. Izuku had to earn respect at school on more than one occasion, and even more so when he cut ties with Katsuki Bakugo, ending their friendship, given the treatment, because, helped by Regulus, he was able to understand that a friend wouldn't behave like that. Sisyphus, on the other hand, could see a lot of what Pegasus Tenma used to be in Izuku. He is noble-hearted, he has immense affection for those he meets. But even though he tries to be sociable with other children his age, they, given his condition of being a Quirkless, left him aside, which Sisyphus noticed worried Inko, since Izuku was maturing mentally before his time. She could even realize that her time with him was changing the green-haired boy, since he was slowly beginning to show signs of resembling Sisyphus himself, since with stories from him about Athena, the holy war, and everything that entails being a knight, Izuku was awakening a fervent desire to serve Athena as Sisyphus did. Only Inko could realize something. Izuku was having in Sisyphus the father figure he never had, since even Sisyphus used to behave like the green-haired boy's father. It was after the first year of training with Regulus that Sisyphus took up the green-haired man's training, beginning his training in the use of the cosmos. Izuku-sensei, how do knights fight, given that without those quirks how do they do it? Sisyphus, well, you see, the knights fight thanks to the force that emanates from their cosmos. Do you understand? Izuku, yes, but what is cosmo? He would say, asking the question. Sisyphus, sorry, I forgot to tell you what it is. You see, the cosmos, it is an energy that comes from the mini-universe that all living beings possess in their bodies. How do you know? When the universe was created, there was a great explosion that gave it origin, right? Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, well, within every living being, there exists a mini-universe. In order to use the cosmos, what we do is explode our atoms, so that this universe can be born within us. It is thanks to the cosmic explosion that occurs within us, that the knights, with that energy, open the earth and crush the stars. Izuku, what he would say amazed, and there's more? Sisyphus, yes, being a small universe within the body, the root is the spirit, but it also has its basis in the human senses. Human beings have 5 basic senses, isn't that right? Touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight. Izuku: yes. Sisyphus: so, the cosmos would be like a 6th sense. To help you understand better, the senses are the physiological mechanism a human being has to perceive elements or situations that make life purely sensible. The 6th sense is a sense that seems to be connected to the mind and brain of living beings. Many abilities are related to it, such as precognition and intuition. However, there are knights who have a highly developed 6th sense and acquire mental abilities, such as telekinesis, telepathy, illusions, or even teleportation. Izuku: it's like an immense quirk. Sisyphus: you can see it that way, but that doesn't mean it's the only thing. Izuku: does that mean there's more than one way? Sisyphus knew it. Izuku is very intelligent, and many may not even notice it, since they overlook him for having a disability, for not having a quirk, as normal people see it. But Sisyphus saw that the green-haired man possesses an immense strategic capacity, along with a fast speed of analysis, something that on the battlefield can be crucial. Sisyphus: that's right, your intelligence is not just for show, he would say to ruffle his hair. Apart from the 5 basic senses and the 6th sense, there's a 7th sense. This resides in the soul, given that in the past, most human beings could use it. Izuku: what does the 7th sense allow? Sisyphus: it is the cosmos at its most splendid, the one used by the Golden Knights. Those who manage to awaken this sense acquire complete mastery of the cosmos, thus obtaining incomparable strength and energy. A knight, regardless of his rank, can have the ability to ignite his 7th sense and make it explode, and that sense, which surpasses all other human senses, is the source of that incomparable power called cosmos. Izuku: do you think I can do it? Sisyphus: it's something you'll see with training. Izuku: but that would be the limit, right? Sisyphus: no, there is an 8th sense, I would say, to draw attention. It is the ultimate power human beings can attain. Awakening it is undoubtedly hell, given that it is the essence of the cosmos itself. Its power is unparalleled. It allows one to cure severe illnesses or disabilities like blindness. It allows its users to move even in the world of the dead, without being bound to the domains of deities associated with death, like Hades. Izuku: but waking him up must be exhausting. Sisyphus: to be able to awaken it, you need to be in a situation on the verge of death. I only know of one knight who obtained it without needing that, but I could never ask how he obtained it. Izuku: who? Who was that knight? He would ask excitedly. Sisyphus: Asmita of Virgo, I would say, to project an image with his cosmos as illusion. Izuku: that means he was an incredibly strong saint. Sisyphus: yes, he was. His power was such that he was nicknamed the man closest to God. He managed to master the 8th sense, and despite being born blind, he regained his sight with it, and although he used the 8th sense for brief moments before dying, he was able to see the world as those of us with sight can do. Izuku: he is someone admirable, I would say. Surprised, he had lost his fanaticism for All Might a long time ago, which used to differentiate him from other children, but he never lost his respect. Sisyphus: okay, that's enough chatter, it's time to start training. Izuku: yes, I would say very motivated. Sisyphus passed on everything he had learned from his brother Elias of Leo, Regulus's father, the man said to be able to speak to the earth, hear the voice of the wind, and speak to the river. He knew many of those teachings could be applied to him. Sisyphus covered a lot of ground, not only in terms of awakening and using the cosmos, Izuku's physique, and his perception, but also in teaching him how to use the bow. After 6 months, Izuku had awakened the 6th sense. Despite being so young, it was already an achievement in itself, but he still had a lot to learn. At 6 years old, he was strong, intelligent, and was slightly respected at school, since only Katsuki Bakugo bullied him, but the green-haired boy earned respect by showing a little of his strength gained through training. If Katsuki Bakugo was allowed by the same teachers to use his gift to intimidate other students, why wouldn't they let him use his strength to defend himself? Of course, this reached the ears of Sisyphus, who only told him not to use his cosmos for that. It was fine to defend himself, but using the cosmos for something so low was not right, something that the green-haired boy understood very well. It was then that with 2 years of training, Inko and Sisyphus began a relationship. Although Izuku continued calling Sisyphus master, When he fell to the verge of fainting due to his exhausting training, he used to call him Dad. Regulus was happy for them, since Izuku had him as an older brother figure. Crest was not very open, but he was there if he was needed. Inko, for her part, after Katsuki's fight with Izuku, cut all ties with Mitsuki Bakugo since they were good friends, but the ash-haired girl reduced everything to being children and in a careless way made the green-haired girl angry. Things did not go further because of the intervention of Sisyphus, who strangely enough began to show signs of illness, the same one that his brother had years before he died. That had worried the Midoriyas and made Izuku sad, but with the right words from Regulus, Izuku continued his training much more motivated. Yes, there were times when he was about to throw in the towel, but for 4 more years he continued the same training, where Regulus supported him. With the bow he always hit the target, which made the green-haired man proud, but before praising him Sisyphus used to talk to him about improving, given that despite everything his disciple and son still does not hear the voice of the wind. Izuku didn't understand what his teacher meant, so he decided to see how far he reached, so from a nearby tree, he encouraged him to throw the arrows at the leaves that fell from it, which he achieved. Then Sisyphus told him it was time to throw the arrow without his sight or his bow, something that Izuku slightly found impossible. Even so, with his sight blindfolded and without his bow, Izuku tried and failed every time, but unable to concentrate, but remembering some words that used to sound in the wind, comparing him to his teacher. But before he could even say anything, he feels his teacher behind him about to kill him, so he throws the arrow hitting the center of a target. Izuku removes the bandages and is surprised by what he had done, and realizes that Sisyphus never moved from his place, and that he did not use either his Golden Knight's speed, the speed of light, a speed that the 7th sense allows to reach, nor psychokinesis. Sisyphus, seeing his apprentice's confusion, explains that he only conversed with the wind, in order to be able to show his disciple the way. Sisyphus, Izuku, I want you to always remember this. Izuku, yes. Sisyphus, the eyes of Sagittarius always fix their gaze on a point, becoming the light that will guide their comrades. That is why you should not lose sight of the world with idle thoughts and of yourself, and if you do, Mother Earth and the wind will obey you forever. After a year of that situation, Izuku had managed to enter the 7th sense, managing to fight on par with his master or against Regulus, where the green-haired man could see the clear difference, not only in power but in experience. Given his analytical side, the green-haired man could analyze his opponents and determine an attack by slightly imitating it, as he did with the unicorn gallop that Regulus had used. Unicorn gallop is one of the techniques that Yato of Unicorn, Bronze Knight, used to use in his battles, and given Regulus's amazing ability to see, analyze and be able to copy or imitate the attacks, fighting techniques and cosmos techniques of his opponents and allies, which made young Leon look like the most skilled saint of his generation, something that was admirable, given that his father Ilias of Leo was the saint before him and considered the strongest of his generation. Sisyphus knew it. Izuku was close to becoming a Golden Knight. The cosmos possessed him, but the most important thing was missing: the techniques referring to his constellation and others that Regulus could teach given his ability, along with the new phase of his training. At 11 years old, Izuku would train for 1 more year the skills of his teacher and father, Sisyphus, along with those of Regulus, where after that, he would go at 12 with Crest of Aquarius to train in Siberia under extremely subhuman conditions. Chapter 3. Izuku, at 11 years old, was already close to completing his training, his hard path and his perseverance, along with the support of his mother and teachers, with the exception of Crest given his coldness, although he knew that the former Aquarius Knight silently supported him. Since he began his training at age 5, Izuku has been able to push his body to limits that humans with quirks could not take, using a power that in those humans who are born with said power, it is a blockage. At the age of 7 he was able to awaken his 6th sense and trained for a whole year to use it naturally, the only technique he could learn being the unicorn gallop. Even so, the training had to continue, since as a Golden Knight in training, he must use the 7th sense as if it were a part of himself, a sense that at the age of 10, he had managed to awaken, always in combat against his teachers who took him to the limit. Even being close to death, of course in that aspect he ended up very injured, but his teachers never went too far, although they had no mercy. At 11 years old, Izuku was a boy who, by the standards of his age, had a well-built physique, given his strength and speed acquired through training. During his time at Uraraka school, he was able to pass undisturbed by many students. Only Katsuki Bakugo's group bothered him. Despite everything, without a quirk, he possessed surprising strength and speed, which made everyone suspect that his quirk was an augmentation quirk, so he had to train his body. Although it was rare to see him dressed like boys his age, since he usually wore his training suits. However, the training didn't end there, so with the help of Regulus and Sisyphus, it was time to train the techniques of his constellation and those that Regulus could teach, given his ability. Regulus possesses the unique ability to see the flow of the cosmos of living beings, understand how it flows regardless of whether the one carrying out the attack is a saint or a specter, and understand how the techniques work, allowing him to learn the techniques he observes. Whether to manipulate the opponent's techniques against them or perform them himself. This ability itself would allow one to see the flow of powers like All Might's One for All, which by chance in life a careless Tashinori Yagi released in a forest, the same one where Izuku usually trains, without realizing it. In this way, Regulus was able to help him perfect the unicorn gallop, after Regulus himself had learned it in the past from his companion and friend Yato of Unicorn, since both had trained together under the tutelage of Sisyphus. Another technique he was able to teach was the Kajinui, a technique specific to the violet spectrum of Behemoth, the celestial star of solitude. Said technique allows the user of the same contain the body of his opponent with an enormous shadow. For this he creates a dark shadow on the ground, capturing the opponent in the throat of a monstrous figure on the ground. Inside that shadow he paralyzes his adversary by embracing his body and manipulates the dead of the underworld who were confined. In the tar hell of the 7th underworld prison, these come to the surface, hold and block the movements of his opponent, who is sealed upon entering the space covered by that dark area, immobilized at the mercy of the user. In addition, the young lion taught him the techniques specific to the Leo constellation, plasma lightning, a light speed punch that delivers 100 million blows per second, which can impact from a distance through shock waves by breaking the sound barrier, voltage lightning, a light speed punch that, upon breaking the sound barrier, projects a shock wave that propels the blow into the air in the form of a ball of light, and crown lightning, which consists of sending one's cosmos to the ground, generating an eruption, like many of the pillars of electricity. Sisyphus, for his part, knowing that his efforts would not be in vain, proceeded to teach him the techniques specific to the Sagittarius constellation, Izuku's alma mater as a knight. Since Athena forbids the use of weapons on her knights, but allows those armors that have one to use them with the exception of the 6 pairs of weapons of the Libra armor, the Sagittarius armor has a golden bow along with its arrow, which materializes with the knight's cosmos, while the arrow appears on the armor's shoulder pad. Another technique he learned to use is Chiron's Light Impulse, a powerful golden wind that is capable of dissipating powerful attacks. The last technique taught by Sisyphus is Chiron's Diala, an attack that uses the wings of the golden Sagittarius armor, which causes a powerful immense whirlwind of wind that destroys everything around it. These abilities were not the only ones, given that they had seen several techniques and numerous nights, where they were able to decipher and teach a couple, such as the Crystal Wall, a technique created based on psychokinesis, creating an impenetrable barrier between him and his adversary, where all attacks that collide against this wall are returned against the opponent. Another technique that, like the previous one, belonged to the Night Scion of Ares, is the Stardust Revolution, a technique in which the user throws attacks at the speed of light in the form of stars. Also deciphered and belonging to the same night, Izuku learned the use of Starlight Extinction, the projection of rings of immense light that envelop the opponent until their body disintegrates. Evolving the first, he managed to create the Crystal Robe, a protective barrier before him, created with psychokinesis. He also came to understand and use teleportation as if he were an inhabitant of Jemir, who possess a great natural ability for psychokinesis, with which they use said ability. Also another technique from another Gold Knight, the Scarlet Needle, copied by Regulus from Scorpio's Cardia, a technique that directly attacks the enemy's central nervous system through a shock wave that emerges from the user's fingertip, so that its intense pain also causes total paralysis. While that might be too much for someone, Izuku wanted to develop his own techniques, since each knight had their own, not just the fixed ones of their constellation, achieving it at 13 years old, remaining in the eyes of Regulus and Sisyphus as a full-fledged golden knight. Atomic Thunderbolt, a punch with the fist that is charged with electrical energy thanks to his cosmos, while lightning appears behind him. And the other technique, Pleiades Nova, which has a destructive power that can create spheres of energy with tails towards the opponent. Izuku focuses cosmos in his hand and raises upwards rays of energy that form spheres that contain great power that is discharged at the opponent when he throws with his right arm, causing the opponent to be captured to discharge the energy spheres against the opponent. It was after completing that training that Sisyphus wanted to give him the armor to reward the green-haired man's efforts, given that with each increase in cosmos during training, the armor, being alive, reacted to him. The armor of Athena's army has life unlike others. They are made of orichalcum, germanium, and stardust. The armor protects the wearer and can also enhance the cosmos or retain the memories and power of its previous wearers. Since they have a life of their own, they can choose their wearers or reject those they have chosen if they stray from the path. They have a certain level of consciousness. They can be assembled totally or partially on the warrior they protect or placed in front of him to protect him from any threat. It is thanks to this that the Sagittarius armor accepted Izuku as a bearer. The constancy of training near Sisyphus made his personality become similar to his, possessing an unquestionable loyalty towards Athena, being a good advisor if needed, in addition to showing that he maintains his friendly, altruistic and cheerful personality since he was a child, although if one saw his passion for quirks and heroes was diminishing a lot. Even so, just by seeing a quirk, no matter how minimal it is, you can determine strengths and weaknesses, as well as how to counteract and improve it. Before naming him Golden Knight, Sisyphus was stopped by Crest, who would take the boy to Siberia, saying that if he didn't return even 1 year later, Izuku wouldn't win the armor. Only Sisyphus understood that. He knew that Izuku had to touch one of them in combat to properly win the armor, but Crest's ideas were different. They took a plane to Siberia, where they changed vehicles 3 times, and then continued their journey on foot to the coldest and most isolated places, where they wouldn't even have contact with people. With minimal clothing, Crest had Izuku withstand the lowest temperatures while performing various physical exercises, such as lifting ice blocks to gain strength, or running marked distances. Izuku had to hit countless times numerous glaciers thousands of times larger than him, gaining resistance to contact, given that he injured himself numerous times doing it with nothing more than his bare hands. But with Cosmo he managed to heal his wounds to continue. Crest also buried him in ice to withstand the low temperatures, given that with the armor the Gold Saints can withstand absolute zero, the world of the but if the body does not do so, the armor will be useless. Another action that Crest did was to make Izuku swim on completely frozen waters to gain resistance, something that, given previous training, was lessened. In addition to the physical aspect, there were also fights against Crest to hone these skills. Crest even used to lock him up in caves while using his Cosmo attacks to rain stalactites down on him, which he quickly dodged given his reflexes. It was after 9 months of arduous training that Crest was certain of what they would do. Determined, he and Izuku walked out to the outskirts of the cave where they usually slept to recharge their batteries and stood before him. Crest, Izuku, our training is almost over. Even though you are ready to return, you still have 1 more test to endure. Izuku, if you think I'm ready, Master, I'm gladly willing to do it. Crest, fine, he would say, seriously loading Cosmos that Izuku noticed. If that's your answer, it's time for you to turn diamond dust. Izuku, seeing his master's attack, would dodge it to avoid problems with the ice, but he didn't notice that his master was going to perform another attack. Izuku, so this is the test, he would say, placing himself in a fighting stance. I won't hold back. Izuku would launch himself against his master while emanating a golden cosmos aura around him, beginning a hand-to-hand exchange with Crest, despite Izuku's advantage in power given that the green-haired man's cosmos was higher than Crest's, reaching par with that of Sisyphus before he faced Iacos of Garuda. Crest's experience made the scales of both balanced. Crest, what's going on? You're fighting back. Are Regulus and Sisyphus hopes wrong, he would say, fight. Izuku, That's what I do. Crest? No, you don't. You fight by holding back. You don't want to kill me since I'm your teacher. But in a fight, no matter your opponent, they will always attack with the intention of killing you. Izuku, I see. I would say to increase his power and fight a little more seriously. Crest, don't hold back. Izuku would jump, while extending his leg in the direction of Crest. Izuku, unicorn gallop. Crest, interesting, but you're still holding back. You're letting your emotions get the best of you. Freezing shield. Crest would use his ice shield, blocking the green-haired man's kick and freezing him there in an ice coffin. Crest, it seems that Sisyphus was wrong about you. You are not ready. On the battlefield you must be cold. At least there you will stay forever, he would say, retreating, but in that a break is heard. What? Perhaps he would say to turn to see that the ice was breaking and Izuku emanated a golden aura. Then show me that you are not a mistake. Izuku. He would say, breaking the ice with his Cosmo. I'm not finished yet, sensei. Crest. Then attack, because I will attack you to kill you. Imagine if it were an enemy specter or a villain with a quirk to steal appearances using my face. You would let innocent people die. Izuku. No, I won't, he would say, getting more serious. Sensei, if you want to perish now, I will give you that pleasure. Crest. In that case, show me what you have, he would say, preparing to launch one of Aquarius's strongest techniques. Izuku, to Crest's surprise, got into the same position. Crest. So you managed to imitate me, but I noticed that your cosmos is cold, but not cold enough. Izuku. Since my teacher Sisyphus and Regulus Senpai taught me the techniques, along with my analysis, I began to decipher what the techniques are like. I may not have Regulus's ability, but that won't stop me. All the techniques I've seen him use, I've deciphered them. Crest, are you planning to defeat me using my own techniques? He would ask seriously, although internally he was proud. Izuku, you want to find out, master? Crest, HMP, in that case come with everything. Both, execution or aura. Both collided with their attacks with force, causing the ice around them to begin to rise, while the clash was left in a state of equality. Crest, for being so young he is able to fight on par with me. As a master I should feel proud. Besides, he fights to kill me. Anyone would reprimand him, but it is my decision to make him fight like that, I would think. Izuku, I don't want to kill Sensei, but despite being a 1,000-day battle, since we are both Golden Knights, or well, in my case I bring my cosmos closer to one, Sensei wants to die. That's why he attacks that way, live for 500 years and be sent to this time. I can understand that feeling. You want to join your comrades in death, he would think while tears fell from his face. But it was clear what he had to do. Out of respect for his teacher and his decision, he had to finish him. At one point Izuku would emanate more cosmos as Izuku's aurora execution gained ground, causing Crest to crack a smile until he was hit. The fight would end since Crest was freezing, so Izuku approached, his aurora execution hitting his master directly in the heart. So he didn't have much time left. Izuku, teacher. Crest. Izuku, I'm sorry to be so hard on you, but smiling, if I weren't as rude as I was, you would have fallen into the human thought of having mercy on an opponent when he can't be saved. In this world of villains, you will be forced to choose between locking up an unsavable criminal behind bars who when he gets out will kill innocents to be imprisoned again and repeat the cycle, or end his life for a greater good. Unlike Sisyphus or Regulus, since they are more idealistic than me, I am pragmatic. There will always be deaths in the fight between good and evil, and even if you try to avoid them, they will happen. So do not fear or be mortified by it. It may be cold of me, but they are necessary evils. Always a small evil is necessary for the greater good. Izuku, Master Crest, you, despite your treatment, earned my affection and respect. You taught me a lot about the cosmos that you learned with experience during your life that, despite being long, you managed to give me those teachings. As much as I could deduce your diamond dust, the aurora execution, the ice circle or the coffin and the ice shield, you taught me to keep my emotions out of combat and to see through the hearts of my opponents. Maybe you are right that every villain can deserve death. But by understanding your teachings, I will be able to see if they deserve or can reform. You taught me a lot, and even though you remained distant so as not to take affection, you did it. You were the uncle I never had. Crest, I know there's not much I can do, but while I'm grateful for your words and your maturity, it may sound selfish, but I'd like to ask you to lock me in an ice coffin. Izuku, you don't have to ask for it, master. I was going to do it anyway, he would say, hiding his tears. Crest, Izuku, my disciple, Never forget that you have the strength to face your enemy, no matter how powerful he is, and don't hesitate to show your pain when you can so as not to let it accumulate. Men also cry when they should, there's no need to hide it. Izuku, yes, master, he would say without hiding his tears while smiling. Crest, thank you Izuku, you will be a great golden knight, you are already worthy of carrying that title, he would say closing his eyes. I know you can achieve wonders, he would finish saying. Izuku, master, he would say shedding his tears while launching an icy cosmos to lock his master in the ice coffin for eternity. You have already returned to your comrades. After that, Izuku would begin his return to Mistreated since, despite not wanting to do so, he had to have done it. His tears came out of his eyes indicating his pain, but it was already there. After 500 years, Crest of Aquarius reached the end of his life, bequeathing his will through Izuku to the following generations. In Mistreated, it was night and as usual, Sisyphus and Inko were sleeping in the room. After both had settled as a couple, despite the illness, Sisyphus was able to forge a family and complete something that his heart longed for. Izuku was the son he could not have by blood, but there he was, as his successor and apprentice. When he felt the battle begin, he opened his eyes until it ended. Sisyphus knew what Crest wanted to do, so he had to respect that decision, and he would support Izuku in his pain for the rest of the time he had left, given the progress of his illness. Sisyphus, so that's what you've decided, Crest? Even if you're gone, there will still be others who will continue on your path, he would say in his thoughts to hug Inko and fall asleep again. Chapter 4. Manchuria, China. A hooded green-haired figure can be seen walking along some roads that led to a large city. It had been 2 weeks since he left Siberia, and Izuku was walking to remove the sadness from his heart by accepting that he fulfilled Crest's will, since despite the fact that the former night was very cold, he won Izuku's affection, and it was hard for him to let go. The closer he got to the city, the more he analyzed things. It was a very beautiful landscape. It was a large plain with small forests scattered everywhere. It was in one of those forests where he stopped when he felt something. Izuku, what I feel is cosmos, he would say as he ran to the forest where the call was coming from. With his speed, the speed of the Golden Knight, the speed of light, he would soon reach the forest and set out to find the origin of the cosmos. He felt it had a bit of warmth resembling fire, but it wasn't that hot, given that the green-haired man knew the stories of an armor that since the age of myth hasn't had a wearer, the Phoenix armor, the one that is said to be capable of allowing the resurrection of its wearer from his own ashes. Without leaving a corner unchecked, he found it an armor in the shape of a bird. Izuku, it's a bronze armor. From the shape I can assume that it belongs to the bird of paradise armor, Apis in the firmament. Izuku would check the armor and proceed to take it. Izuku, noble armor, I know I am not your bearer, but I humbly ask you to accompany me. I know that as a golden knight, I will be able to find someone who is worthy of carrying you. The armor, not sensing any bad intentions, would begin to emit a glow of a color palette similar to that of a flame between crimson and pink until it ended up enclosing itself in a kind of box. Izuku, it's a Pandora box. Don't worry, armor. I'll find someone worthy of being your carrier. After that, Izuku would decide to resume his trip. Since he was close to a city, Izuku felt it. Since every human being possesses cosmos, its handling and awakening for its use is what humans having quirks blocked, but that does not mean that they do not possess it. Following his ability to sense the cosmos, he would arrive at the nearest city where, to his surprise, there was an international airport. So carrying a small bag and his Pandora box on his back, he would return by flight to Japan, since he still had to do something, finish his studies. Mistreated, Japan. Inko Midoriya was always a happy woman who cared about others, especially her family. At the moment she was making some preparations since Sisyphus, since he felt Izuku's cosmos approaching, decided to tell him the news, and despite the fact that the former knight was already quite sick, since the terminal illness that affected him was advancing quite quickly, he had spat blood a few days ago, and was already reaching the end of his life. A new life that she was more than happy to have accepted. She was able to have a family, although not by blood, since her nephew Regulus was the only one she had. She was able to have the woman who became the love of her life and her apprentice, and the closest she had to a son. She had nothing to regret. After all, she laid the foundation for future generations. Suddenly the door is knocked, while Inko proceeds to open it, getting a big surprise. Inko, Izuku. Izuku, yes, Mom. "It's me," he would say, "to be held in a hug. I missed you." Izuku was approached by the greatest demonstration of maternal love, a hug. It had been almost a year away from Japan without any communication with her, and although he knew they would be far away, he couldn't stop counting the days. But there he was, her little green-haired boy who now, after returning, was 1.7 meters tall, was more toned and slightly more inflated. It had taken around 3 hours to return from Shenyang and another 2 hours to get home by Japanese transport. "Izuku, it's good to be back." "Sisyphus, you've returned." "Izuku," he would say from the place, standing with difficulty. "Izuku, Master Sisyphus," he would say, hugging his teacher, "it's good to see you again." "Sisyphus, just like my boyfriend," he would say reciprocally, "by the way, that is." "Izuku, it's the Apis armor. I found it on the way here, so I decided to bring it. It was in an abandoned forest." "Sisyphus, I'm glad about that." "Regulus, hey," he would say, arriving at the room. "Izuku," he would say, hugging. "Izuku, it's good to see you again, senpai." "Inko, well, it's time to eat, so wash your hands and go to the table," she would say, carrying a pot full of katsudon. After that, the meal was pleasant, while Izuku told everything that happened, and Inko simply hugged him to give him comfort, since she was astonished that Crust had forced him to do that, but she understood why. She knew from Sisyphus that he was a great survivor. Besides being an ancient knight, it was obvious that he wanted to reunite with his comrades, so like the rest they accepted his decision and helped Izuku to overcome it. After finishing the meal, Sisyphus handed over what Izuku had earned with effort. Very few people won the knight's armor, even the bronze ones, but the effort is always rewarded. "Izuku comes Sagittarius." The armor's Pandora's box would glow and disassemble, revealing the armor, which would begin to disassemble and dress the green-haired man. "Regulus, amazing." "Inko, son," she would say, surprised. "Sisyphus, it's official, we have a new Sagittarius knight," he would say, smiling as he saw the green-haired man wearing the armor for the first time. After that, Izuku would take off his armor as he proceeded to prepare to return, since from Uraraka they would not be considered at all, and since his director, despite having that strength, kept his hatred in him, he would undoubtedly have it difficult, since the wretch always said, "If you were quirkless, no matter how much power you acquire, you will always be a huge useless." So after resting and introducing himself to his mother and teacher at school, the director with an annoyed face put all the exams to be filled out by the green-haired boy. They all had a trap, since the director with the slightest mistake would not let him return to school, but his surprise was that despite his cheating, Izuku managed to pass the exams without a single mistake, something that the director did not accept, calling several teachers to correct with him, who hypocritically greeted the green-haired boy normally, since the green-haired boy's strength and speed in quirk demonstrations in the past were superhuman, even more than similar quirks. After passing the tests, Izuku was reinstated in Uraraka, where upon entering the classroom, his classmates only gave him a dry greeting, while Bakugo launched himself to give him an explosion to show him his place below him. But the green-haired man was not even intimidated. He grabbed the ash-haired man's wrist before he launched the explosion and squeezed it tightly, making the Muslim scream in pain. "Izuku, it seems that you only think with your ego. You would have hurt the structures or hurt our companions. You know what they would have called you." "Bakugo, it doesn't matter what those damn extras think." "Izuku, they would have called you a villain, making you forget all those years of flattery." Those words stopped the Muslim, who separated from the green-haired man and sat down at his desk with a blank stare. Those simple words were so loaded with truth that no one noticed. Many of the students present saw him as crazy, but he wasn't that far off. The teacher entered the classroom and, after greeting them, began his class as if nothing had happened, since he didn't care if his students fought. After all, no one is a teacher by vocation in a world where quirks live in the minds of human beings. If you have incredible power, you will be a candidate for hero status. If you have an average quirk, you will be a great professional. However, if you have a mediocre quirk, according to society's standards, you will be sent to a profession where you fit in. Time skip, 6 months. It's been 6 months since the return of the 14-year-old green-haired boy, and in that time, Izuku had to see his teacher, his father, and Sisyphus die, since the disease progressed much faster than expected. Inko was devastated but knew it would pass, and even if she mentally prepared herself for it, the pain of losing a loved one would not be less. Izuku remained thoughtful, looking at the sky where Sisyphus was buried after his death, since Sisyphus left him some words. Flashback. Sisyphus. Izuku, come closer, he would say in bed. I know you are afraid to show yourself in the future. You are afraid of being seen as a monster because of your power. But fear is not a cause for shame. On the contrary, you must know it, and thus be able to face it. Son, your strength is in your heart, and even if you don't see me, we will always be one when we fight. End of flashback. Izuku. I will always follow that path, Dad, he would say, looking at the sky after the burial, because you said something that Cheyenne of Ares once said. Although you see that knights are likely to end up dying, we do not fight to die but to fulfill our oath. Inko, son. Izuku. I'm fine, Mother, he would say, giving her a smile. He will always live in our hearts. After Sisyphus' departure, Izuku asked Regulus for one last training session, which the Leo Saint accepted. Only this time they talked about the most powerful technique of the Athena Knights, the Athena's exclamation, a technique forbidden since the age of myth, the ultimate technique that can only be executed by 3 golden saints with their cosmos raised to the maximum. Its destructive power is comparable to the Big Bang that created the universe, the attack forbidden by the goddess Athena, and the ultimate combat strategy. Regulus knew that it influenced the green-haired boy in some way, but well, he didn't think he was capable of daring to do just one, so he simply told him and taught him the method to do it. Another technique that Izuku managed to learn is the zodiacal invocation. This technique is based on using 12 different gold saint techniques at the same time. Unlike the Athena's exclamation, the zodiacal invocation is nothing more than the execution of 12 individual techniques simultaneously. That is, each of them requires a single person and not several. It is not a group technique. It consists of executing the techniques in sequence at light speed. 1. Aries Stardust Revolution. 2. The Great Horn of Taurus. 3. The Gemini Galaxy Explosion. 4. The Hellish Waves of Cancer. 5. Leo's Lightning Plasma. 6. The Treasure of the Sky of Virgo. 7. The 100 Dragons of Rosen of Libra. 8. The Scarlet Needle of Scorpio. 9. The Impulse of the Light of Chiron of Sagittarius. 10. The Excalibur of Capricorn. 11. Execution of Aquarius Aurora. 12. Pisces Piranha Roses. Izuku, given that he didn't know most of the techniques, took around 8 months to learn it and understand its use, and given its destructive power, unless the opponent requires it, Izuku won't use it. It was almost reaching the year that Regulus began to fade away. His time was running out, and although Izuku did not want to lose it, he was mentally prepared. After all, Regulus became one with Mother Earth, just as Ilias the Leo, his father, did. For Izuku, it was painful, but he had to accept it. Time is fleeting, and it's thanks to that life acquires value. Although lives may seem insignificant, they are all part of the universe. If one can feel them, then it gives life value. After the loss of his last teacher, Izuku was already 15 years old and was finishing high school. With 10 months left until the UA entrance exam, he had thought about doing it or not. But the problem lay in the use of his cosmos, which the heroes would take as illegal use of his quirk and most likely as a vigilante. Therefore, the options were few, and he doubted that Shiketsu would let him use his armor since they demanded the use of his hat as a sign of respect to the school. He decided to dismiss it when the teacher entered the classroom. Professor, since you're all third years, it's time to think seriously about your future. I've given you a lot of brochures for your future plans, but he would say, throwing the papers out of his hand into the shit, you're planning on entering the hero class, right? The room would be filled with bustle at those words, with students excitedly activating their quirks, while a pale-haired boy waited in silence with a smile of pure arrogance, while the green-haired boy met with a calm and peaceful gaze. Students, yes. Teacher, yes, you have spectacular and wonderful quirks. But using your gifts is against school rules. Bakugo. Professor, he would say in his typical tone, don't put us all in the same group. I won't be at the bottom with the rest of the losers. Extra Student 1. You're being rude, damn Katsuki. He would complain angrily. Extra Student 1, yes. The entire room was enraged by that comment, while Izuku looked at this in surprise and Bakugo returned the look with an arrogant smile. Bakugo, they should shut up like the extras they are. He would say mockingly. Professor, oh, if I remember, he would say, reading his clipboard, you want to go to UA, don't you, young Bakugo? Student CHHH? UA, the national school? It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know? Its acceptance rate is extremely low, you know? Bakugo, that's exactly why they're just extras. I completed the mock test, he would say, standing on the desk. I'll be the only one with a chance of getting into UA from this school. I'll definitely surpass Almight and become the #1 hero. My name will be written on the list of the richest. Izuku, so you'll go there. Bakugo, what do you mean, damn nerd? Teacher, oh, so you're going there too, aren't you, young Midoriya? The entire room stared at the green-haired man, given that he never used his quirk, only his strength and speed, which were clearly natural, something the boys stopped accepting long ago, going back to treating him with weirdness. They wanted to laugh, but it was impossible. Izuku, that's right. Student 1. But I've never seen him use his quirk. Izuku, it's because I don't have one, he stated firmly, leaving the room in silence. UA has removed the rule that to enter you must have a quirk, so I will do it. The room stared at him in disbelief until laughter erupted. Student 2, how do you plan to do it? You have strength and speed that aren't from a quirk, and you're still going to show up? Ha 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 ha, that must be a joke. Izuku, at least I'll be good for something more than stretching my eyes and making fun of others, he would say calmly, silencing one of the class members, which made even the teacher see it, and silence reign in the room. Wow, it seems that telling them the truth about their quirks causes pain to those who boast so much and make fun of those who are different. Bakugo, damn nerd, he would say to try to give Izuku's desk an explosion, eh? Why can't I shine you? Izuku, of everyone in this room, the only one least likely to be a hero is you, a bully who wants to crush everyone. You are nothing more than a potential villain. Bakugo, damn nerd, what the hell are you talking about? I'll be #1 whether you like it or not. Get me off whatever you're doing to me. Teacher, deactivate your quirk, Midoriya? He would say threateningly. Izuku, how curious, if it were someone else I would tell him in a kind tone. Extra student, what he does. Izuku, it's psychokinesis, a power so great that it is gained through mind training. It's not a quirk, therefore I'm not breaking any rules. At that moment, the end of school bell rang, marking the end of a school day. The surprised students, along with an angry teacher, left, and Izuku brought Bakugo down, who, before giving him another explosion, would be sent flying with the same ability as the green-haired boy. Izuku would leave school calmly while watching Bakugo looking at him furiously. He knew him well enough to know that his pride felt hurt. He would not tolerate anyone confronting him. His teachers flattered him for his quirk, and together with the character inherited from his mother, they created a ball of pride that if he managed to become a hero, Stain would hunt him down a month after leaving for the first time. Nearby, a slime villain was escaping from the heroes, causing havoc wherever he went, since he had recently robbed a store. Employee thief, girl, call the heroes, she would say with fear. Person, someone who catches him. Villain, let's see if they can catch me. Person 2, isn't there a hero nearby? Person 3, they would normally appear when there are people around. A skinny, scrawny man would come out of the supermarket with some bags listening to everything. Person 4, that guy is taking the chaos this morning. Persona 5, there are a lot of people around who don't know what to do with their quirk. Persona 6, there is no end to them. The scrawny man, to the ignorance of the people, began to inflate until he took on the figure of a well-known hero in that area. Man, there is an end, he would say to get the attention of everyone who turned to look at him. Do you know why? Why am I here? He would say with a smile. Outside the Uraraka school, Izuku was leaving with his calm attitude while Bakugo's henchmen went after him. But given his psychic ability, he would make them believe that he was going in a direction that he usually doesn't take, the shortest direction, so the henchmen involved in that illusion would go that way, along with Bakugo, who was very angry to get even. Izuku, so much pride in his mind is too easy to manipulate. I would say something graceful. I guess using my sixth sense is wrong. Although giving that demonstration only made them look like stupid hypocrites, I would say to walk in the direction of a low bridge. On a nearby bridge, a boy was looking for something to eat. He had nothing, except his recently turned 9 years old. His mother was a professional heroine and his father a mid-level businessman, but not a failure either. He had been abandoned a couple of years ago, the reason being that he didn't have a quirk. The boy is thin and tall, with dark hair, semi-long to just below the nape of his neck. He has light eyes and is wearing old rags. He was immersed in looking for something to eat that he didn't notice a kind of mud coming out of some sewers. Villain, Well, it's good that I escaped from that hero, he would say calmly, but upsetting the child. A small size invisibility cloak. Well, it doesn't matter, he would say to Pounce. Child, help. He would say to be wrapped by the slime villain. Outside the bridge, Izuku was walking when he heard a loud scream. Izuku, that was. Voice, help. Izuku, are there no heroes? He would say, somewhat bewildered, so he concentrated his cosmos and did not notice anyone, saving a figure coming but too far away. It seems that those clowns are with the cameras and the people, but in these places they do not go, he would say to enter the bridge. Izuku, as he approached, felt a strong stench, while hearing a struggle. Villain, come on, kid, it's just a little bit of suffering, and after you give me your body, you'll be free. It's only 45 seconds. Izuku, not if I avoid it, he would say behind the villain. Villain, another kid, I would say to see you're not a hero. Go away before I kill you. After silencing the kid, Izuku would ignite a cosmos that as it spread made the surroundings freeze. Izuku, you better leave the child or I won't take responsibility for what happens to you. Villain, on second thought, he would say, releasing the child, you are a better hider than he is. Izuku, diamond dust. A strong icy current began to hit the villain, who suddenly began to freeze. Villain, wait, don't do it. Izuku, since you're liquid, you're invulnerable to physical attacks. But if I freeze you, some hero will pick you up. Villain, stop. He would say to be completely paralyzed, eh? I can't move. Izuku, you won't die from being solidified, you'll just be left waiting for a hero to come and arrest you. I'd say to go get the kid. What a relief, he's only unconscious. Everything is fine. You know why, a voice would say coming. Izuku, why are you here? He would say seriously, if I hadn't arrived, the child would die. Almight, he would say with a rather annoyed tone. Almight. Shonen, he would say, watching the green-haired boy take care of the child. Izuku, I froze the villain, he's over there pointing to a statue. Almight, I see you stopped him, but I should stop you. Izuku, you have to be bucking kidding me, I would say seriously, annoying. I saved this kid from dying, while you, what are you sure, we're coming after that villain and stop to greet your fans. Almight, I'm sorry, he would say, lowering his head. He knew perfectly well that the price of fame brings casualties, but I'll turn a blind eye. I won't say anything, since you've acted like a hero. Izuku, fine, he would say, calming down. I'm sorry to get angry, since you're doing your best. But I would like to say the same about the others, he would say, to place his hand on the boy and use his cosmo to heal a couple of wounds. Almight, you should take him to the hospital. Izuku, he's a child, homeless. They won't open the doors for him, even if I take him, I would say seriously. I will take care of him until he wakes up. You should take that villain. Almight, yes, you're right. Izuku, before you go, tell me, can a quirkless person be a hero? Almight, that's a strong question. But right now, he would say, remembering his past, I don't have the answer to give you, he would say, and then think, I can't say no to that question. If I did, I would be a hypocrite to deny my past. Izuku, I understand, he would say calmly. He could sense that the peace symbol was hiding something. He had heard during his training about One for All, since a skinny blonde-haired boy had been talking on the phone in a forest talking about the subject. He didn't care if that was what that power was called, but he had the suspicion that it was important, although in his eyes it was somewhat stupid to be the only pillar of society. If he leaves, society will fall with him. You don't have to be a genius to think of it. Almight would take the villain and leave, while Izuku continued to look after the boy. After 10 minutes the boy started to wake up, so the green-haired man would give him his space. Boy. What happened? He would say, bewildered, to hear a growl from his stomach. I'm starving. Izuku, it seems that villain left you in a bad way. Boy. He would say to put himself in a defensive position. Who are you? Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya. A little while ago, a villain attacked you and almost killed you. Boy, seeing the remains of slime on his clothes and the walls, I see. That bastard, he would say, starting to shed tears through what I found as food at me. Izuku, you don't have anywhere to go, right? Boy, no, I'm an orphan. My parents abandoned me for being quirkless, my mother for being a stone that would hinder their rise, and my father because I would be the laughing stock of his circle of friends, he would say, no longer being able to hold back his tears. Izuku, so you're like me, he would say, causing surprise in the boy. I'm also quirkless. Boy, and how? Izuku, for my mother and my teachers, the last ones are no longer here. Boy, sorry. Izuku, don't worry, I have no problem with it. Besides, I would insult them if they saw me sad. The boy's stomach would growl again, so Izuku would take out a cereal bar and give it to him, It wasn't much, but it was something to calm his appetite. Boy, I can't accept it, he would say, refusing to accept that. I just can't. It's yours. Izuku, don't be embarrassed, eat it, you need it more than I do. And besides, my mother would give me a lecture for being so reckless with you. The child would take the cereal and eat it. He. Don't worry. Boy, I haven't eaten in days, sorry. Izuku, do you have a place to spend the night? Boy, I was going to use this, but that villain already broke what I was going to use. Izuku, in that case, come, he would say, extending his hand, you can stay with me. Boy, I don't want to be a bother. Izuku, don't worry. Besides, who knows, maybe my mother will force me to come for you with kicks or frying pans. Boy, ha, that would be fun. But oh well, I'll go. Both would begin to walk towards the Midoriya house. No one knew it, but that day a bond was born. A teacher with his student. Chapter 5. Midoriya house. It's been a few hours since Izuku met Almight, and the boy he saved by taking him to his house. Inko thought it was a good deed from Izuku, and even more so knowing his past. Inko only moved alone when the boy began to break down, call it mother's instincts. Because in a short time the green-haired girl and Izuku hugged the boy who clung to them, feeling what his blood family had taken from him, hope and the chance to have a life. The boy simply introduced himself after sobbing. His name is Sharnado. He didn't give a last name since his family even took it from him. But that only increased the green-haired boy's annoyance with the boy's family. Plus Izuku knew that in 10 months the UA exams would be. So in addition to training himself, no one said anything about having a disciple under his tutelage. Inko, knowing what Izuku wanted to make, simply served the food. Surprisingly, it was homemade ramen made by her, where Sharnado ate as if he were in a 5-star restaurant, given that it had been a while since he ate something homemade made at home. After finishing dinner, Izuku allowed him to use the bathroom, where she left him his child's clothes, as well as a change of training clothes, because tomorrow she would see how much the boy would try. Inko just looked at Izuku. Her gaze said it all. The path of the knights was even more deadly than that of a hero, but nevertheless they were more powerful. Just a simple bronze saint surpasses All Might at his best. Of course the hero could make use of his experience, but as far as was known, All Might was not very strategist, but a man of action and of acting first and thinking later. Time skip. The next day, Mizurufu Forest. 2 people can be seen, a green-haired man and a boy, starting training. When they both stood up, Izuku wasted no time and made the offer, commenting on the knights, their power, and their origins, generating surprise and a strong determination in the boy. Izuku could understand Sisyphus somewhat, because now he had to show his achievements and pass them on to a new generation, if it could be called that. The first thing Izuku wanted to do was test the boy, see if on the street, for better or worse, Sharnado had learned something, so they would start with a one-on-one fight. Izuku, for obvious reasons, would hold back. It was a test, so while Sharnado was hitting and kicking, he limited himself to dodging or blocking, making the boy return to the attack. Sharnado, it's impossible for me to hit you, but I don't give up. Izuku, that's the spirit, but don't forget, our difference is not in power, but in technique. Sharnado, sensei, he said he would teach me the power of the cosmos, he would say, cleaning the clothes Izuku gave him. Izuku, okay, he would say, making a sign. They both walked for a couple of minutes until they reached a large rock. Sharnado, what will you do, sensei? Izuku, look, Sharnado, I told you I would show you what you could do with the cosmos, didn't I? The boy would nod. In that case, he would say, so that a golden aura emanated from his body. He would say, throwing a punch, pulverizing all the rock. Sharnado, wow, he would say, falling on his knees, fantastic, you did it, Izuku-sensei. Izuku, you can do that, he would say, smiling, now we must begin. Sharnado, yes, he would say excitedly. Throughout the morning and part of the afternoon, Izuku had Sharnado begin his training as a knight aspirant, hitting various rocks and logs with nothing more than his bare hands, doing physical exercises to get his body used to it. If he tried to falter, Izuku always showed him his support so he wouldn't give up. It was like that until around 5 in the afternoon, where Inko appeared with some things. Inko, soft drinks and snacks. Sharnado, Inko-sen, may I? Inko, of course. Sharnado would take some sandwiches and a bottle of water that Inko would bring, while Izuku repeated the same thing. He used to do the same thing during Izuku's training with Sisyphus, and Inko saw that Izuku was similar to him. His actions, his kindness, his courage, everything, Without a doubt Sisyphus influenced Izuku like no other, even though everyone threw stones to force him to simply bow his head. Shintao, what a day. Izuku, yes, it was a long day I would say, and tomorrow we will continue like this. Shirnato, yes. Inko? A voice would say as it arrived. Inko knew who the owner of that voice was, the same woman with whom they had argued over her son's behavior. Although Inko did not blame her, since she knew she was heavy-handed, her son was a complete miscreant and a big ball of pride. Inko, Mitsuki-san, I would say seriously but sad for having lost a friendship like her. Mitsuki could only manage to say hello. She was very hurt at having lost one of her childhood friends. If only her son at her side wasn't a wayward man and a big ball of pride. Mitsuki, say hello, brat. Bakugo. Deku and Inko-san, he would say something subdued. He liked to call Inko aunt, but since they fought because of him, he has never had the courage to look her in the eyes again. Izuku, Katsuki would say calm. But he feels something, maybe that's it. He thought when he felt Cosmos close. Inko, son, is something wrong? Izuku, no, something is coming. Bakugo, you're already scared, nerd. Shirnato, don't call my sensei that Chinese firecracker. Bakugo, how did you call me dwarf? Shine, I would say to give him an explosion, but Izuku, if I were you, I wouldn't raise my hand, I would say, holding his arm and applying pressure. Bakugo, let me go. Izuku, first learn to tilt your head, I would say, to make Bakugo fall to the ground. Izuku then let go of him, while Bakugo rubbed his arm in pain, while looking angrily at the green-haired boy. Izuku, it's better to count careful. Mitsuki, Inkeo would say, running to the green-haired girl with a kind of energy. Inko, Mitsuki, wow, I didn't think there would be someone manipulating that, a guy in black armor would say. Inko, is she a Sapuri? Izuku, I'll take care of this, he would say to move forward. Go on, an aspiring knight wants to confront me. Bakugo, shine. He would say, giving it an explosion. What did you think of that, bastard? Wow, you've dirty my Sapuri, I guess I should give you the credit you deserve, kid, he would say, annoyed. Bakugo, I'm upset that I damaged your suit, he would say mockingly. No, I can't forgive a filthy rat damaging my surplice, he would say, preparing to attack. I'm going to kill them all. I'm going to destroy their ears and brains. Strangled screech. Izuku didn't think twice, since the attack was directed at Bakugo, and although he might come out somewhat alive, the Muslim would end up very injured, and Shirnato was behind the ashen-haired boy, so Izuku had no options left. Izuku, crystal wall. The attack before it hit Bakugo would be impacted on the glass wall, returning to its owner to everyone's surprise and Shinato's admiration. Bakugo, nerd, so you've lost it, he would say. Getting serious, tell me who you are. Next to Inko, the Sagittarius Pandora box would vibrate while Izuku emanated a golden cosmos. Maybe he is no impossible, there weren't any of them here. Sagittarius's Pandora box would open, revealing the armor as the Bakugo looked on in surprise, and Shirnato got a glint in his eyes. No doubt. Izuku, come to me, Sagittarius. The armor would disassemble and begin to assemble on the green-haired man's body, causing the subject to be somewhat afraid, although he did not show it. His cruelty and pride would prevent him from showing his fear. Mitsuki, Izuku. Bakugo, nerd. Shirnato sensei. Golden Knight. Izuku, my name is Izuku of Sagittarius. Gold Knight. Oh, I didn't think any of you would be around. That makes my hunt more fun. I thought I'd take out a few heroes, but with you, that'll be more than enough. My name is Fyodor of Mandrake, Celestial Star of Wounding, one of the 108 wraiths of my lord Hades. Both contenders stared at each other, while Bakugo wanted to act, but something inside him prevented him. Was he afraid? Fyodor, let's see what you can do, gentlemen, he would say sarcastically. Izuku, why don't you come and find out? Fyodor, don't think you're so human, he would say, throwing himself. Izuku, if the specters are that impulsive, I'm afraid this fight is over, he would say, emanating Cosmos Stardust Revolution. He would say as he extended his hand while numerous spheres of energy shot out towards the specter. Fyodor, but what? He would say upon receiving the impact. No, it can't be. He would say upon being destroyed by his Sapuri and falling heavily. Evil damn, he would say, falling dead. Shirnato sensei. Bakugo, nerd, he would say, surprised. He didn't recognize the green-haired boy. He had thought he would be a cinnamon roll, but seeing him eliminate someone without trying, his heart terrified him. Mitsuki, are you okay, Inko? Inko, yes, I am, Mitsuki-chan, she would say, smiling a little. Perhaps actions speak louder than words. And she also looked at her son with pride. Wow, so you defeated Mandrake. It was just luck since he is a complete prideful. Izuku, will you show yourself as a spectre? I see you are very observant, aren't you, Sagittarius? A man with black armor and butterfly wings would say as he appeared. I am Mew of Papillon, Earth's star of enchantment. Izuku, so you're the one who dared to control several knights in the Libra Ita rebellion. Mew, they were very easy to manipulate on that occasion. After all, just like you, we are humans, very easy to manipulate. Izuku, if that were the case, you are simply resurrected by the Lord of the Underworld Hades, although as I recall, he was expelled from Alone and sealed awaiting a new holy war. Mew, Sagittarius perspective, however that was in the lost canvas. Here if we manage to bring my Lord Thanatos or my Lord Hypnos, the resurrection of the great general of the 108 will be complete, and this world does not have Athena to defend it. You are only a gold knight, and although your apprentice I would say looking at Sharnado to Bakugo's surprise is ready. The same idiot heroes of this world will make this war easier. Their fervent will not to kill their enemies makes them easy to defeat. Izuku, in that case, there's no point in contradicting something that will be of vital importance in the future. Mew also, you're forgetting something, Sagittarius. The 108 of us are immortal, being warriors of death. Izuku, are you sure? He would say taking out the rosary of 108 beads. Mew, no, she would say when she saw Fyodor's soul leaving him and an account turning dark. Izuku, Katsuki, he would say throwing the rosary, protect it with your life. Katsuki, what's so special about this rosary? He would say taking the rosary. Izuku, it is the 108 bead rosary, created from the fruits of the sacred tree of the underworld, the only living being that exists after crossing Mount Yamatsu Hirosaka, the only thing that can seal the souls of the specters of death. Mew, damn you, I'll kill you to destroy that trinket. I'd say to throw myself very thronging. Izuku would see the attack coming, but if he didn't receive it, it would be his mother, apprentice and the Bakugo who would receive it, so he had no choice but to receive it, being thrown into Mount Yamatsu, specifically into the hole that leads directly to the underworld. Inko Izuku, Sharnato, sensei. He would say clenching his fists while his body began to show signs of something. Mew, that child gives flashes of cosmos, but his body can't stand it. I'll get rid of him before he becomes a threat. I would say ready to attack. Izuku, hey, he would say behind him while the others were surprised. Mew, it can't be. How did you come back from that place? Izuku, I'm one of the best at teleporting. Mew, impossible. You would have to be from Lemuria to use psychokinesis on that scale. I would say stepping back. Izuku, I trained until I was exhausted to be able to look like them. He would say to emanate his cosmos. I think it's time for you to go. He would say charging his fist with yellow cosmos lighting plasma. Mew would be struck thousands of times by yellow lightning, causing great damage, destroying his Sapuri in the process, falling heavily to the ground. Mew cursed that I failed my lords Minus and Suikyo, he would say before falling dead. Bakugo paid attention as he saw the moment the soul left the guy's body and caused the once golden bead to turn black to his surprise. Izuku, not feeling any more enemies nearby, would take off his armor while it returned to its Pandora box, being approached by Sharnato who had stars in his eyes, while in Bakugo something new arose, a feeling of competition with who was once his best friend. Mitsuki, Izuku, what was that? Izuku sighed and had no choice but to tell the story of the Knights of Athena, causing surprise and shock, and also not forgetting to tell the threats of the specters and their god, which terrified Mitsuki, showing concern for Inko who despite knowing things, only showed a sad smile. Mitsuki, Inko, I'm fine, it will just hurt to see him fall in battle, but it's his path, I have no choice but to support him. Bakugo, and very nerdy. Izuku, so what? Bakugo, you may have power, but that doesn't mean I won't let you be the number one hero. Izuku, you can be if you want, I'm not interested in entering the top. If it satisfies you in any way, I'll only go to UA to get my license, nothing more. Besides, you'll have seen that I took a different path. If a hero came, he would arrest the specters. I didn't have a heart and killed them. You chose the path of the hero. I chose the path of a knight, and although heroes die in battle, they are less likely to do so. Bakugo, why do you say that? Izuku, as a knight I have a duty to fulfill, and as long as there is a god who threatens the peace of the earth I must fight. Athena, despite being the goddess of war, hates it, but is willing to fight for it, since there will always be a god with his army rising to face her for various reasons, be it Hades and his specters, to plunge the world into death and darkness, Poseidon and his Marinas, Ares and his Berserkers, or Odin and his warrior gods, although the latter is less likely than the others. I will be willing to fall in battle if that gives us victory in the war, something that, unlike heroes, you maintain your doctrines to keep casualties and sacrifices to a minimum. Bakugo, you've always been like this, right? Izuku, he would say sincerely. Izuku, you haven't called me that in years. Bakugo, I guess what I did in our childhood is unforgivable. Izuku, it's not like you should torture yourself like that. Katsuki, Bakugo, you were right. Being a bully, I'll never be a hero. Izuku, don't torture yourself anymore. Kaken, he would say, smiling at him. Bakugo, whatever you say, Izuku. After that, the 10 months would pass for the UA entrance exam. Izuku became even stronger, since he had to be prepared to fight against the specters, even if all the heroes and aspirants came against them, in addition to training his disciple, who, thanks to his determination was close to being able to use his own cosmos to the capacity of a bronze saint. Something impressive from a child of no more than 10 years old. Without a doubt, Izuku was a good teacher. Bakugo, for his part, put himself in rigid training. Izuku would be a tough mountain to overcome, but he set his mind to overcoming it, although that would be impossible since Katsuki could never fight on par with Izuku given the capabilities of the seventh sense. On the other hand, Inko and Natsuki re-established their relationship, supported by Shigaraki, who won Inko's affection, considering him another son to her. Given that the child was very good, the circumstances in which he lived forced him to take almost a path of no return, thinking about what would have happened if Izuku did not find him. Maybe the heroes will find him, and for stealing a piece of bread to survive, he ends up in a lousy prison and dies a few days later due to the abuse of inmates towards him for not having a quirk. Dagoba Beach, a green-haired man can be seen dodging punches and kicks from his disciple. It had been several months since they moved there after seeing the damage humans cause. They decided to use it as a sparring spot, while also cleaning the beach for training purposes for 5 months. Shigaraki, he would say, hitting Izuku, not bad, good punch, I would say, to hit the ribs. Shigaraki, shit, he would say, panting, I'm not giving up, he would say, to throw himself again. Izuku, you still have a long way to go, he would say, taking him by the waist and lifting him up to throw him against an old refrigerator. Shigaraki, shit, he would say, hitting the metal and destroying the refrigerator, I still haven't done it. Izuku, calm down, Shigaraki, don't rush your training, soon you'll be able to fight by my side if you want. But in the meantime, I would say, to ruffle his hair, you should go home and I should go to UA. Today are the entrance exams. Shigaraki, you'll pass, right? Izuku, do you doubt your teacher? He would say with a mocking smile. Shigaraki, not at all, it's just that most will see that you won't be willing to play the hero and villain game. Izuku, let them believe what they want, that makes them give in to what they fear. Shigaraki, HAI. Izuku, well, you should go with mother and prepare everything. Shigaraki, Success's older brother, he would say, to be carried by his teacher, mentor, and older brother who had gained after so much bad luck in his life. Izuku, I'll see you later, he would say, to walk towards the UA. That day everything would be defined. It's time to enter the UA Academy. Chapter 6. UA Academy. It was morning, the birds were chirping, and many applicants, no older than 15 or 16, were entering the prestigious Hero Academy, the day many had been waiting for, the day of the Hero Academy entrance exams. Meanwhile, a green-haired man stood admiring the structure. Izuku, it's more impressive than in the photos, I would say, to enter, but I would notice something, huh? Beside her was a short girl with a thin build, light skin with a perpetual blush on her cheeks. Eyes are large and round. Her hair is a warm brown color. She seemed nervous, too much so given that if she wanted to enter the school, she would trip over her own feet, while her late reaction would make her fall face down on the ground. Izuku, USP, he would say, taking it from a kind of backpack. A fall like that would be terrible for your first day. Chestnut, thank you, she would say with a faint blush on her cheeks. It's just that I'm very nervous. Izuku, cheer up, you'll give it your all. You'll see that you'll get into the academy. Chestnut, well, it's just that I feel like my gift is useless, and I feel like I won't get in, she would say dejectedly. Izuku, hey, don't get your mind wrong. You'll give it your all. You won't hold anything back. So let's give it our all, he would say excitedly. If his master's companions were alive, they would see, Izuku was the firm union between Sisyphus of Sagittarius and Tenma of Pegasus, one a kind, charismatic, calm personality, loyal to Athena until the end, as well as a good advisor, with a sense of protection, noble heart, with a sense of self-sacrifice, sociable, affectionate with those he meets. He is very optimistic, and although he has traces of the impulsiveness of Tenma of Pegasus, he usually keeps that at bay with the calm and serene mentality inherited from Sisyphus. Girl, that's right. Izuku, well, I hope to see you in the hero course, I would say to enter while thinking, damn, that girl is adorable. Girl, he is a cute boy, I would say to enter too. Bakugo, so you're here, Izuku. Izuku would break to turn around. Izuku, wow, I thought you weren't coming. Bakugo, and missed the opportunity to crush you? Not a chance, besides, he would say, handing him the rosary, since you gave it to me, you haven't asked for it back. Izuku, what a head, he would say to take it, and hit himself, thanks. Bakugo, by the way, what are you going to do about that topic? Izuku, you know the answer, he would say to leave without turning to look at him. Bakugo, you shouldn't carry this, just you nerd, I would say to enter. Time skip, auditorium. The lights were coming up. As the noise began to subside, a blonde hero stood on the stage behind what appeared to be some sort of desk, simply to take out a microphone and place it near his mouth on his hero's suit. Man, to all applicants, welcome to my show today. Everyone say HUI. All those present stopped the noise, while they sank into a deep silence obscured by a sound. Bakugo, shine, stupid cricket, he would say, crushing an insect with his shoe, while Izuku shook his head at that action. Man, what a refined answer, he would say animatedly to hide the fact that no one was following his lead. Then I'll introduce you to the practical exam course. He would say to get into a cool position. Are you ready? Yes. The room once again fell into a deep, deathly silence. Izuku, I think they shouldn't be like that with the hero present, Mike, I would say in whispers, even though I hear it every day on his radio. It sounds somewhat depressing that he is treated like that. Present Mike, as the application requirements say, you students will have a 10-minute training battle after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. After that, head to the assigned battle center, okay? Okay, Izuku, it seems that we will have to separate ourselves. Bakugo, it's obvious they won't let you participate with your friends. Izuku, even though our numbers are consecutive, we were in different battle locations. Bakugo, damn, and I wanted to challenge you. Izuku, ha 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 ha, he would laugh subtly, you wouldn't want to compete with me, Kaken. Present Mike, in each center you'll find 3 different types of villains. You'll earn points for them based on their difficulty level, he'd say, showing a hologram of the simulation. Your goal, dear applicants, is to use your quirk to earn points by immobilizing villains. Of course, attacking other applicants or any other non-heroic actions is prohibited. Applicant, I have a question, he would say, raising his hand and voice at the same time. Present Mike, yes. He would say so that a light would illuminate the aforementioned. He was a blue-haired man with glasses. Applicant, in the pamphlets there are 4 types of villains mentioned. If that's a printing error, then UA, Japan's most prominent school, should be ashamed of such an error. Izuku, it's not that bad, he would say, somewhat surprised by a somewhat stupid question. Being heroes is supposed to sometimes involve not having all the information and acting according to your instincts. Candidate, the candidates are here, he would say with a solemn posture, because they wish to be exemplary heroes. Besides, you, the ash-haired guy and the curly-haired guy, have been whispering and talking the whole time. It's unpleasant. If this is a game for you, leave immediately. Izuku, look kid, he would say, losing his cool. Being a hero is not always acting righteously. If that's going to be your attitude towards this, then go, you're not good for it. The room fell into a deep silence as Bakugo wanted to laugh, but the situation didn't work out, and the blue-haired man wanted to contradict him. Present Mike, okay, I would say to call for calm. Applicant 7111, thanks for the message. The 4th villain is the worst that exists. It measures 0 points. It is nothing more than an obstacle, so to speak. There is one in each battle center. Being able to appear in narrow spaces, it is not impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to do so. I recommend that you try to avoid it. Applicant, thank you very much, he would say, bowing. Please excuse my interruption. Random applicant, I see, it's like video games, an obstacle you avoid. Random applicant 2, everything is like a video game. Izuku, this doesn't make sense. If it did, why bring it up? They wouldn't do it just because. There's something behind it, he thought suspiciously. Present Mike, that's all from me. Finally, I'll give all the participants a present from our school. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is one who stands against life's misfortunes." Go ahead, he'd say, winking at them, plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Izuku Exam City. All the applicants assigned to that center were prepared, especially the green-haired one who was wearing his night training suit, which surprised several, making them believe he was a crazy person or someone who wanted to be seen. Izuku, it's time to do it, he would say, motivated. But then he realizes something. The girl who helped at the entrance was nervous. Knowing that a blue-haired man never took his eyes off her, she decided to concentrate. Don't be nervous, he would say, using telepathy with her. Chestnut, huh? He would say, looking everywhere. Izuku, don't be nervous. I know you'll be able to pass this test and that we'll both be partners. Bet everything on it. Don't hold anything back. The girl would look at the green-haired man upon recognizing that voice, who simply returned the greeting and nod, having motivated her to keep going. Applicant, he did something to her. He knew she was looking at him, but he did something. I don't know what he did, but it seems to have motivated her, he thought. Izuku, are you going to keep harassing? He would say, pretending to be behind. Applicant, huh? He would say, turning around, but there was no one there. But when he turned back, he saw the green-haired boy who had never moved. The doors began to open, so Izuku, under everyone's gaze, would rush towards the city. He knew beforehand that the countdowns were for other things, but to fight someone, they were useless. No warrior of the gods, or even villains, would wait to fight. They would attack immediately. Applicant 1, hey, that guy didn't wait for the countdown. Applicant 2, that's true, you have to wait. Applicant, HEY, would say to complain. Present Mike, okay, what are you waiting for? Let's get started. What's going on? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run! Run! Death awaits you. Everyone would start running into the city, starting to find 1, 2, and 3-point robots. Robot 1 point, target found, I'll kill you, he would say to Strike. Izuku, I don't think so, he would say to Jump Unicorn Gallop. Izuku would hit the kick with Cosmo, while several looked at him since the position and posture were somewhat unusual. Izuku, I'm already at 25 points. At this rate I'll get in. Francisito, too bad you didn't distract him from me, she would say, making diva poses adieu. She would say to leave. Izuku, what a strange guy, he would say with a drop of sweat. Present Mike, 6 minutes remaining, would say over the speakers. Several people were in a hurry to win at all costs. They wanted a place there, while the green-haired man went into an alley being surrounded by 2 2-point robots and 1 1-point robot. Izuku, wow, it seems like they handed this to me on a silver platter, he would say, smiling excitedly. Sisyphus knew things that Izuku himself didn't, given that Izuku, despite having taken out much of Sisyphus' personality, used to get excited somewhat like the former knight and disciple of Sisyphus, Jado of Unicorn. More for me, he would say, to throw a punch that would go through the robots and create a hole in the wall. Izuku already had 30 points, enough to not stand out and enter. Not that he wants to stand out, because if he did, he could attract several enemies with his cosmos, and that's exactly what he doesn't want. At the same time, he observed the brunette's determination and motivation. He found it admirable, so he decided to focus on other things to continue. Elsewhere, an observation room. Voice 1. In this practical exam, the candidates are not informed of the number of villains or their location. They have a time limit in a large area. It is they who must draw the villains out of hiding. Ability to gather information and understand the situation before another would say, watching a boy with 3 arms per side using multiple eyes and ears on the screen. Mobility that can be used in various circumstances would say, showing another candidate with motors in his calves. Perspicacity to remain calm in any situation would say, watching the screen of a Frenchman in a diva pose. And pure combat skill would say, watching a split screen showing Izuku and Bakugo, who demonstrated battle skills. One in hand-to-hand combat, and the other with explosions. Those are skills necessary to maintain peace on the streets, and are the points of this test. Would say, a kind of stuffed animal next to other people. Female voice, doesn't this year's group look promising? Male voice, Well, we can't say for sure. The real test is yet to begin, he would say to press a red button. In the city's test, the ground would begin to shake, while buildings would begin to sway slightly from the shaking of the earth, while others would fall, leaving rubble in the streets. At the same time, a tremor of something large approaching could be heard, and all the participants watched in surprise as a giant robot appeared in front of them, squeezing numerous buildings and causing chaos. Fear and panic began to take hold of everyone present, except for the green-haired man who was watching the situation from the top of a building, analyzing something. If this were a robot that wasn't worth points, what was the purpose of revealing it now, just minutes before the end of the exam? Izuku, something doesn't fit. The robot would crash into a building, causing a blast of air to blow several candidates backward, while others took cover, as several buildings collapsed. Many candidates fled the area in fear. In the observation room, male voice 2, an overwhelming threat. How people act upon seeing it is when it shows its true nature. In the city of green hair, Izuku was watching the escape of numerous aspirants. Something didn't fit for him. Normally heroes fight with villains, but almost always that made him open his eyes, discovering the purpose. Izuku, I understand. Your purpose is to show who would dare to save. In a world overpopulated by heroes who want to dedicate themselves to fighting villains, there is still a need for those who rescue and save lives, he would say, starting to smile. But his gaze turned to one of concern. Chestnut, it hurts. Izuku didn't need to see anything else to launch himself. Under everyone's surprised gaze, while several watched and swore they saw a golden flash along with the wind, golden in color, so warm that it filled them all with hope. Izuku knew it. He would emanate a cosmos comparable to that of a gold knight, and knowing that numerous specters trust their power and believe themselves capable of defeating a gold knight, so it was known that they would seek confrontation with him. But as a knight of Athena, his purpose is to save and protect the people of the world, without distinction, although normal threats such as robberies were police matters. Several times knights ended up frustrating them by being at the scene of the events without knowing it. Chestnut, I got stuck. The robot for its part continued advancing, having an established route, while its caterpillars crushed everything in its path, fixing without lowering its head, to the concern of the same teachers who tried to stop the tests, but seeing the golden flash, where Almight, present as a future teacher of the academy, could see well, distinguishing a green hair to his surprise. He could remember him scolding him for stopping by press and almost causing the death of an innocent child. He wanted to talk to him to apologize for his stupidity, but he never found him. Chestnut, this feeling, I would say, relaxing, eh? Curly hair, blue-haired applicant, what are you doing? Don't you realize you're worthless? Applicant 10, maybe he does it to show off. Candidate 12, he's just a show-off. Applicant 14, although some see that girl trapped. Blue-haired applicant, he's going to save her, you can see it, but for what purpose? If this weren't an exam, I would go to save her myself, but it can't be. Is it a joke? Applicant 13, what do you mean? Blue-haired applicant, it's a hidden test. Izuku, if no one moves, I will, he would say, preparing Chiron's light impulse. Golden wings brimming with light materialized on Izuku's back thanks to his cosmos, while with his arms, he propelled a wide beam of light, forming a massive whirlwind and strong winds in its wake. The dust dissipated, while several pieces of debris simply turned to dust, leaving the brunette free, while the 0 points retreated a little but resumed its march. Izuku, hold on, he would say to carry her on his back, I'll leave you with the others. Chestnut, yes. Izuku would manage to arrive with the others while several looked at him with jealousy, despite the fact that some applauded his actions, especially the blue-haired man, since he understood what was happening and cursed himself, so he only stayed to recognize the courage of the green-haired man, who, surprised by this, decided to not give it importance and return. If the robot does not stop, it must be stopped. Izuku, damn junk, he would say, emanating a golden aura, surprising everyone, especially the director, and all might prepare to be vanished, he would say, so the teachers would release the controls that were already failing starlight extinction. Izuku would make a projection of rings with his cosmos of an immense light that enveloped the robot, disintegrating it completely. That action would leave everyone in complete surprise, while Bakugo watched everything from a distance. He didn't know the extent of the green-haired man's power, but it must be a lot. In the observation room, the heroes and teachers of the UA were in complete shock. Many thought he would show some remorse given if it was a real situation, but a black-haired teacher, besides being an underground hero for working at night, away from the press, noticed it. The green-haired man did not show a sign of regret. He did not show signs of enjoying it, but he did not regret it, and more so when he started walking. Almight, what is your power? It's devastating. Even if it's not given by him, you would be in great danger if he finds out about your power, he thought seriously. Given a villain that began to come to mind, he knew that his nemesis would not give such an immense power to anyone. He was not an idiot, and thinking so was lowering himself even more. Perhaps they were facing a power more powerful than one for all itself, because if so, the boy should be protected tooth and nail from the symbol of chaos. Voice. That boy, he would say with surprise, I want him in my school. Female voice. But director. Male voice 1. His power is enormous. Are you sure, Director Nizu? Nizu, that's right, think about it. If that unknown power fell into the wrong hands, it would be extremely dangerous, even more so than it already is. Male voice 2. I disagree with that, Director. From the boy's look I can assume that he handles his power perfectly. Also, according to his look, he shows no remorse or anything after eliminating 0 points, if this is carried out in reality. Almight, I could kill a person, no matter if they are a villain, he would say, nodding. Nizu, all the more reason we should have him in the academy. Just as his power will greatly benefit the heroes, it can also be used against us. No one could deny such logic, so they dedicated themselves to maintaining and analyzing the scores of the candidates, which gave better results, always showing their pros and cons, and in the case of the green-haired man, adding the rescue points, giving a total of 165 points, surpassing Almight's score by 15. Nabu Island. A man of stocky build, long silvery white hair tied in a ponytail, and small eyebrows implying that he was a descendant of the survivors of the lost continent of Lemuria, settled in Jameer. Added to that, he had wrinkles on his face due to his old age. He was sitting in the forest surrounding the beach, given the calm that there was, while he watched the training of his little apprentice, a small brown-haired 10-year-old, Quirkless, inhabitant of that island, his name, Katsuma Shimano, who had been training for 2 years under his tutelage, since unlike others of his same condition, in his home he was never discriminated against. On the contrary, he was loved and supported by everyone, since he had the fervent conviction of being a hero, saving. For his younger sister, Mahoro Shimano, who had a certain misgiving about heroes, becoming overprotective of her older brother, and more since he began his training. Katsuma, master, he would say, approaching. Teacher, what do you need? Katsuma, did you feel that? Did you feel that, Cosmos, Master Hakurai? Hakurai, yes, I've felt it, Katsuma. It's a cosmos from Japan. I can't be wrong, but it's comparable to that of a golden saint. Katsuma, I can't wait to fight by his side, I would say, to resume training. Hakurai, and soon you will, he would say while watching the boy walk away, soon you will, young lion. Mahoro, what did they feel? Hakurai, I'll tell you later, now you have to stop being so overprotective of him. Mahoro just pouted. Hussycat's Forest, a large man, white hair, with a calm and tranquility that characterize a powerful, experienced warrior, but at the same time gentle, was watching the training of his disciple, who, despite having a quirk, and having spoken with him after the death of his parents, the hero's water hose, at the hands of the villain Muscular, was blinded by wanting to follow the path of knights. So seeing that determination, and he decided to train him. Perhaps he cannot get rid of that illusion of being a knight, but he still taught him that he must have the strength to protect the weakest. Man, wow, it's been a while since I felt such a powerful cosmos, he would say, smiling. Child, Mr. Aldebaran, what do you feel? Aldebaran, nothing special, he would say, smiling. Soon things will start to get worse from now on, Koda. You must not flank. I felt the cosmos of a golden knight. If so, things will be turning dark. Koda, fine, I'll make myself strong to fight by his side, he would say determinedly. Aldebaran, ha, that's the mood, continue. After all, the battle will not be long in coming. Koda, yes, I would say to leave. Aldebaran, 3 years with him. Tenio, Salo, Saro, Salintha, he reminds me so much of you, I would say, looking at the sky. Chapter 7. Dagoba Beach. It's been a week since the UA entrance exams took place. The results have been sent, but the green-haired boy still hasn't received them. Not even his Muslim friend next to him watching Shinato's training, who 4 days ago was trying to break a gigantic rock with nothing more than his bare hands, in order to learn the use of the cosmos. Sharnato. Sniff sniff, he would say, looking at the blow he gave to the rock while a few tears came out. Ouch. What a hit! He would say, looking at the hand. It hurt me, he would say, to repeat the action and scream again. In a scrap truck, or rather the little scrap that was left on the beach, given that with the training, it was cleaned quickly. Izuku and Bakugo were watching the training. The Muslim was bored and would not go to Uraraka that day. Besides that, Izuku completed all the subjects, so going to do nothing was fruitless. Bakugo, you shouldn't help him. Izuku, if you're right, he would say, to stand up and address his student who was blowing his sore fist. Sharnato, you're somewhat pathetic. Sharnato. Sharnato, as if it didn't hurt you, and he would say, annoyed. Izuku, I've already completed my training, but that's something else. You've been trying to break this rock for 4 days and you still can't? Sharnato, Ichiwai. Of course I can break it, remembering 2 days ago, when a blow unleashed a storm where the rock was struck by lightning, but now it seems that I can't do it again. No matter what I do or how hard I try, he would say, frustrated. Izuku simply gave a reassuring smile as he approached his student. Izuku, that's because you haven't understood the basic principle of destruction. Sharnato, huh? Basic principle? Izuku, exactly. First you need to understand that everything in this world is made up of atoms. To be specific, everything in this universe is made up of atoms created by the great explosion of the Big Bang. Our power, he would say, forming a galaxy with his hand, comes from the universe that resides in ourselves. So we gather our cosmos and make it burn. In other words, we explode those atoms, he would say calmly. All Bakugo, who was listening to that explanation, looked at him with a face of not understanding, although he liked the fact that something was exploded that day. Your subconscious desire to be the hero that many said you could not be caused you to gather your cosmos and take it to the limit. That was how you destroyed that rock that was then struck by lightning. The only thing you have to do is focus your spirit on the power of destruction, he would say, touching a finger on the rusty truck where Bakugo was sitting. Like in that moment, he would say, so that a glow would come out and completely destroy the truck, making Bakugo fall into the sand. Bakugo, what's wrong with you, damn nerd? Sharnato, for his part, had a look and expression of astonishment. Izuku, I think you made the promise to follow the path of a knight since you couldn't do that of a hero due to a quirk. That's what you answered when I offered it to you. Sharnato, yes, he would say, motivated. Here I go. He would say to hit the rock that, to Bakugo's surprise, it was destroyed, falling debris on him. He sorry Bakatsuki. Bakugo, grrrr, damn dwarf. Izuku. A familiar voice would say, Izuku, mom? He would say upon seeing her. Inko. Izuku, the letter from Yui arrived, she would say, arriving somewhat agitated. She was grateful to meet Sisyphus. She was on the verge of neglecting her figure. It arrived a few minutes ago, she would say, delivering the letter with the school's seal. Bakugo. Excuse me, the old witch is calling me, he would say to answer his phone. Phone, what did we say about calling me an old witch, you devil's brat? That was what everyone on the beach heard, causing a drop of sweat to form on the back of their necks from discomfort. Sharnato, sensei, you must open it, he would say, standing next to Inko. Inko, do you want privacy? Izuku, no, he would say, showing a smile, you are my support, so I ask you to be by my side. Sharnato, yes. Inko, always. Izuku would open the letter, revealing a device. It simply had the audio location there, which sowed doubt in everyone. Sharnato, and that? Inko, I don't know. Izuku, I see something. The device would begin to light up until it formed a hologram of Almight. Almight, this is a projection, I would say, as if it were normal. Sharnato, we didn't know that, he would say sarcastically. Inko, I think he's a weird guy, I'd say, uncomfortable. Almight, I had to do some paperwork, which took up my time, so I couldn't contact you, he would say, standing in a judge's manner. I'm sorry, he would say, bowing. The truth is that I came to this city to work at UA. Sharnato, does that guy work at UA? He would ask, surprised. In the video, everyone would notice a hand signaling him to hurry up, taking off a drop of sweat. Almight, I understand, okay. You passed the written exam. That speaks well of your mental and study qualities, since you were one of the few who obtained the highest score, 100 out of 100. Although you may wonder, with that will I enter UA, the Heroes Department? The answer is no. However, you have participated in the practical exam, and you have obtained 165 villain points, surpassing my personal best and the highest in the UA of 150, I would say with joy and pride. But that is not all. Since despite the fact that you had the first place in the exam, a special jury. Which included your servant, he would say, pointing to himself. We have seen your heroic potential by throwing yourself into the greatest threat to save a young woman, he would say, showing the video of the brunette asking for points to be given to him for his action. It does not matter if you have a particularity, your actions motivate others to act. The entrance exam is not possible to pass only with villain points. He would finish saying why on the present mic screen answered that it wasn't necessary to give him points. How could people who save others and do what's right refuse the hero course? Call it lip service. Prepare yourself. This is a job that requires risking your life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given out by a panel of judges, which, as I said, yours truly was a part of. It's another one of the basic skills we at UA look for. Midoriya Izuku, 70 rescue points. That makes you first place and the new UA points record, 235 points. That girl Uraraka Achiko, and you, both passed. Come, young Midoriya, this is your hero academy. After those words the device turned off, while Inko could not hide her tears, and Shirnato felt that her sensei would be incredible. He was someone she would like to surpass in the future. Izuku, I thank you both, I would say, hugging them both. My family, I would say, to think. Master Sisyphus, Regulus Senpai, Master Crest, the fight will soon begin, we need allies. For his part, Bakugo, who hung up the call, heard everything the green-haired boy said through Almight's audio. He couldn't say anything, he felt overwhelmed. He knew he had earned more than 120 villain points, but hearing that you could be left out for rescue points made his heart stop until his mother told him to come back and see his answer. School UA. A faculty meeting was taking place, as usual. Principal Nizu was presiding, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, several boards with test scores were placed in front of them. Male voice 1. The cumulative results of the year's practical exam are ready and delivered, he would say, looking at the results. 1 Izuku Midoriya 235 points. 2 Katsuki Bakugo 77 points. 3 Eijiro Kirishima 74 points. 4 Achiko Uraraka 73 points. 5 Ibara Shiozaki 68 points. 6 Itsuka Kendo 65 points. 7 Tenya Ida 61 points. 8 Tetsu 59 points. 9 Fumikage Tokoemi 57 points. 10 Yosetsu Owa's 56 points. Female voice. I can't believe he got through without any rescue points, she would say, looking at Bakugo's scores. Male voice 2. The artificial villains acquired their targets and close in on them. In the second half, as others slowed down, he quickly used his quirk to lure them away and counterattack. It's the result of his tenacity. So those present continued talking about what they had seen until the point came. Izuku Midoriya. Female voice, first place. Nizu, Midoriya Izuku, a rare case. I did some research and found that he was classified as quirkless since he was 4 years old. Male voice 1. Well, there are cases of late manifestation of quirk. Female voice. Besides it being a very great power, it would make sense if it took a while to awaken her quirk. Male voice 3. Whatever it is, I want him in my class. His lack of remorse and ending up with 0 points, if we take it to reality, is one of those who would undoubtedly be willing to cross the line if it were about villains. Female voice. It's true, we've already had such cases, like that of the former heroine Lady Nagant, as the commission has said. Nizu. That's why we must have him. Teach him that we will never cross that moral line. Time skip 1 week. Midoriya House. Inko. Do you have everything you need? Izuku. Yes, Mom, but I'll be late. Inko. Please check. Izuku would do as requested, confirming that everything was fine and in order, while his mother looked at him in the UA uniform. Without a doubt, Sisyphus had arrived along with Crest and Regulus, helping them a lot, especially in lifting their spirits after a long time of lowness and sadness. Izuku, I'm ready. By Mom, he would say, kissing her on the forehead. By Shirnato, he would say, ruffling her hair. So, after saying goodbye, Izuku left the house, heading for his first day at the prestigious UA Academy. It was a miracle anyone studied there, given its acceptance rate was so low. In UA, Izuku was walking calmly. He knew that he was in room 1A, and he also felt Bakugo's presence, so he simply had to follow her to the door of the classroom. Izuku, wow, it's big. It's probably for the gigantification Quirks, I'd say, to enter the classroom. Izuku would simply open the door, finding something a bit peculiar. Blue-haired, don't put your feet on the table. Bakugo, yh? he would say with his feet on the desk. Blue hair, don't you think it's being rude to the upperclassmen of UA and the people who made that desk? Bakugo, no. What school did you go to? Side character. Blue-haired. I went to the private Sumi Academy, he would say with his fist on his chest. I am Tenya Ida. Bakugo, Sumi? You're a damn elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Ida crush me? That's cruel. Do you really want to be a hero? Bakugo, kick, huh? He would say to look at the door. Izuku, so you're already making friends, huh? I would say to pass. Ida, you are. Izuku, huh? Everyone looked at him strangely except those who were in the same city as him. Ida, good morning. I'm from Sumi Private Academy. It's a pleasure. Izuku, don't worry, I heard it. It's a pleasure, Ida-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Ida, Midoriya-kun, you cracked the secret of the entrance exam, didn't you? Izuku, it was something very obvious if you intuit it. After all, intuition is a tool to be heroes. Ida, I had no idea, nor did I suspect it, which is why I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but that's why you're better than me. Chestnut, oh, it's you, curly hair. You're who I was looking for. A brown-haired girl with rosy cheeks would say as she entered through the door. Izuku, you're the girl I cheered on during the exam. Chestnut, yes, I wanted to thank you for that, and for saving me twice that day, I would say, smiling. Izuku, she's a bit cute when she smiles. I would think with a blush it's nothing. Anyone should have done it. Chestnut, how do you think our teacher will be? Izuku, speaking of which teacher, I think we should sit down. Chestnut, but there's no one here? Voice, go somewhere else if you want to play friends. Hearing a voice made several people start looking around the room, since they couldn't find anyone, while Izuku simply went to his place, while the chestnut found some kind of caterpillar? Or man in a sleeping bag. Black-haired boy. This is the course of heroes, he would say to take a Sumito. It took 8 seconds before they stayed still. He would say getting out of the sleeping bag time is limited and you children are not rational. Izuku, that appearance. I don't recognize anything from the heroes I saw as a child, he thought. Black-haired, I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. It's a pleasure. The whole class except Bakugo and a bicolor. It's a pleasure, Aizawa. It's sudden, but put this on, he would say, taking out the gymnastics uniform, and we're going to the field. So they were taken to the locker room, which was separated by men and women. So they were there for a few minutes changing their clothes. In the patio, everyone, a quirk assessment test? They would say in surprise as they were gathered outside. Chestnut, what about the entrance ceremony and orientation? Aizawa, if you're going to become heroes, you don't have time for that kind of useless event. UA is a school with no restrictions on the use of its traditions. Just like the teachers conduct their classes. You've been doing this since high school, haven't you? Physical tests where you're not allowed to use your quirks. That's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is a nuisance. Midoriya, you finished the practical exam first, right? He would say, surprising everyone and earning a low shine from Bakugo. Izuku, yes. Aizawa, in school, what was your biggest softball throw? Izuku, 100 meters. Aizawa, then try doing it with your quirk. Izuku, following the teacher's instructions, stood in a circle where he waited with the ball for what the teacher would indicate. Aizawa, you can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Quick, give it your all. Izuku, in that case, he would say to stretch a little and begin to emanate cosmos, a slight golden aura imperceptible to everyone except Aizawa, who wanted to do something by activating his quirk. Aizawa, impossible. It's not a mutation-type quirk. Why can't I cancel it? He would ask himself in his mind, if this is so, wouldn't the boy have possible contingency plans against him in case he becomes a villain, if Nisa makes a mistake? Izuku would put his arms in archer position as a golden bow materialized alongside a cosmos arrow holding the ball, to everyone's surprise. Izuku would raise the bow upward and release the arrow, which would disappear into the sky. Aizawa, know your maximum first, he would say in a muffled voice, because I have a feeling that you held back, brat. But that result, even if you hold back, must be impossible. He would think seriously. It is the most rational form of a hero's base, he would say, showing a number on his phone. All, infinite. Blonde infinite? Really? Pink girl, what's that? It looks fun. Black-haired boy with ribbon elbows. We can use our quirk however we want. Just what you'd expect from a hero academy. Aizawa. Sounds like fun. Huh. He would say, interrupting the student's words. You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have that attitude the whole time? Okay. Whoever comes in last place in the tests will be judged as having no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Everyone except Izuku. Izuku, punished with expulsion? He doesn't seem to be serious, but his gaze seems determined to expel someone. Whatever the case, I should use at most the Silver Knight level, he thought seriously. Aizawa, we are free from the circumstances of our students, he would say with a grim face. Welcome to the UA Heroes course. Chestnut, will the last place be expelled? She would say, alarmed, not believing those words. But it's only the first day. No, even if it wasn't the first day, that's not fair. Aizawa, natural disasters, major accidents, and annoying villains. Calamities that can't be predicted. Japan is full of injustice. Heroes are the ones who turn those situations around. If you want to talk to friends, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will give you difficult tests one after another. Go ahead, plus ultra, he would say, waving his finger. Come with everything you've got. First test, 50-meter race. The first to compete were a green-haired, amphibian-like girl and Ida, with the latter finishing with a time of 3.04 seconds, while the girl finished a second later. The next to cross was the brunette, accompanied by a blonde-haired man with a ponytail. The latter was the fastest, with a time of 5.15 seconds and the brunette's 7.13 seconds. Next up would be a girl with the appearance of a pink alien, along with a delicate-looking boy with a French accent, who would take off when the time was released, but due to his limited capacity, he would take the same time as the girl, 5.51 seconds. The next to pass would be Bakugo and Izuku, who were competitive. When a measuring robot gave the order 1.1 seconds later, Izuku was already on the other side, causing surprise in the others. Izuku, wow, I thought it wouldn't take that long. Bakugo, damn nerd, he would say as he crossed with 4.13 seconds. Grip strength test. In this test, a boy with 6 arms and a mask would be the first to pull off 540 kilograms, causing much surprise. But the biggest scare came from the green-haired boy who, despite holding back, broke the machine, marking the final 3 tons of force. Long jump test. In this test, the green-haired girl with the amphibian appearance was the one who stood out with the green-haired man, since the latter was able to create the wings of his armor with his cosmos without the need to wear it, finishing in first place. Lateral jumps. In this test, a hairy dwarf was the one who stood out since he used the spheres on his head to bounce off each other. Ball throwing test. This time, Izuku didn't roll again, as there was no point in doing so. Even if you try hard enough, you still get infinite, and the result would be the same, since the machine wouldn't measure it. The one who stood out the most was the chestnut, whose quirk allows him to remove gravity from objects, also obtaining infinite. But there is always someone dissatisfied. Aizawa, Midoriya, you'll pass again. Midoriya, okay. Aizawa, and just so you know, he would say, holding him with his scarf and looking at him with his quirk active, don't hold back or I'll expel you. Izuku, so that's how we have Eraserhead, he would say, turning on his cosmos aura, breaking Aizawa's bandages to his surprise. Aizawa, they are made of carbon fiber. How is it possible that? Izuku, normally he asks us not to hold back, but using his logic, if I hold back and get an infinity on this throw, what would be his point? I wouldn't be able to show improvement, since the machine would throw the same thing. Azabash has sensei in his game and uses logic thought. Izuku, this exam is far from rational. If this society thinks everything about koseis, we lose our sense of purpose as human beings. If that's UA's goal, strong quirks, it's clear I don't belong here, he would say as he started walking to the door. Aizawa, stop, you're passing, he would say in a muffled tone. He was annoyed with that comment, but not because it was false. The boy told him the harsh truth. Bakugo simply looked at his friend as if to say he had the nerve to talk like that, but he noticed the green-haired man crack a smile when the teacher stopped him from leaving. This made him suspicious, but he didn't pay attention. His path wasn't that of a hero, but that of a knight. Aizawa was frustrated. Using his own arguments against him, a student managed to mock him in front of the class. He wasn't angry, but frustrated and partly proud that someone spoke to him like that. It showed courage, and they couldn't lose the green-haired boy either. His power being an enigma, being gigantic, Niza gave the order not to lose him and keep him no matter what happens. After that altercation, the test came to an end, So Aizawa handed in his grades, the last one being Toru Hagakure, a girl with the invisibility gift, who burst into tears at the thought of being expelled, until Aizawa said otherwise, arguing that it was a rational lie to get them to give their 100%. Of course, the green-haired boy didn't buy it. Crest was more direct, and he got him used to it, even teaching him to read between the lines. Without a doubt, that was a very strange start to the school year. Chapter 8, Nabu Island. A new day dawned on the peaceful island of Nabu, a tourist spot for many people from Japan and nearby countries, where due to its almost non-existent villain activity, and the recent retirement of its heroes, calm was breathed in that place. But while some lay in their beds sleeping or getting up to start the day, a boy of no more than 10 years old was doing his first training of the day. He had met his master Hakurai some time ago, where he offered him help, noticing him lost, realizing that he was new to the place. So after helping him a little and continuing to visit him for a while he settled on the island, it caused them both to meet. Hakurai was somewhat surprised. It had been around 25 years since he had arrived in a new world from his own, so he had to learn several things about this new world, being a red-haired boy his first apprentice and first help, and later Katsuma, when he moved from place. Katsuma knew he wasn't his first student, yet he was more than willing to use the teachings of Jameer's old master and take on the path of the knights. He didn't have a hard time being quirkless, given that on Nabu Island they were very united and didn't discriminate against each other, unlike other parts of the world where the difference was too marked. Despite the obstacles from his younger sister Mahoro, Katsuma never gave up on the path he was taking, especially when at age 8 he destroyed the rock using his cosmos for the first time. From there, Hakurai trained him, breaking his limits and preparing him for the seventh sense, which didn't take more than a year and a half between the practices for mastering the sixth and awakening the seventh. Hakurai knew that unlike Regulus, Katsuma was not a prodigy, but he did have something that many of the aspirants didn't possess: perseverance, dedication, and a very resilient mind. Hakurai was thoughtfully watching the performance of the practices with his student, who did not notice that a redhead was approaching him. "Seems you've found someone new, old master," he would say in a happy and calm tone. "Hakurai, Icarus," he would say, surprised to see the 20-year-old who was his student until he won his armor and left after talking to him. "Icarus, it's good to see you again, master, after 5 years, especially since you taught me everything I know and your knowledge." "Hakurai, I'm glad to hear it. Above all, I'm glad to see you well." They both began to talk as Hakurai remembered where he found his first student. He had appeared in Greece, where at first, without understanding anything, he had to rely on himself to learn everything, since from the first moment he knew the large buildings, the great cities where he appeared, everything made him reason quickly, not to mention that for more than 200 years he was living after surviving the holy war of the 16th century in his world, before awakening in a totally new world. He walked through a world where humans had quirks, where he observed that they gave more value to said power than to being a human being, which disappointed him quite a bit. However, where there is darkness there is light. Given that among so many people there were some who did try hard to do the right thing, he became disenchanted with the heroes and villains since he saw it as complete stupidity. But it was a new world, and even the things that he thought were absurd became believable. On his way he met a red-haired boy, about 6 years old, Quirkless, who was being beaten by men in suits. He could hear that his family had sold him to the mafia to be experimented on, and since he had no quirk, his parents, both professional heroes, were killed by the mobsters and the boy was beaten while trying to escape. Hakurai acted and rescued the boy by hitting the mobsters, in such a way that with each blow with his fists and legs imbued with his cosmos that generated amnesia by leaving them knocked out, while he took the boy under his care, where by chance he would become his first pupil for 9 years until at 15 years old, he won his right to use the Ares armor, which curiously was hidden in a cave in Greece, being teacher and student those who found it. It was after completing this that both separated. The boy, who was named Icarus by Hakurai, after the boy was stripped by his parents even of his own name, each one followed his path of life, and the old man of Jameer ended up on Nabu Island with his second disciple. Both master and disciple caught up while Katsuma was introduced to his senpai, who to Hakurai's surprise had found 2 armors, somewhat worn but with the necessary knowledge, and Ares being the Knight of Armor Restoration, he managed to repair them. The armor found was Leo's own armor, and Oraiga's armor, a silver armor. It was likely that if the 88 armors appeared, it is possible that the sanctuary could be assembled in this world. Japan UA Academy. A new school day was underway. Students entered normally, while classes passed quickly, such as English with present mic. Of course there were boring subjects, but that was a step to go through to be a hero. After all, no hero should be a being who is carried away by the muscles, but must learn languages, as well as think and understand academic subjects. Then followed lunch in the school cafeteria, while everyone met with their group of friends. In Izuku's case, a group had formed with a brunette, named Uraraka Achiko, as well as a blue-haired man with glasses, named Tenya Ida, where the brunette seemed to be like the little sister of the group. This went on all morning until the afternoon, arriving at the turn of a new subject, so everyone was sitting at their desks waiting for their teacher, who was in charge of teaching the subject. Basic hero training. The students were getting bored when they heard a voice. Almight, I am coming through the door like a normal person. Rubio, it's Almight. Redhead, incredible, he's a teacher. Frog girl, that outfit is from the Silver Age, right? Boy with tail, his style is so different, I can't stand it. Almight, I'll be giving basic hero training, so it'll be a different way to learn the basics. You guys should take the best units. Would say making a JoJo pose. Let's get straight to the point. This is what you'll be doing today. Would say taking out a paper combat training. Bakugo, training he would say very excitedly. Izuku, combat I would say calm. Almight, and that's what these are for. He would say, touching a button as numerous briefcases came out of the wall. Suits made based on the records of your quirks, and requests you made before school started. After changing, go to the testing zone. Students, yes, fake city. Almight stood in the middle of the street in the fake city, a replica of a city built at UA for urban combat training. Numerous footsteps could be heard coming from a hallway. Almight, they say the suit makes the man. Young men and women realize that from now on you are heroes. He would say to look at Class 1A with their suits. The entire class was outside the hallway wearing their hero costumes, while more than one person was excited. Almight, that's great guys, your suits look great. Now we should start Zygotes. Ida, wait, Almight sensei, Midoriya-kun is missing. Izuku, you shouldn't worry, he would say, arriving with his training suit on. I just suffered a slight delay. Uraraka, oh? Midoriya-kun, Izuku, Uraraka-san? He would say, surprised. Uraraka, your suit looks great. Mine looks tight, she would say, blushing. Izuku, you can update it later, he would say, looking at her face so as not to see the girl. Paluva, the hero course is great. Izuku, what did you say, Mineta? I would say seriously. Mineta, and nothing. Midoriya, he would say nervously. Izuku, you better, he would say seriously, and think. Several cosmos approach here. The demonstration surely attracts them. They are quite sinister cosmos. Almight, okay, time for the sparring match, he would say to get the class's attention. Ida, sensei, he would say, raising his hand, this is the stage of the test battle for the entrance to the academy. Then, will we have urban battles again? Almight, no, we'll go 2 steps ahead. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, heinous villains appear inside buildings. Imprisonment, home arrests, so many behind the scenes. In this society full of heroes, the true villains cleverly hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be divided into villains and heroes, to fight 2-on-2 internal battles. Frog girl, no basic training? Almight, this is a real battle to get the basics down. However, the key this time is that there isn't just one robot you have to defeat. Jet Black, how will it be determined who wins or loses? Bakugo, can I send them flying? Uraraka, will there be an expulsion punishment like Aizawa Sensei's class? Ida, how will we divide? Frenchie, isn't this cape great? Almight, I'll answer your questions, he would say, somewhat annoyed by the last question. Now listen, he would say, to get a script. The situation is that the villains have a nuclear weapon hidden somewhere in their lair. The heroes will try to disarm it. The heroes must catch the villains or obtain the nuclear weapon within the time limit. The villains must protect the nuclear weapon for the entire time or capture the heroes. If the heroes capture the bomb or catch the villains, they win. If the time runs out or the villains catch the heroes, they win. The teams and heroes will be determined by lottery. Ida, will the teams be chosen like this? Izuku, That's because of real-life situations, you won't always be able to team up with a friend or acquaintance. Ida, I see, that's thinking about the future. All Might, okay. Let's do it quickly. Teams: A. Izuku Midoriya Achiko Uraraka, B. Todoroki Shoto Mizo Shoji, C. Momo Yayorozu Minoru Mineta, D. Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida, E. Mina Ashido Yuga Hoyama, F. Koji Koda Rikido Sato, G. Kaminari Denki Kyokujiro, H. Tokoyami Fumikage Tsuyu Ajuri, I. Masareo Ojiro Toru Hagakure, J. Shiro Hanta Ijiro Kurishima. All Might, okay. Let's do this quickly. I would say to take spheres from 2 boxes, black for villains, white for heroes. The first teams to fight will be these. Black sphere D, white sphere A. Team A will be the heroes, while D will be the villains. Everyone else head to the surveillance room. Students, yes. The students who would not participate in the test would begin to walk, while All Might waited to give the instructions. All Might villain team, go first. Prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes the hero team will enter, and the battle will begin. Young Ida, young Bakugo, you must learn to think from a villain's perspective. This is very close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Recovery Girl will fix any damage to your bodies. If things go too far, I will stop you. Those present would nod as the group of villains would climb a building and prepare the base with the papier-mâché bomb. Ida lamented being a villain even though it was part of the exercise and he understood. Outside, Izuku was aware of where they were. The perception generated by the use of the 6th and 7th senses is broad, so he knew at all times where both would be. Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, do you know where they are? Izuku, yes, I can even feel that Bakugo is separating from Ida-kun. Uraraka, how do you know that? She would ask with doubt, since even in the room they heard that conversation. Izuku, my quirk allows me to do it. It is very varied. It allows me to do many things. Among them it gives me a very great sensory ability. Uraraka, what other things? Izuku, 100% control of my mind, allowing me to use psychokinesis. Uraraka, psychokinesis? Izuku, imagine every possibility that you can use telekinesis, telepathy and teleportation of matter itself. In the observation room, All Might. I didn't know he could do that, he thought. Your explanation is interesting. I've never heard of a quirk with such good potential. And given its power, it's clear that All for One didn't give you anything, so we'll have to protect you too much, he thought, reaching the logical conclusion. Tsuyu, I didn't know that a quirk could have the abilities of several. Momo, but that doesn't explain why Aizawa-sensei couldn't erase it. In the city of practice. Uraraka, huh? Izuku ready? Because we teleported there, he would say so that a celestial energy emanated from his arms. Uraraka, wait, Midoriya-kun. Izuku would do the Lemurian teleportation technique, while with Ida, he was very focused on acting like a villain, causing him to act in a terrible and extremely forced way, but he never expected a celestial flash to appear on the scene. Ida A? 3rd floor of the building. Bakugo was walking through the halls. He could feel the excitement of facing Izuku. He wanted to see how strong he was, but he didn't wait with something. Ida, Bakugo-kun, both of them are at the bomb site. I don't know how they got there. Bakugo, what? In the bomb zone. Ida, don't think you'll win heroes, he would say in a terrible performance. Izuku, I'm sorry Ida-kun, he would say to move in a flash of light behind him to hit him on the back of the head. Uraraka, I'm going, I would say, to play the bamba. Speakers, heroes win. Bakugo, damn. After a few minutes, the participants would be out of the building while all the students wanted to know more about Midoriya's quirk, but he always gave redundant answers or dodged the topic while Bakugo looked at him as if saying, You'll pay for this. All Might, well, things turned out interesting. Can someone tell me who was the MVP of this battle? Momo, me-sensei. All Might, go ahead, young Yayorozu. Momo, well, the truth is that it could not be determined who is the MVP of this, given that no one executed a plan, and despite the fact that the time spent was short, this put into reality could end in failures. Izuku, I actually think you're wrong, Miss Yayorozu, he said, making her look at him indignantly and somewhat annoyed. You see, making plans all the time makes heroes become repetitive when catching villains, the same in using phrases or monologue speeches that steal time. By avoiding those situations, we can use and manage time better and serve civilians more efficiently, since you reduce damage to third parties, damage to property, which in the latter is something impossible if there is a fight. If we base ourselves on what the manuals say, we will look like simple mediocre. We must improvise a little instead of following a rigid plan, in addition to studying real cases more and putting into practice what can or cannot be improved. Almight. That's right, young Midoriya. That's why I must give you the MVP spot for this. Izuku, also Miss Yaoyorozu. Heroes also make mistakes. They won't always be able to save everyone. But that's not a failure, since it helps you improve. Almight. Well, we should continue this exercise, go ahead. The next to pass were Masaru Ojiro and Toru Hagakure as villains. And despite having a plan to take advantage of the Invisible Girl's gift, they are trapped by Shoto Todoroki's ice, who did not let Shoji act, other than to find the bomb using his abilities of having extra eyes and ears on his arms. So throughout the afternoon, the test continued showing various results, where the strategies or the use of the quirks demonstrated some superiority. But whenever All Might gave recommendations, Izuku spoke, saying that although several would suggest waiting for the person with the appropriate quirk, the green-haired man dismissed such arguments, justifying that time being short is crucial. Would they let the heroes fail by waiting time that they do not have? Lives do not return from death, which can generate a very hard stain on the hero's record, where many fight to be in the top. Once the class was over, All Might was giving the final specifications, while internally cursing himself for reaching his limit. While praising everyone, he was about to send several back to the classroom when a bunch of figures began to appear. Mina, what are they? Alert system. Level 3 security breach. All students evacuate immediately. All Might, evacuation now. He ordered seriously, thinking worriedly, damn, I'm too close to my limit. Voice 1, ha 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 ha, who do these humans think they are? Voice 2, believing they can escape the clutches of death. Bakugo, nerd. Izuku simply looked at this seriously, while before everyone's eyes, numerous individuals with black armor began to appear. At the same time, the other UA heroes arrived to help with the students. Present Mike would launch a sonic scream that drove the individuals away, but they would get up as if nothing had happened. Midnight threw her quirk gas at them, but it had no effect either, and Cementos raised barriers, but it was useless. Voice 1, ha 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 ha, how stupid. Voice 2, they are really stupid to defend themselves, humans. Cement, there are too many, we must go back. Voice 3, die. He would say, launching an attack like several others, while Class 1A tried to escape. Spectre 1, ha 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 ha, they're already dead. Before the attack hits, it would crash into something metallic to everyone's surprise. Spectre 2, but what? Spectre 3, no, it can't be. Spectrum 4, it's impossible. Spectrum 5, that's it. Spectres, a golden armor. Bakugo, nerd. Spectre 1, it's the Sagittarius armor. The teachers were surprised, and even more so when they saw that the armor emanated a golden aura that made even the students feel calm. All Might, where did this come from? Nizu, I don't know. Aizawa, it's weird, it emanates the same thing as would think when seeing one of their students walking in the direction of the armor. Izuku, go ahead Sagittarius. The armor in plain sight disassembled as the green-haired man began to dress. Many girls saw him as a knight in shining armor, having fantasies, especially a certain plus 18 heroine. Nizu was surprised. He had read some notes a while back that he had found while searching for knowledge to broaden his intellect. Nizu, when evil resurfaces on Earth, he would say out loud, drawing everyone's attention, even the teachers. The Knights of Hope reappear, the Knights of the goddess Athena, wearing armor that represents the 88 constellations of the firmament, he would say, making everyone look at the green-haired boy in shock, maintaining peace at the cost of their lives, with fists that tear the sky and kicks that split the earth. Momo, wait a minute, that's a myth, she would say, surprised. Shoto, he said. Kirishima, Sagittarius, that means that he would say to show off, that is manly. Tsuyu, those guys are scared. Spectres, a golden knight. Chapter 9. Previously, UA location, Fake City Training Camp. Nizu, when evil resurfaces on Earth, he would say out loud, drawing everyone's attention, even the teachers. The Knights of Hope reappear, the Knights of the goddess Athena, wearing armor that represents the 88 constellations of the firmament, he would say, making everyone look at the green-haired boy in shock, maintaining peace at the cost of their lives, with fists that tear the sky and kicks that split the earth. Momo, wait a minute, that's a myth, she would say, surprised. Shoto, he said. Kirishima, Sagittarius, that means that he would say to show off, that is manly. Tsuyu, those guys are scared. Spectres, a golden knight. In the present, Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, Ida, those guys are nervous. All Might. I thought that story you found with David's shield before calling me to be a teacher was nothing more than a simple myth, he would say surprised. Aizawa, who are you, Midoriya? Izuku, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Izuku of Sagittarius, protector of the 9th house of Sanctuary, successor of Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Spectre Izuku. I am the Spectre Baiku of Necromancer, he would say, introducing himself politely, and a while ago I was able to face a golden knight, Albafica of Pisces. But unlike him, I can notice that you do not have demonic roses like him, nor bloody roses either. How do you think you will fight against all of us? Izuku asked the Mandrake and Papillion specters. Spectre 2, what? So you were the bastard who defeated them. Spectre 3, wretch. Spectre 4, cursed. With the students. Cementos. What Papillion and Mandragora refer to. All Might. But how come no hero responded to any attack by black armored guys? Bakugo. So you're upset about them, he would say, remembering the attack but calling attention. Nizu, what does young Bakugo mean? Bakugo. I don't know why, but a few months ago, before the entrance exam, Izuku was training with his apprentice, I would say, surprising everyone but making several heroes frown, who did not take that action of the green-haired boy as something good. With my mother we arrived at that place while he, the boy who trains, and his mother were there in a forest. While we were greeting each other, some bastards in black armor appeared. The first of them introduced himself as Fyodor of Mandrake, Celestial Star of the Wound, one of the 108 specters in service of Hades. Momo, Hades? The Greek god of the underworld? Nizu, that explains why I have the myth. If those specters rose, it explains why young Midoriya is here. Ida. But facing them was wrong. He should have left that task to the heroes. Tsuyu. She broke the law by using her quirk without a license. That would be acting like a Karo villain. Kirishima. How are those two guys? He would ask with a little concern. Bakugo. The first is that Fyodor. He said that as specters of death they are immortal. But Izuku attacked to kill in their fight, which ended up killing the guy, I would say, so that many would see with some repudiation to the green-haired man. But after that, a guy in black armor and multicolored butterfly wings appeared. He introduced himself as Mew from Papillion, Earth Star of Enchantment, saying that they were immortal. But Izuku took out a rosary with 108 ochre-colored beads, where I could see how a pearl turned black, annoying and scaring the other guy, who ended up sending him to Mount Yamatsu Hirasaka. Kaminari. What is Mount Yamatsu Hira? I don't know what. Momo. Bu, but see how I would say, trembling with fear. Kyoka. What do you mean? Nizu. I wonder the same thing as young Yayorozu. Midnight. Why the director says so. Nizu. Mount Yamatsu Hirasaka is the border between the world of the dead and the world of the living. It is where the souls of the dead process to the land of the dead. Those who fall within are destined to suffer for all eternity in the land of the dead ruled by Hades. The question is, how did young Midoriya return? Present Mike was there. Bakugo. I only know that with his psychokinesis he was able to return to this world, which scared the same guy who sent him before Izuku hit the guy with lightning until he fell dead while I held that rosary in my hands, where I could see something coming out of the body towards the rosary and the bead changing color. Izuku. In that case, take it, he would say, throwing the rosary at him. Shoto, that's it. 0, it's a rosary. Aizawa, 108 beads, 108 specters. If we use that logic, young Midoriya didn't kill anyone who was alive. Cements, what do you mean? Nizu, it's true if you think about it. By calling themselves specters they are warriors of death. In short, people who have already died, therefore. All Might. I understand, he would say, rushing to help the green-haired boy resist shonen. At that point, numerous cables emerged from the ground, trapping the number 1 hero. All Might, damn, I'm reaching my limit, he thought, but how? Ha 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 ha, how easy it is to catch the symbol of peace. Izuku, seeing this, would jump to cover All Might with his leather. Izuku, who are you? Spectre. Ha ha ha, I'm Raimi from Worm, earthly star of the occult, I would say, emerging from the earth. Izuku, I see, he would say calmly. All Might, I will free him and he will be able to hide. I know about his condition. His energy is low and that worries me, he would say with telepathy. All Might. How could I hear Shonen Midoriya in my head? Izuku. There will be time to explain later, but I'm using telepathy, only you can hear me. I'll release you so you can go with the others. They're trusting, They think I'm a novice at this, Almight. I see, but still, I can't leave you alone. As a teacher, I must reprimand you. But your actions are saving your classmates. Still, I'm curious to know how you know my secret, Izuku. A few years ago, he deflated while talking on the phone in a forest where he was training at the time. I discovered it because of your carelessness, Sensei. But that's no reason to distrust me, because that's an important secret. Spectre 1. Being there, he won't be able to defend the Muscle Man and attack at the same time. Let's finish him off. Spectrum 2. Yes, Izuku. They are overconfident specters. It always costs them. Byaku. What? You'll regret what you said. All the specters present threw themselves at the green-haired man who channeled power into his fist. Izuku. What will they fight with? He would say, emanating his golden cosmos to everyone's surprise. Voltage lightning. He would say to extend his fist and hit everyone and release all might at the same time. Minute 1.10. Ida. At what time? Shoto. I didn't see when it moved. Kirishima. He just raised his fist and everyone fell and all might is free. Aizawa. What speed? It's just a flash, perhaps. Midnight. Is that the speed of light? Momo. It's impossible. No one can move at that speed. Mineta. Midoriya saved us from those guys. Bakugo. Look at this, he would say, extending the rosary while the specters were abandoned, to everyone's surprise, from a celestial sphere that was introduced into the beads. Mizu. Fascinating. So that's how the souls of the resurrected are sealed. Midnight. But what will we do with the bodies? Present Mike. Let's see, he would say, touching one of them as it crumbled to dust. Oh wow. Without their soul they don't last long. It's still macabre. Koda. Is it over yet? He would say with fear. Shoji. No, I don't like something, he would say with ears in his arms. Kyoka. I thought I was the only one who heard something, she would say with her jacks on the floor. Mina. Are there more types? Ahoyama. They are so dark that they extinguish my brightness, I would say with fear. They are scarier than Shigaraki. He thought at the end, trembling with fear. At that everyone tenses up, since even Niza felt his instincts screaming at him to run away. Aizawa was starting to tremble and Present Mike froze. Midnight. Who's there? Heroes? You seem to revel in it, don't you, Knight? Izuku. Everyone stand aside. He would say, realizing. Seiki Shiki Nairiren would say to launch a cosmos attack towards the group of students and teachers. Cement, damn it! He would say, raising cement walls to stop that attack. Sato, the walls. Nizu, they are not resisting. Almight, damn, he would say, falling on one knee. He could no longer move. Bakugo, curse. At that, everyone saw with surprise that Izuku stood in front of them. Shoto, Midoriya, Kirishima, Aiza bro. Izuku, crystal wall. Using psychokinesis, a large, almost transparent wall formed in front of them until the attack hit it, causing surprise as the barrier took no damage, not even cracking. Izuku, is everyone okay? Midnight. Yes. Nizu, it's amazing. A power so ancient that it scares me to know it really exists, doesn't it? Izuku, are you referring to the Cosmos Director? Nizu. Yes. Wow, he would say with a frown. It seems you reacted quickly. Knight, I am the Celestial Star of Skill. I am Takusa of Hanuman. Izuku became serious. He could feel the cosmos of this spectrum, and unlike others, it was relatively powerful. Unlike Byaku and Raimi, this one possessed a cosmos comparable to a silver saint. Izuku, my master told me about you, the brother of the crane Amazon, the one who sold his family in exchange for power and immortality. Takusa, how interesting. It seems you know about me. Izuku, how could I not know who the bastard is who sold his soul to Thanatos himself for power and immortality? Takusa, and what will you do about it? Izuku, since your soul is already under the influence of that bastard, I have no choice but to finish you off, you miserable bastard. Takusa, well, he would say, smiling, let's see how strong you are, he would say in a fighting pose. Now come and show me all your strength. Golden Knight of Sagittarius, he would say, emanating cosmos. Izuku, get ready, he would say, emanating a golden cosmos aggressively. Takusa of Hanuman. Both began to emanate cosmos and launched bursts of said power at each other, causing a fierce clash of powers. Both of them would stop emanating their power at the end of the clash, to everyone's surprise. Takusa, it's no use, believe it or not, I can read all your attacks. I know many of the ones you use perfectly since you used the Stardust Revolution that belonged to Ares Cheyenne. But even so, You have no idea what's coming next, he would say, preparing to attack Seiki Shiki Nai Ryuren, he would say, attacking Izuku. The green-haired man would cover himself, receiving the impact and being dragged a little. All Izuku Deku Midoriya. Takusa, what's going on? It seems like Sagittarius's golden armor turned out to be very weak, or not, Izuku? Aizawa would release his tapes. Aizawa, I won't allow you to insult one of my damn students. Takusa, haven't you stopped being afraid, hero? You shouldn't worry. Maybe if I kill you and you're reborn as a specter, you'll be able to regain your powers and serve Lord Hades in a new world. Izuku, sensei, he would say, placing his hand on him, you don't have to fight. Besides, the Athena night fights are one-on-one, and I still haven't lost my will to fight. Takusa, I see why my sister admired Cheyenne so much, she would say, preparing an attack. Izuku, you're wrong. What a knight of Athena like your sister admired so much is that Athena's love gives us all hope, he would say, emanating his cosmos. Takusa, Seiki Shiki Naya Ryuren. Izuku, no technique, I would say, dodging attacks works twice against the golden knight of Athena, I would say, to elevate his cosmos Stardust Revolution. Takusa, no, he would say, seeing that Izuku's attack pierced his impossible. Perhaps this is the power of a golden saint of Athena, he would say, receiving the impact while his Sapuri was destroyed. Izuku, Takusa, you must return to the land where you were born and rest in peace, he would say with sadness. Takusa would fall violently near Todoroki and the others of Class 1A. Many did not know what to think. Ida only saw his hand. He felt slightly identified, given that he belonged to a lineage of heroes, and with what was revealed, he understood that Takusa's sister was a knight of Athena and that the boy became a specter out of jealousy. Did he ever feel the same with his brother Ingenium? Or could he feel it once he graduated as a hero? Izuku would approach the teachers. Izuku, I am willing to receive the corresponding disciplinary sanction for acting like this, he would say, bowing. Aizawa, Midoriya, he would say, surprised. Almight, shonen is not necessary. Nizu, well, in view of your actions, I have no choice but to give you a warning. Although you fulfilled your duty as a knight of Athena, something that I believed was a myth since I found some relics and a box of rare metal that I have here at UA and I was studying it, I will only tell you that you will not be able to be class president if it were to be voted for. Even so, I understand that you will have to fulfill your duty later, so I can only ask you to be cautious. Not all heroes will share your methods or understand what those subjects are. Izuku, I accept. All Might, my Midoriya shonen, do you think you could take me to the infirmary? Izuku, sure, I would say, using his power, and send him with Recovery Girl, just in time. After classes ended, the situation went unnoticed, and although the press learned of the infiltration, Nisa simply claimed it was a systems failure during a class, given that a cable in one of the gyms was in poor condition but had since been fixed. That way, he was able to escape the press for a while, albeit briefly. At the Midoriya house, Izuku along with Katsuki were greeted by Inko and Natsuki, since at the time of the attack they were both drinking tea. While Shernato was training in the courtyard and felt the cosmos, Shernato had to receive the truth from Izuku, since as an aspirant, his duty in the future will be to fight if necessary. However, Izuku would redouble his training, since Shernato wanted to fight. He wanted to win his armor, and that at the right time, he wanted to fight alongside his master. The next day, classes at UA were somewhat awkward. Upon entering, the reporters wanted to ask questions about All Might as a teacher, along with the feeling of how they could feel about the failures of UA's security. Only Izuku could notice a hooded light blue-haired man with bad intentions, but decided to warn Nizu, along with that he should start bringing his apprentice to UA. The director had no problem listening and accepting the green-haired man's request, but his teacher was initially reluctant, but accepted upon hearing that the director allowed it, since the rodent wanted to know the training that the green-haired man did and how the cosmos is manipulated. Classes proceeded normally, while in Class 1A their representatives were elected, these being Ida and Yayorozu, who thanked them for their votes of confidence. Classes continued like this until lunchtime, where the chaos ensued. The alarms sounded where the UA students began to flee the place in panic, since this time someone had infiltrated UA, being the journalists, while Nisa from the cameras, taking advantage of the fact that Aizawa and President Mike were in charge of the press, observed from the outskirts the same blue-haired and hooded boy leave the place as if nothing had happened, which worried the rodent, since while he was analyzing the cameras and systems before observing in detail, he found that someone stole the itinerary of a class outing. Elsewhere, several men in black armor were gathering, many of them aware of and felt the cosmos of a golden night. So although they wanted to attack now, they had found a group of gang members in the slums of the city. Spectre, so that UA is going on a field trip tomorrow. Spectre 2, from what I see, it's the most prestigious school for heroes. Spectre 3, as I see it, they keep creating those heroes. What do you think, Mr. Minus? Minus of Griffin, one of the 3 judges of hell, celestial star of nobility. Minus. Let's not rush. They've seen what these crude gang members were up to. A certain league of villains would infiltrate there. So we'll take advantage of that to show that neither their heroes nor villains are rivals for us also. Maybe we'll attract that golden night, it'll be a lot of fun. Bar of unknown location. 2 figures could be seen chatting. One was some kind of hand fetishist and a kind of purple mist with yellow eyes listening attentively to a screen. So tomorrow they'll go to that USJ. Pella Celeste, that's right sensei. Kurogyri is already recruiting numerous villains for the assault. But they still won't be enough. Sensei, you shouldn't fear Shigaraki Tamura. Almight will fall in this attack. And even if you fail, we will reveal to the world that UA is not so safe, he would say calmly. Shigaraki. By the way, Sensei, you said you would give me something to face Almight, that you had created someone capable of facing him. Sensei. That's right Tamura Kurogyri. You can show it to him, he would say, so the screen would turn off. Kurogyri. I will do so, Master, he would say, opening a portal. Master Tamura. The Master told me that this being, called Nomu, will be at your command. It has strength quirks, impact absorption, regeneration and speed to be able to fight at par with All Might's 100%, added to the fact that it will obey your orders. Shigaraki. I like that, he would say, smiling behind the hand on his face. Soon the era of heroes will fall and society will see how hypocritical they are. Their curtain of ignorance will rise and show the symbol of oppression that they are, he would say maliciously. Midoriya house. The family could be seen having dinner peacefully while Inko asks the reason for a slight concern. Inko. I see you're worried, son. Izuku. Tomorrow I'll be able to take Shurnato, and since he's under my responsibility, he'll go with me on a practice field trip with my class. But he would say seriously, I feel that something is approaching, and that this will be the first time that we see face to face how dangerous these guys are. Shurnato. Nissan, you shouldn't worry. If they appear we will defeat them, he would say with conviction. Inko. Shurnato is right. They will defeat them and bring the peace we need. Izuku. In that case, Shurnato, I hope you're ready. Shurnato. HAI. Elsewhere, a figure of a tall man with long, messy blue hair, blue eyes, and a light skin tone, wearing green pants and carrying a golden box on his back with the Scorpio logo. Man, well, it seems that there is a golden night near here, and from what I can feel, I would say, feeling dark presences, numerous specters are going towards him, he would say, drawing an excited smile and making a kind of red nail form on his right index finger. It seems that I should give him a hand. Besides, defeating a couple of specters is not bad at all. Chapter 10. Classroom 1A UA Academy. The room was a hubbub ever since classes started. The hero class 1A had earned the nickname of the loudest class at UA, and it was not for nothing that Mina, Hagakure, among others, were seen talking about love and sentimentality loudly. Zero, Mineta and Kaminari often said perverted things loudly. Added to the fact that the talks were largely loud, they were not a quiet class. Shurnato. Sensei, he would say nervously, is your course always like this? The simple voice of a child entering next to Izuku made everyone surprisingly shut up. Ida could see that it wasn't right for him to come, but Aizawa had notified them that he would come, so he would introduce himself cordially. Ida. I am Ida Tenya, president of Class 1A, he would say with his robot gestures. Shurnato. I am Shurnato. I am Lord Izuku's knight apprentice, he would say with respect. Katsuki. I thought you weren't coming, Shorty. Shurnato. I'm not a coward, Bakatsuki. Kirishima. Wow, the kid doesn't respect you. Izuku. Ever since they met, they'd been like this, he would say with grace. Tsuyu, Midoriya-chan, what are you carrying on your back? Karo, she would ask, looking at the Sagittarius Pandora box. Momo, it's a gold box. Izuku, it's my armor. Shoto, but it wouldn't be difficult for you to take it there, it's a gold box. Izuku, it's just its color. Both my armor and its Pandora box are made of gamanium, orichalcum and stardust. Mina, how is it made like that? I would ask. Momo, It's true, orichalcum is divine material, but the others? Izuku, listen, I don't know much about armor. I only know that they were created in the era of myth, by the inhabitants of the Mu continent, also called Lemuria. Kyoka, Mu continent. Aizawa, I got curious, he would say in his caterpillar mode. Say it and sit down, your pupil will be by your side. Izuku, of course, you see, the Mu continent was a continent located in the Pacific Ocean, which mysteriously sank at the time when the Gigantomachia developed. It was inhabited by a group of alchemists who created the sacred armors of Athena, although it is presumed that they created other armors of the armies of the gods. That's all I know, since being a lost continent, the information, even for me as a member of the Athena army, is very scarce. Aizawa, I see, whatever, sit down, and you looking at Shurnato don't cause problems. Shurnato, whatever you say, Mr. Caterpillar, making a vain pop on Aizawa's forehead. Izuku, Shurnato, he would say, reprimanding him. Shurnato, okay, whatever Aizawa-sensei says. Siro, excuse me Aizawa-sensei, but what are we going to do? Aizawa, okay, he would say, pulling out a piece of paper with the rescue logo on it. Disasters, catastrophes, and all that. It's rescue training. The whole class would be excited. Kaminari, rescue looks like there will be a lot of work. Mina, true? Kirishima, idiot, it's a hero's duty. My arms are ready. Tsuyu, no one can defeat me in the water. Karo, Aizawa, hey, he would say, activating his quirk, I'm not done yet. You can decide whether or not to use your hero suit this time. They might limit your abilities. The training will be off campus, so we'll go by bus, that's all. Get ready. Everyone would stand up, as they made their way to the venue in their suits. Academy courtyard. 5 minutes later, the whole class was gathered, while Izuku was dressed in his training suit and the armor on his back. Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, why don't you put on your armor? Izuku, I don't see the need to use the armor. It's just that I don't use it to show off. Since I wear it, I have a duty to fulfill, so I must always carry it with me. Uraraka, I see. Ida would blow a whistle which would cause Shurnato to roll around in laughter, since he felt sorry for the blue-haired boy. Ida, Class 1A, gather around. Form 2 lines with your student numbers so the bus ride is peaceful. Izuku, Ida-san is very excited. Mineta, you couldn't be president since we would vote for you. Ahoyama, but since you couldn't be chosen by the director's order, Ida was voted out. So everyone would board the bus, but not in the way the blue-haired boy would want. So he was somewhat embarrassed in the vehicle since he was different. Ida, I didn't think it was this kind of bus. Shurnato, don't be so sentimental, he would say with a drop of sweat. Tsuyu, I always say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya-chan. Izuku, yes Ajiri-san? Tsuyu, tell me Tsuyu-chan. Izuku, okay Tsuyu-san. Tsuyu, how long have you been a knight? And when you met Shurnato making the aforementioned want to hide, not wanting people to know his past. Izuku, I've been a gold knight since I was 13 to 14. Ida, it's not that you're too young to be one, he would say with his robot gestures. Izuku, no, it just happened. Even among the knights, it is said that there was an Aquarius knight in the past, Crest of Aquarius, who fought in 3 holy wars against the gods Poseidon, Ares and Hades, surviving them, living for 500 years, who was ordained at the age of 13 as a knight. Age is no impediment to being a knight. Kirishima, that's manly. Kaminari, and what about your student? Izuku, I don't usually talk about his life. It's best if he answers, and if he doesn't want to, don't force him. Tsuyu, Shinato-chan, how long have you known Midoriya-chan? Shurnato, about 2 years. He's a great teacher, that's all I can say. Izuku, Shurnato, when you feel ready you can say it. Not everyone here is a bad person, even Katsuki, a good guy. Just a bit bad in temperament, he would say with telepathy. Shurnato, yes, master, he would say mentally. Kirishima, your power is incredible. I can only harden myself. Izuku, don't belittle yourself like that. Your gift is good, you just have to focus it. You can be a shield that defends as well as a spear that attacks. A spear and shield together in a hero, that's a professional. Kirishima, no one had ever cared so much about me, he would say through tears. Ahoyama, my naval laser is cool and shiny. Mina, only when it doesn't make your stomach hurt, I would say to depress the Frenchman. Kirishima, but if we talk about cool and brilliant koseis, Todoroki and Bakubro stand out. Tsuyu, Bakugo-chan is always upset. he will be the most unpopular. Bakugo, what the hell? You want to fight, frog? Tsuyu, come. Shigaraki, ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ha, girl made fun of you, ha 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 ha. Bakutsuki. Bakugo, shine dwarf, he would say with his aggressiveness. Izuku, it's good that they're having fun, but I'm intrigued by the giant cosmos that's approaching, he thought seriously, feeling something. Perhaps the one approaching is a judge of hell? No, it's not possible. It shouldn't, he would say with a frown, which didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa. Aizawa, we're here. Stop joking, he would say as the bus stopped. Everyone, I'd been waiting for you. A figure who seemed to be dressed as an astronaut, and whose voice was feminine, would say. Uraraka, oh, she's the space heroine. 13, I love 13, I would say as a little girl. 13, let's go inside right away, he would say to guide the group. Class 1A, it's a pleasure working with you. The heroine decided to take all the students inside while everyone looked in amazement at the place where they would be training, the Unexpected Events Simulation Unit, or USJ for short. Kaminari, Sug, it looks like Universal Studios Japan. 13. A ship would say while focusing on a shipwreck. Landslide focusing on said scenario. Fire would say while a zone with controlled fire was being shown. Storm would say focusing on a closed system with a storm. A landslide showing a replica of a mountain. It is a training ground made with different types of accidents and disasters. Aizawa, 13. Where is Almight, he would say with his tone. He is supposed to meet us here. 13. Looks like he did a lot of hero work coming all the way here, so it looks like he ran out of time. Aizawa, that's the price of irrationality, he would say, tired of thinking. Well, we'll take precautions, he would say, looking at a couple of student and teacher. Well, it's time to start. 13 at that moment would take the floor before starting, giving the students a talk that the use of a power irresponsibly or with a power greater than what is required is capable of harming and killing, using as an example his black hole quirk, and its importance of correct use so as not to kill, given the taboo case that they give to death, even when it came to villains. Aizawa, on the other hand, looked at Shigaraki and Izuku, who were looking seriously at the middle of the field, so while the others applauded, he listened to that duo, but to his surprise, a portal would open in the middle. It was dark in color, and numerous villains came out of it. Aizawa, Nani? He would say seriously, while the lights began to fail the situation. Izuku, Shigaraki, I want you to back off. Shigaraki, yes. Aizawa, gather around and don't move. 13 protects the students. Kirishima, what's going on? Is it like the entrance exam where the exam has already started? Izuku would take a step forward, while preparing himself since something was approaching. The villains were nothing compared to what he felt. Aizawa, don't move. Izuku, they are all villains, he would say seriously to the surprise of the other students. Aizawa, your seriousness indicates that it may not be everything. Momo, it's true. Tsuyu, I feel something else coming. Something much more threatening, but like the same feeling as the black armored guys from the other time, I would say with fear. Kyoka, I feel the same. Aizawa, what do you feel? Izuku, I could be wrong, but a group of specters is approaching. Aizawa, how big? Izuku, I can't figure it out. A presence too big is coming. Shigaraki, yes, I can feel it. Its presence is almost as powerful as yours. Shoto, the rosary you gave to Bakugo, I would say, seeing the aforementioned who took it out from his clothes, has 108 beads, doesn't it? Izuku, yes. Shoto, and since you are a knight of a goddess, I would say to 13, surprised that he didn't know it is possible that those specters have a hierarchy like you. Izuku, yes, they have it. Terrestrial stars as the weakest, celestial stars as the ones that follow, but there are 3 figures that stand out, not counting the twin gods. Aizawa, what gods? Izuku, Hypnos, god of sleep, and Thanatos, god of death. Both gods serve Hades, god of the underworld, but below them, there are 3 figures that stand out among the 108 specters. Momo, you don't mean, she would say, starting to tremble with fear, while Ida, like another of the intelligent ones who had a conception of mythology, got an idea. Izuku, the 3 judges of the underworld are the most powerful specters in Hades' service. Each one commands a group of them, who are considered his subordinates. 13. If so, what do you mean? Izuku, I could be wrong, which I hope, but one of the 3 judges of hell is approaching. The students started to get scared, Shigaraki too. Izuku could notice it. Even the teachers were showing signs of fear, saving Kagaho from Benyu, the celestial star of violence, a specter that can surpass the 3 judges. The others were something they could think of handling, attacking in groups since they didn't know their abilities, which for them could give them the advantage, something completely illusory. Aizawa, they must evacuate now, and Midoriya, you must be close to them in case something happens. Izuku, yes. At the center of the USJ, a light blue-haired man with hands on his body, followed by a muscular chicken with his brain exposed, came out of the purple portal. Peliceleste, 13 and Eraserhead? Fog. The information we received from the teachers the other day said that All Might would be here, with Aizawa. Aizawa, it seems that the press breach the other day was caused by them, right? In the center. Peliceleste, where is he? And we who came with this crowd, All Might, the symbol of peace, I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some of these children? With the group. Aizawa, Kaminari, try contacting UA to see if they can send help. Kaminari, I can't, someone is blocking communications. Izuku would raise his cosmos a little as he began to speak telepathically. UA, Director's office. All Might was drinking tea with the director, as he was trying to make him understand that his work as a symbol of peace was necessary. Izuku. Director Nizu, All Might Sensei, can you hear me? All Might. How strange, he would say in his skeletal form. I thought I heard Midoriya Shonen's voice. Nizu, you're not the only one, Toshi. Izuku. Director Nizu, All Might Sensei, can you hear me? All Might, Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. There's no time, All Might. You have to come to the USJ. Some villains just came in. Nizu, impossible. Izuku. I know, but it's not the most risky. Several specters are on the way, but something else is coming with them. I can tell it's on par with me, but it's possible it might surpass me. All Might. Resist, he would say, adopting his muscular form and running out of the place. Nizu, I'll lead the cavalry. At the USJ. Aizawa, Ida, go get reinforcements from UA. Ida, but sensei. Izuku, I already warned. I can use telepathy up there. I was able to warn. All Might is coming. Aizawa, can you teleport multiple people? Izuku, I can't do more than 2. My psychokinesis abilities are at their limit. Someone like me can't. 13. What would be needed? Izuku, being from Jameer, more specifically, descendant of some survivor from the lost continent of Lemuria. Mineta, we're lost. Aizawa would launch himself at the villains while Izuku would retract his fist and throw it out, launching a lightning plasma assisting Aizawa before he lands. Aizawa, what? He would say, seeing some lightning and then nothing, saving several villains on the ground. Izuku, it's what I can offer you while you buy time, he would say, receiving a nod. Let's go, he would say, so they would start running, but he would stop. 13. We must go. Izuku, sure Nato. I want you to take care of them, he would say, to jump and go somewhere else while the armor dressed him. Shoto, where are you going? Kirishima, weren't there ghosts coming? Sato, maybe we should buy ourselves some time. The other time the professionals couldn't move. Kyoka, it's true. Ha 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 ha, look at some kids running away from this place. Tujajajajaja, let's make them beg for their lives. Bakugo, they are ghosts. Shurnato, run, he would say, to throw a punch at 2 specters, making them retreat. Spectre, look, he's a boy aspiring to be a knight. Spectre 2, we will tear him to pieces and hand him over to death. Spectre 3, dies, I would say, to attack Shurnato. Shurnato, burn, I would say, to ignite his cosmos, light up cosmos. Unbeknownst to the Midoriya's house, the Apis armor shot out in their direction. Spectres, what? Spectre 3, that kid uses cosmos. Spectre 2, but it's still very weak, and it has no armor. Kirishima, they won't touch him, he would say, hardening himself and standing in front of him. Bakugo, if they want the dwarf, they'll run over me, he would say, making explosions. Spectre, look, the children are acting brave. Spectre 4, we'll deliver them to death in that case. Oops, looks like I'm late for the presentation. Spectre, who do you think you are, idiot? He would say, to attack the fog. Nibla, but what manners, he would say, so that using his quirk he could transport him to another place. I am Kurojairi. We are the League of Villains, and we have come so that All Might can take his last breath. Spectre 2, we don't care what you are or who you serve, human, you will just die. Kurojairi was ready to transport them, but Shurnato would stand in front of the villain and stop the blow of 2 specters with his hands. Spectrum 1, what? Spectre 2, how without even having armor? Shurnato, he may be a villain, but he would say, aggressively elevating his cosmos, that doesn't stop him from being a human being, so that we are treated like garbage, he would say, elevating his cosmos even more. Kyoka, look. Kaminari, what is it? Koda, I don't know. Ahoyama, is a brilliant bird. Mina, Hagakure, It seems to be. Shigaraki, noble armor, allow me to fight by your side. I know I'm not ready to carry you, but give me this time. Lend me your strength. Use the background theme. The armor under everyone's gaze began to disassemble. Ojiro, that bird is. Tokoyami, an armor. 13. I can't believe it. Spectre. It can't be. Spectre. Don't be scared, it's just a bronze knight. Shigaraki. My name is Shigaraki, Knight of Apis. The specters launched themselves at the boy, believing that the newly promoted bronze saint would do nothing to them. Kurogiri. That was surprising. 13. Stay back, you may be a villain. But he said it, they'll kill us if we get involved. Kurogiri. Okay, I would say to think, I must inform Shigaraki. My instincts tell me that something is coming. Kurogiri would leave without separating anyone, while Shigaraki raised his hand to the sky, while concentrating cosmos, and the fire began to manifest to everyone's surprise until it became a large sphere of fire. Shigaraki. Bombing of paradise. The enormous sphere of fire shattered as it was launched at the specters, falling like meteorites upon them. All around them, trails of fire appeared as the Sapuris shattered and the specters fell lifeless. At the same time, Bakugo's rosary turned a dark color. Shigaraki. I could do it, sensei, he would say, collapsing from overexertion. Shoto. I have you, he would say, taking it. At that moment they heard footsteps, thinking it was Almight, but to their surprise they saw a man wearing golden armor, surprising them. But this would be short-lived because Kurogiri, using his abilities, would teleport several people to different places, something that the newcomer avoided with the vast majority, with the exception of Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yayorozu, and Kyokujiro. Elsewhere at the USJ, numerous hearts and corpses of villains were lying around the area, while a man in black armor carrying a zither walked calmly. Villain, who do you think you are, idiot? Villain 2, we will avenge our comrades. Spectre, your hearts are about to be weighed on the sacred scales. If they are not balanced by the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth, you will be deemed evil and you will be erased from the universe, body and soul. Villain, he would say, seeing that something was pulling his chest from which his heart would come out along with his partner's. The heart was dragged to a strange wall with hieroglyphics, similar to those seen inside the pyramids of ancient Egypt. In the center of the wall appears an image of the god Anubis performing the weighing of souls, but the hearts would be heavier. But the villains were already dead. Spectre, it's a shame, I wish they lasted longer, he would say, but then he noticed his arms were freezing. But this is Izuku. I knew a spectre of your caliber would be around here. Pharaoh of Sphinx, celestial star of the beast. Pharaoh, wow, I didn't expect you to show up here, Sagittarius. But now let's see if your loyalty can balance the scales. Izuku, unlike my predecessors, I am not so gullible as to fall for a false judge. I would say to annoy Pharaoh, you only manipulate the scales with your cosmos. Since my teacher told me so, you are nothing more than a charlatan, who enjoys torturing people by judging them. They may have been villains, but as far as I know, a fair trial is not manipulated by your cosmos. And although you will judge me, like my teacher Sisyphus, my faith in Athena, my faith in my friends, cannot be defeated. True faith and truth, I would say, hitting with cosmos destroys lies. Pharaoh, upon receiving the impact, would be lifted into the air and fall hard on the ground, while smiling at Izuku. Izuku, why are you smiling like that? Pharaoh, Knight, everyone in this place are lost. That is Pharaoh's curse, he would say, dying. Izuku, what? Hearing an explosion in the distance, at the entrance, what they must have suffered. But they should not fear, a very familiar voice would say. But to the surprise of the students and 13, it did not sound with its typical joy. 13. All Might, Class 1A, why aren't you smiling? All Might's face reflected pure anger. But as he finished entering, the teachers along with Nizu approached, where the rodent, seeing Shigaraki being carried by Kirishima after Todoroki threw him at him before Kurogiri absorbed him, became worried. On the opposite side of the entrance, Villain 1, Villain 2, why, he would say, to fall dead after a silver-haired guy in black armor dropped him after he used his threads. Villain 3, damn, I would say, her damn imbecile. I don't know if you're a hero. Villain 4, but we'll finish you off right now. Spectre, I admire your great courage, villain, but it is useless. If, as I see, you do not have the strength to back up your courage, you are just a stupid puppet, very easy to control, either by a bigger villain, a government, or by me, the great -a cosmic puppet. The invisible threads generated by minus would be wound around the villains who were at the mercy of the judge of the underworld. Villain 3. It's like we're controlled by strings. I can't move minus. Their pathetic lives are controlled by my strings. How useless their existence is. He would say to move his arm. The villains at his mercy would be controlled to such an extent that all their bones would break in an instant, dying instantly. Spectre, Mr. Minus, he would say, drawing the judge's attention, we have killed several villains in this place. Spectre 2, from what I see, those rats keep coming. Spectre 3, from what I see, they're determined to strike and take us with them. Minus, there's no need to rush. I could feel a cosmos. It's not much, but it's no more than that of a bronze saint. The pathetic heroes and villains don't stand a chance. At the entrance, Sharnato was waking up as his nerves were latent. Tsuyu and Nizu's animal senses were screaming at them to flee. Almight inexplicably couldn't move, while a great fear was looming over them. Chapter 11. Outside the UA, several UA teachers can be seen running towards the USJ. The warning from young Midoriya was not believed by several at first, but Cementos, Midnight, who had seen the boy's power, immediately started running, especially Cementos since he was carrying a gold-colored metal box. Midnight, do you think that box will help? Cementos, if the director believes so, and after we've seen the boy's power, we have no choice. Hound Dog, why does it make such an impression on a child? I'd say seriously, ectoplasm. If you had seen his power, he himself makes it clear that he is much stronger than All Might. Snipe. But that doesn't explain the box, he would say, pointing to the golden box. Nizu. The box was found by David Shield on one of his trips after leaving the island. He found it in Tibet, so he decided that before that box caught the attention of island scientists, given their skepticism when seeing the writings of the legends, the box would come to UA for studies. But with so little time, we have not been able to analyze it. Midnight. It has a woman's logo, and young Midoriya has a similar one. Do you estimate it to be? Nizu, that's right. If young Midoriya hadn't shown it, I would be skeptical of the stories of gods and warriors, but seeing it was revealing, so let's be thankful that it's just an attack by villains. Vlad, what do you think there could be? Snipe. If you're talking about those guys in black armor, their presence still haunts my nightmares. Their power is so terrifying, I've never felt it. Not even the villain All Might defeated a while ago had that presence. Nizu, it's true, All for one, he looked like a puppy compared to them. But that doesn't mean he's not dangerous. At the USJ, 13 was surprised. She had seen a student with golden armor, but unlike the green-haired man, this guy flooded with his presence. There was no doubt he was powerful, in addition to presenting a smile that reflects some sadism. Knight, well, but they are children studying to be the next heroes of ridiculous Mayas. Kirishima, you are. All Might, sir, you. Knight, looks like I'm just in time. Leave everything on my back, okay? I'll take care of these ghosts. The gentleman is a tall man with long, messy blue hair, blue eyes and a light skin tone, wearing green pants. Bakugo, I once heard the nerd talking about you, gentleman. So you know the new Sagittarius, he would say, smiling. I think you could introduce me, wouldn't you, before the prey escapes? Bakugo, in his stories, the nerd mentioned that his teacher Sisyphus told him about a sadistic, proud, impulsive knight, someone who enjoys torturing his enemy, especially when he considers that the latter lacks honor. But despite those emotions, he is a very noble knight who is not afraid of death and, above all, someone who does not like to be bored. Knight, wow, I didn't know you held me in such high esteem. If that's the case, he would say, smiling, I am Cardia, Golden Knight of Scorpio, guardian of the 8th house of the sanctuary. Kirishima, Ojiro. His presence is different from Izuku's. Cardia. So that's your name. I guess I'll have to go give you a hand, she would say, smiling and sighing. Being like this, she would say to sharpen the index nail of her hand, I can't stay without doing anything. At that moment, the sound of a book closing is heard. I guessed it, a calm voice would say. I knew you'd be where the action takes place, Scorpio. Cardia. Cardia, go Aquarian. Digel, always one step ahead. As always, what is today's lesson? Digel, are you going to act so hastily? Since we arrived here, you have done nothing but look for ways to hunt specters. Cardia, well, the prey is waiting for us. All Might, I can't believe it. 2 golden knights. If having the young Midoriya was a coincidence, having 3 is a complete blessing, he thought. Digel, you can feel it, right? Cardia, yes, 2 cosmos. One very large, he would say, smiling. If that is so, a judge of hell, I will not remain idle. Dijil. Anyway, we must first help the black-haired boy who is fighting, he would say, to walk towards Aizawa. On the green-haired side, he was running towards his student, his friends, and his companions. Along the way, numerous specters appeared and tried to stop him, but they were killed by the fist that surpassed the light, which the green-haired man wields. On his way, he would notice a purple cloud open above him, and he was shocked to see 3 bodies emerging in free fall. Izuku. Shit, he would say, jumping and taking the 3. Momo, Midoriya, Kyoka, Midoriya, Shoto, Knight. Izuku, are you okay? All 3, yes. Izuku. Okay, he would say, going down, we must leave here. Shoto, why do you say that? Izuku, we're not safe. Momo, we already know that, but Shoto, a villain in the form of fog threw us here. Kyoka. Izuku, what's wrong? Shoto, where did those mandalas come from? He would say, seeing numerous mandalas with human faces and numerous corpses of villains lying there. Momo, what is that? Izuku would begin to emanate his cosmos to avoid anything strange from the technique. But as he burned his cosmos, he began to feel his senses going out. Shoto, of the bodies. Kyoka, what are those black things that come out? Momo, they devour those mandalas. But she would say, looking around Midoriya. Shoto, hey, what's wrong? Izuku, don't worry about me. You must leave. My cosmos is protecting you, but the mandalas that are there are making it so I can't move. He would speak to their minds. By protecting you, my senses disappear. Kyoka, what if? Izuku, you must leave. I won't last long, and if you die, those mandalas will absorb your souls. Go away. Spectre. But they just arrived, a being in black armor with many arms sticking out of it, colored skin, similar to a Hindu, would say. Shoto, who are you? Subject, my name is Adavaka. I am the spectre of the leader's Earth Star, the man closest to the gods in the underworld. I am amazed that you defeated the Sagittarius Sphinx, and that is why you and your friends are worthy of meeting me. In the center of the USJ, Aizawa was fighting hard against the villains. He should be thankful that there were no specters against him at that moment. But every time he defeated a villain, 3 more appeared. Aizawa curse. Tamura, your amazing Eraserhead, even though all the villains attack you, you stay standing. Aizawa, the final boss? Tamura, no hero, you're wrong, I'm not the final boss. I present to you the anti-symbol of peace, a creation of biogenetics. I present to you Noma. Aizawa, it's dangerous, he would whisper to himself. Tamura, oh, why that face, he would say mockingly, seeing the hero's seriousness. Why don't you smile at me, Noma? Kill him. The Noma would shoot out at Aizawa, who was waiting for the subject's attack. But out of nowhere the being's legs froze. Aizawa ice? Tamura, who would say, annoyed and scratching his neck. Kurogyri, Master Tamura, things are getting bad. Tamura, you killed 13. Kurogyri, no, the situation has worsened. We must go. The heroes will not come given the danger here. Some men in black armor appeared. Tamura, if you weren't our transport, I would disintegrate you. But are they heroes? Several specters launched themselves against the Nomu. Aizawa, Kurogyri, and Shigaraki, surprising everyone. But the 6 attacking specters fell after crimson needles fell on them. Aizawa, you guys. I would say to see your saviors running into 2 golden knights are golden knights. Dijil, well, that thing won't bother you anymore, he would say to lock the Nomu in an ice coffin. Shigaraki, no, they must be messing with me, he would say, scratching his neck like a madman. Cardia, oh wow, he would say, smiling, a child playing at being a villain. You are nothing more than a living joke. If that's how you react when your plan fails, I don't want to know what reaction you would have when you win. Shigaraki, Kurogyri. At that moment, the doors of the USJ opened, revealing the other UA professors, who without saying a word, launched an attack. For his part, Minus was calm with his specters. He didn't want to rush their encounter. Sooner or later, the heroes would know of his presence. He wasn't like those pathetic villains. Nizu, are you okay, young people? Kurishima, something like that. Midnight, what happened? 13. 2 guys with golden armor arrived. They went to support Aizawa, but the green-haired young man with armor left a while ago. Shirnato, Sensei said he would go face the specters, he would say, being carried by Sato. Nizu, I understand. So, you are already facing your first holy war, a voice that reflected seriousness and calm at the same time would say. Vlad, where did that voice come from? Uraraka, Sensei, the box you carry. Cement, what about it? Tsuyu, its shining Karo. Cementos would leave the box on the floor, while a kind of spirit emerged from it, although somewhat translucent and with a golden glow. It could be seen that it was a tall, thin young man, with white skin and light blonde hair that extended past his back, except for a few shorter strands that fell to his chest. His eyes were closed, and seeing that the armor was open, reflecting a woman in a position of prayer, one could see how the image of that man emerged from it. Midnight, who are you, Asmita? The question would be, who are they? Why are they fighting? What is their truth? Shernato, eh? You are the one who is said to have transcended death itself, the knight with the title of the man closest to the gods. You are Asmita of Virgo. Asmita, it seems that as an aspirant the new Sagittarius has prepared you, she would say with a half smile. The teachers and students couldn't believe what they'd heard. The man closest to the gods? The one who had overcome death? That wasn't even possible. Sato, overcome death? Almight, young man, where are you currently? Asmita, death is just another transformation, not an end. Bakugo, eighth sense, he would say in whispers, but it would bring a look of surprise to Asmita's face, but he would let it go, since he was needed elsewhere. Nizu, where are you going? Mina, didn't Midori go in that direction? The teachers and some members of the police who were arriving, including Naomasa Tsukachi, following a previous call from Nizu, began to follow Asmita's spirit. With Izuku, he was watching as numerous black flames consumed the villains fallen at his feet, while the specter of Adavaka delighted in the terrified and shocked gaze of the aspirants. Adavaka, humans prisoners of their passions. Shoto, what the hell are you talking about? Adavaka, poor little ones, now you will understand what I mean. Numerous swords and needles began to be created behind the specter. Momo, what is he doing? Kyoka, he won't dare. Adavaka, dare to what I would say to throw a group towards the green-haired man. Izuku just looked at that action in surprise. But as the surprise faded, the swords and pins created began to bury themselves in his body, to the horror and surprise of the students. Shoto, Midoriya, I would say surprised. Adavaka, come on Sagittarius. That's nothing a golden knight can handle. Izuku, damn, he would say with his strength on the verge of disappearing. Adavaka, so you resisted that action. I expected nothing less from a golden knight. Izuku, I won't let you defeat me, he would say, tensing his fist, while trying to move the wings of his armor, but he couldn't. Lightning crown. A great wave of golden cosmos like lightning was fired at Adavaka, but he would receive it confidently. Momo, did he fall? Adavaka, ha, you haven't done anything to me, he would say, throwing more needles with his cosmos. Izuku, Pwaj, he would spit blood if impaled alive. Adavaka, your attack wasn't bad. But as long as I absorb the souls of the villains my comrades kill in this place, you won't be able to defeat me. All might, Midoriya Shonen, he would say, arriving at the area with Naomasa and Nizu. Adavaka, so the vermin who call themselves heroes. Naomasa, hereby, he would say, taking out his badge. Adavaka, oh yeah? I would say to spread the mandalas. But Izuku would emanate cosmos protecting the teachers, so you emanate your cosmos to protect them. Izuku, even if they blame me for it, he would say, smiling at him with blood in his mouth, I won't let anything happen to them. Adavaka, the more you burn your cosmos for it, the more you will lose your senses. You know perfectly well what happens if you lose them. If you lose the 5, the 6th and the 7th will follow eventually. The 6 trails. Adavaka, what? Adavaka would try to be sent through his soul to one of the reincarnation realms of Buddhism, hell, famine, the realm of beasts, Ashura, the human world and paradise. But Adavaka's soul would resist it. Adavaka, is that all you have? Virgo? In front of everyone, Asmita would materialize, surprising even Adavaka, since he understood very well that it was Asmita. Asmita, you should stop being so reckless. Sagittarius, I would say to send a pulse of cosmos, to release it. Izuku, thank you Asmita. Asmita, don't thank me yet. Izuku, do you know how to stop it? Asmita, she is immune to the treasure of heaven, since she will shield herself and the souls of those she has absorbed. Yet there are beings that must be destroyed no matter the price to pay. Adavaka, and yet many care more about their image than doing what needs to be done, I would say, surprising the heroes. Asmita, you want to debate it? Tenbuhoran. A clash between two types of mandalas formed in front of everyone. The heroes and Naomasa could not believe what they were seeing. Naomasa realized that they were stronger than All Might. How would they stop them if necessary? Adavaka, why they feel empathy for the dead. Izuku, Because I'm not a ruthless being without morals like you. Even if they were villains, those dead deserve their rest instead of being devoured by you. Damn. Asmita, you're still susceptible to emotions, Sagittarius. I'd say it seriously, but with a smile on my face. But even in this world of pain and confusion, there's the possibility of happiness and love. Sisyphus didn't choose a bad successor. Izuku, let's go, he would say, raising his cosmos to the limit. The Adavaka mandalas would begin to sing and cast mantras to the surprise of many. Adavaka, shut up. I've already absorbed your souls and your lives. They belong to me. You are now one with me. Stop acting against my will. I am your world and universe. He would say angrily and desperately. Izuku, as if that were true. Asmita, nobody agrees with it. Izuku, even if you try to turn them against their will to follow yours. Asmita, no one will follow you anymore, he would say, making a woman walking on a white horse on a path of skulls appear behind him, the blessing of darkness. Izuku, in that case I will also help, he would say, by raising his cosmos impulse of the light of Chiron. A golden wind followed by the redemption of the demons would approach against the specter. Adavaka, I won't allow it. The attack of 2 golden knights would be enough to finish off the most troublesome specter along with Pharaoh and Nia. Asmita, revocation of the 8th sense, she would say with her eyes wide open. Adavaka, no! Wah! If it devours me, I won't be reborn as a ghost again. The golden wind along with the attack of the Saint of the Virgin would be powerful enough to leave no trace of Adavaka. So once finished, the aspirants and heroes present approached the green-haired man. His wounds were many. His armor was showing tears. Neo Mesa, boy, I would say seriously. Izuku, detective, he would say, collapsing. Almight, I got you, boy, he would say, holding him. Izuku, I can't move anymore. My body doesn't respond to me anymore. Asmita, and it's normal. You've never used your cosmos on that scale. Your body is bearing the consequences. It may have been reckless, but it's natural for the knights of your constellation, he would say, disappearing. Izuku, it's not like that. The world is beautiful, he would say, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it's full of light, and the cities, their inhabitants, suffer, but they are also happy, he would say, to see it. Wow, you are much younger than I thought. But your predecessor was not. Wrong, you look a lot like him. This will be the last time I can help them. I no longer belong to the plane of the living. Take care of this world, please, he would say, to fade away. Izuku, like that, I'll do it, Asmita would say, to faint. All Might, Shonen? Nizu, what's wrong? All Might fainted from overexertion. Neo Mesa, you know what I have to do. Police, order what to do, detective. At that, several claps began to be heard, while a firm step was felt. Wonderful, I never expected a golden knight to reach that point, much less that being so young he could manage to be such a big stone. Shoto, who is it, he would say, frozen with fear. Momo, what is this feeling? Nizu, my instincts tell me to run away. Neo Mesa, I can't move, my body isn't responding. Police, not even mine. Police too, mine doesn't either. All Might, show yourself, Spectre. If you insist, symbol of peace, he would say, letting himself be seen. He was a man of medium build, white hair long to his waist. His eyes are gray and his complexion is pale. I introduce myself. I am Minus, celestial star of nobility. Kyoka E is a Momo, and no Pekin SB. Nizu, a judge of the underworld. Minus. Ah, so the dear rat knows about me, he would say with pride. What a surprise it generates for me that he knows about me. Nizu, we must not let him kill young Midoriya. All Might, you must go. All Might, I would if I could. His presence is worse than his. Neo Mesa, worse than AFO? Minus, AFO. So that's what the symbol of evil is called. I should pay him a visit, it'll be fun. Police, I don't care. Police 2, we won't be heroes. Police 3, but we will arrest you, villain. Minus. Ah, so you want to arrest me. How heroic, but unfortunately for you, I must leave right now, so please excuse me. I don't have time to waste with trash like you, he would say. So the police were taken by their strings while his hand turned purple. Neo Mesa, what are you doing to them? Police, I can't move. Police 2, it's like I have strings controlling me. Policeman 3 would look at him angrily. Minus. Your mother didn't teach you not to look at people ugly, he would say, to move his arm. Neither the policeman nor anyone else expected that the same gesture of the subject would cause the policeman to burst his own eyes by sticking his fingers into them. Kyoka, he is a monster, she would say, terrified. Minus. Now before I go, for those behind you, your arms or your legs, Or maybe I'll break your neck, you decide. Before the specter could move, a flash of golden light launched itself at him, forcing him to retreat. So you were somewhat conscious, Sagittarius, he would say, smiling. Izuku stood with his fists raised while breathing somewhat raggedly. His strong determination and the will he inherited from his master Sisyphus put him on his feet to fight. So you're still standing, he would say with a mocking smile, in that condition. Izuku, I may not be in healthy condition, but I am still the guardian of the 9th house. Wow, I didn't know you were so stubborn, he would say to throw his threads at the green-haired man. Police 2, watch out. Policeman 1, take cover, boy. Before the threads arrived, crimson needles would prevent their approach. But that's it? Izuku, Scarlet Needle, he would say, surprised. Cardia, well, my prey is waiting for me, she would say, arriving. Wow, so another golden knight. Cardia, you know, I must admit something, you have goodwill, kid, but you're not strong enough yet, although I can respect your courage to want to fight a specter in that state. Izuku, can you take care of it, Scorpio? Cardia, sure, leave it all in my hands, okay? Do you think you can kill me? Cardia, you know something, it's been a while since I used my scarlet needles, with a wound no bigger than an insect bite but strongly poisonous. Normal beings can barely endure 2, for if their will allows it, 6 in the case of knights. But no more than that. Do you want to find out how long you can resist? What are you implying? Cardia, Scarlet Needle. A burst of 10 crimson shots came out of his finger, attacking the judge. But what? He would say, feeling pain. While he began to feel sick, his senses began to disappear. Cardia, while you endured 10 out of 15 needles, although normally you would be dead by now, I think it's a new brand, I'd say, to throw in another 14 needles and counting. Was very weakened. He could not believe that another knight could defeat him as Albafica did before Kairos sent him to this land. Cardia, the Scarlet Needles, a technique of 15 shots through the body, reflecting the constellation of Scorpio, 14 being normal, the number 15 being Antares, the mortal one. I have never used it against a specter. Do you want to try it? Damn you, I'd say weak. Cardia, in that case, say goodbye. Scarlet Needle, Antares, he would say to throw the last needle at the specter who died when it touched him. But still they're well. So you're still standing but dead. The warriors of death are impressive. But he would say, making a cut with his index finger, freeing the policemen from their bonds and cutting Minus in half. Nizu. Well, he would say, sighing, it's all over, he would say in a calm tone. Almight, Shonen, I'll take you to the paramedics. Izuku, thank you, he would say, being supported to walk, and Cardia, no. Cardia, indeed. Izuku, thanks, buddy. Cardia, anything to kill a wraith or 2. Chapter 12. Outside the USJ, All Might was carrying Izuku with serious injuries. His companions, who had already been treated with Sharnado, saw him and were worried. They wanted to go, but the doctors did not let them. Once in the ambulance, they had to rush him to the hospital, although thanks to Asmita his senses were like new, since he did not lose them to the point of no return. The needles that Adavaka used against him repeatedly left him internally very damaged, and Recovery Girl could not act with UA supplies. The students, despite being well, understood one thing, that they would never experience anything normal again in what remained of the UA. At the hospital, due to his injuries, the green-haired man had to undergo surgery, since a couple of his organs were quite damaged, but thanks to various quirks from the nurses and doctors, they were able to be repaired. Still, despite the fact that the UA would answer for the boy, there was the fact that the threat they faced, that the heroes had to be handled with extreme caution, and a ban on its disclosure to the media was set, which many did nothing but complain about. But Nizu, given his ability to convince, had to tighten the noose around the neck of more than one to keep them silent. It is something that they would handle even behind the Commission's back, something that the winged hero Hawks was annoyed, but understood what the Commission would do if they found out, given that they could authorize a genocide just to prevent someone from being born with powers that surpass Quirks. Izuku's legal issue, although Naomasa had to act according to the law, he couldn't. Heroes and knights were different, and although the latter should play by the rules of the former, he couldn't do anything since there was no evidence of the existence of the specters, since the Superiors and their bodies crumbled to dust. With Sharnado it was different. Izuku would accept responsibility for the child, although Nizu made the boy have to finish his training at UA, so every time he returned to classes, Sharnado had to go with him and, thanks to All Might, complete his training. Regarding the knights, at Nizu's request, Cementos had to build a building for them both to live in. Recovery Girl also tried to treat Cardia for his illness, which was unusual given that it increases his temperature to the point of generating flames in his internal organs, including his heart, which would end up killing him. Even so, Cardia is known for his courage and recklessness during battle, thanks to Shinato's words about the night. Somewhere, a woman can be seen walking in a hurry and annoyed. She is tall, with a very exuberant physique, very well proportioned, with long black hair and smooth white skin. She usually wears Gothic-style clothing, a very suggestive dress, given her enormous bust or her shapely legs. Beside her is a small specter with the appearance of a young man with dark skin, short silver hair, and completely yellow pupils, similar to those of a cat. "Damn, we won't be able to bring my lord back like this," she would say, very annoyed. "Spectre, Lady Pandora, what do you think about this?" Apparently there is a knight or several who have already finished off the specters on Lady Pandora. Pandora, commander of the army of the 108 specters, the one responsible for spreading evil in the world, the woman who brings evil to the world. Pandora, Cheshire, I want you to inform the rest of the specters that we will not make any further moves until it is appropriate. I will not tolerate any more insubordination. Cheshire, yes, Mrs. Pandora, the most loyal ghost of the woman would say. Before he could even fully grasp Pandora's command, a significantly powerful sinister presence began to be felt as Cheshire adopted a defensive posture similar to that of a threatened cat, until he saw the figure of the intruder and ran away in fear. Pandora, but it is Cheshire, he would say, running away from fear. Pandora, Lord Hypnos. Hypnos, god of sleep, one of the twin gods who serve Hades, advisor along with his brother for the actions of the infernal army of the king of the underworld. Hypnos, I know everything about Pandora. How do you justify the actions of Minos, a powerful judge of hell? Pandora, I can't justify it, but I can get an idea of who might have instigated it. Hypnos, speak. Pandora, since our appearance in this world, all as a result of the intervention of Yoma of Mephistopheles, or rather the minor titan, and younger brother of Kronos, Kairos, he is the one who guaranteed that the plan of our Lord Hades failed and that consequently the human alone has reversed the position of the soul of our Lord. Hypnos, I see, he would say, taking a more human form, although my power has not been completely regenerated due to that old man, he would say with a slight smile. We must be preparing for the return of Mr. Hades. That is why I will take the leadership of the army of the 108, so we will ensure the true return of the great general of the 108. Pandora, what does my lord Hypnos command? She would say, bowing before the god. Hypnos, we will do as you asked. Until further notice we will not attack. Let us leave and analyze what these heroes do. After all, we must not be careless. UA Academy. Several days have passed, in which the Hero Academy decided to let its students rest, who, saving for Izuku, decided to intensify Shinato's training, in view of the beginnings of a new holy war and the almost zero number of Athena knights to fight. Izuku was not in the hospital for more than one day. Thanks to the doctors and his Cosmo, he was able to be back on the game board, noticing an abysmal sinister cosmos, something that his comrades Cardia and Digel also noticed. A great power, and although difficult to draw conclusions, it could be a god. They could ask to be wrong, but, with luck, until a few moments ago it was not trusted that this would not be the case. The teachers, accompanied by the police, had to discuss the matter with the League of Villains, so they met at UA to discuss the problem and what to do about it. For Nizu and Almight, it was very specific that All for One, the symbol of peace's #1 enemy, was on the move again, given that he is an extremely intelligent being, and after being defeated by All Might 15 years ago, it is very likely that he has a backup plan. The next topic they discussed was the subject of specters, and given the presence of Virgo's Pandora's box, added to the fact that despite the disbelief of many, including Detective Naomesetsu Kochi, given that despite not detecting lies, he was very reluctant to believe those words, since if so, they would end up involved in something bigger than the battle against villains. Room 1A class time. You can see everyone in Room 1A sitting while waiting for the sensei, while Izuku had his eyes closed while meditating quietly, something that Shurnato imitated. They were silent until an invisible girl decided to intervene. Hagakure, Hey, did you see the news last night? Ojiro, yes. Hagakure. Everyone in the class was in it for at least 1 second. I would say excited, but I didn't come out. I would say crestfallen for being invisible. Shoji, it's true. Ojiro is surprised by this truth, given that if he had to lie to her, he would do it, just to make her feel good. Ojiro, it's hard for them to see you like that in your heroine outfit, right? I mean, they're just gloves. Kaminari. But all the channels did something big. Kirishima, I was surprised. Kyoka, can you blame them? The hero class, which didn't have many pro-heroes, was attacked. Zero. Who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't arrived. Uraraka. Although the specters were not mentioned, nor the arrival of Cardia nor Dijal, I would say in a thinking pose. Mineta, shut up. Just thinking about it makes me sweat. Bakugo, shut up already. He would say angrily, shut up, trash. Sato, but at least they could win. Tsuyu. But I still wonder what happened to Midoriya-chan, she would say, looking at the aforementioned. Shoto, I can still feel the fear that guy caused us. Momo, Midoriya wasn't wrong about one. He said a judge from hell was coming, and he appeared. Kyoka, but that Adavaka guy almost killed him. I'm surprised you're here. Izuku, the result of that fight was unforeseen. I didn't know someone like him was coming, but I must thank Asmita for her help. Mina, is it true, despite being a ghost? She would say, seeing Izuku, who made her a sign of more or less. She wasn't going to go into detail. He transmitted an aura of peace and calm. Tsuyu, now that you mention it, Bakugo-chan did mention something about the eighth sense. Aizawa, Nizu and Almight entered the room, being seen by none other than Shurnato, since he noticed the existence of the same curiosity on the subject. Ida, but aren't there 5 senses? Momo, 6 if we count intuition, I think. Izuku, you see, so you understand, there is more than one sense, in addition to the 5 primary ones: sight, touch, taste, hearing and smell. The 6th sense is the so-called intuition, which is the knowledge that does not follow a rational path for its construction and formulation, and therefore cannot be explained or even verbalized. It is also called extrasensory perception. Among the abilities of human beings are the 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. But there is also a 6th sense, also known as intuition or premonition capacity. It is normally said that people whose 6th sense is more developed have extrasensory perception. Nizu, I understand. Students, good morning, Principal. All Might Sensei and Aizawa Sensei, they would say, surprised by his presence and noticing the state of their teacher. Mina, is it okay for Aizawa Sensei to come like this? Aizawa, my health condition is not important, so I will let Midoriya finish his explanation to give a warning. Izuku, well, given the nature of this sense, knowing something, without physical contact with the basic senses and its use in mental techniques through which illusions also work, therefore it is located in the brain. Nizu, fascinating. But what capabilities does it provide, given that it is something far from a quirk? All Might, I'm also curious, he would say with a cell phone with Naomesa on speaker. Naomesa, that's interesting. But what skills does it provide? Izuku, several abilities are derived from the 6th sense. Many of them have a version such as quirk, telepathy, psychokinesis, telekinesis, matter teleportation, are just a few examples, in addition to allowing movement at the speed of sound. Mina, it's like a big quirk that encompasses others. Uraraka, yes. Kirishima, old sounds very manly, although I don't like mind games. Ida, it's a bit faster than my quirk. Shoto, Midoriya, what do you handle? Since you've used psychokinesis, telepathy, and Aizawa Sensei mentioned teleportation. Izuku, although I once manifested my 6th sense, so that I used the abilities I mentioned, my power is related to a sense superior to the 6th, the 7th sense. Momo, it makes sense. Kyoka, yes, if an 8th is mentioned, it is obvious that there is a 7th sense. Aizawa, explains, I would say interested but without showing it. Izuku, the 7th sense is that which is achieved through the complete and entire understanding of one's body and strength while having trained in the handling of the cosmos. It is said that the 7th sense is the true cosmos in all its splendor. It is said that those who use it the most among humans are the golden saints of Athena, although we are not the only ones, since in Athena's army, numerous bronze and silver saints have used it. I would even dare to say other soldiers of other gods. Naomesa, I see. It's a somewhat unique power. Izuku, as far as I know, people can manipulate their cosmos and perform several feats beyond a normal human, such as moving at the speed of light, burning their cosmos infinitely, healing some physical damage, among other things. It also allows one to compensate for the loss of the primary senses and the sixth senses. Almight, is it possible for someone to learn how to use it? Izuku, if possible, it is, but his training is hell, and as I understand from my teachers, the quirk factor blocks the ability to use it. Nizu, I understand, it is a greater power, which tells us that in your case, you may not have a limit, which leads us to the question, what is the eighth sense? Izuku, the eighth sense, also known as Aryashiki, is what allows a person to enter the world of the dead while retaining their body and will, and controlling their soul. All humans possess it from birth, but it resides in a deeper place than the seventh sense, which is why almost everyone dies without ever realizing they possessed it. Almight, but how is that possible? I mean, normally it's something surprising, but not realizing its existence. Momo, it's true. Izuku, when a person dies, all of their senses disappear, awakening the eighth sense naturally and going to the world of the dead. Unfortunately, upon dying, one is subject to the laws of that world. Nizu, so Asmita, Mina and Hagakure, we saw a ghost. They would say terrified. Mineta, how scary. Kaminari, old is cool and scary. Izuku, it's known that it can be reached without dying. He would say to calm everyone this can happen in two ways, approaching death, or elevating the cosmos to its maximum. In both cases, the person can enter the underworld without being subject to its laws. Almight, that explains it. Neomesa, that Asmita has materialized. Shurnato, overcoming death in a nutshell. Everyone was surprised by this, so Aizawa decided to cut the surprise short to make an announcement. Aizawa, the fight is not over, I would say seriously. Bakugo fight? Kaminari, perhaps he would say nervously. Mineta, the villains again? Aizawa, the UA Sports Festival is almost here. I would say seriously. Class 1A, minus Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shurnato. It's a super normal school event. Kirishima, the sports festival, I would say with emotion, is a super normal event. Kyoka, wait, is it okay to hold the sports festival after the villains infiltrated? Ojiro, what will happen if they attack us again? Aizawa, apparently, they think the UA's crisis management system is rock solid enough to pull off the event. Security was strengthened 5 times compared to previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a great opportunity. It's not an event that's going to be shut down by villains. If you're thinking about the ghosts, that's a different story. If necessary, we have Dijal and Cardia to take charge, so we hope they'll be sufficient in that regard. Mineta, but is it safe to do so? Izuku, the UA Sports Festival is one of the biggest events in Japan. Aizawa, just like Midoriya says, in the past, the Olympics were called a sports festival, and the entire country was crazy about them. As you know, with the downsizing and population reduction, they're now like a shield of their former glory. And now, Japan is hosting those Olympics. That's the UA Sports Festival. Momo, of course, all the heroes of the world will be watching us, she would say, causing excitement. So they can recruit us. Shurnato, and also villains if you think about it, he would say, smiling and cutting the joy. Shoji, a lot of people see it, not just civilians and heroes, so it makes sense. Izuku, but that is not a reason to be discouraged, but a strength. They will think that they will know us in fights. But overcoming that adversity is our task as heroes. Kirishima, you're so manly, Mito bro. Kaminari, after graduating, it's normal to join a professional agency as a quick colleague, he would say, smiling. Kyoka, and many people lose their chances of independence after that by becoming partners forever. I feel like Kaminari will be one of them. Izuku, you shouldn't think like that, Jiro-san. Even with the hierarchies of the gods' armies, each rank must be able to fend for itself independently, and not depend on someone of a higher rank. Look at my case, I'm a gold knight. I can't be on the lookout for always having to save the silver and bronze knights. They must fight their battles sometimes without depending on the strongest knight. The same goes for heroes. Kyoka, I understand. Kaminari, he just defended me, he would say excitedly, no one had ever cared so much about me. Aizawa, of course, joining a famous hero agency will give you more experience and popularity, but time is limited. If you hope to become a pro, the path to your future will be paved at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of 3 chances. No aspiring hero should miss this event. If you understand that, don't slack off and prepare yourselves. Class 1A, yes? Aizawa, class is over. So Aizawa would get into his sleeping bag and crawl out of the classroom, leaving Cementos in charge of the class. Time skip, lunchtime. Everyone was amazed, excited, and enthusiastic about the event. Everyone was talking about what they couldn't miss. Ida, it's a great opportunity. What do you think, Midoriya-kun? He would say, moving his arms. Izuku, it really is, but for you who follow the path of heroes, I as a knight follow another path. Although coming to UA, I must participate. Uraraka, in that case, she would say with an imposing aura, let's make an effort. Izuku, calm down. Ochako, he would say, stroking her head. Uraraka, she would say, puffing out her cheeks, I'm not small for you to treat me like this. Ida, it seems that both are brothers. If I didn't know them, I would call them that. But it is clear that Midoriya is seen as the oldest. That comment made Uraraka widen her pout, as they left the classroom to go to the dining room and enjoy their break talking about trivial things, while Izuku sat next to Cardia and Dijil, who, at the director's request, had to eat there. Although for their palate, the lunch rush food was not bad, on the contrary, it was exquisite. Cardia, not bad, I would say, while eating a meat dish. Dijil, the food is not bad, he would say while enjoying a plate of onigiri while reading a book. By the way, it wasn't your first encounter with ghosts, right, Sagittarius? Izuku, no, the first were Mew of Papillion and Fyodor of Mandrake, followed by an attack of phantoms led by Byaku of Necromancer, Rami of Worm and Takusa of Hanuman. Cardia, I see, so there were prey to have fun with and I wasn't there, she would say with a sigh, and I was left doing nothing. Izuku, have you found anyone? Cardia, yes, I did. I found my apprentice on my way here. I found him in Vietnam while I was approaching here, a quirkless boy who luckily found the Pandora's box of the bronze armor of the Canis Minor constellation. I called him a while back. Izuku, I understand, your purpose is to face my student and yours to see who wins the armor first. Dijil, I also found an apprentice of Santia, who, as you know, unlike the Amazons, will not wear a mask. Izuku, I understand. What armor did you find? Dijil, Cassiopeia, something different from my frozen cosmos, given its connection with lava. Izuku, interesting. This year there will be interesting appointments. Cardia, I hope there are no hard feelings when my student is the first, she would say, smiling proudly. Izuku, and then? What will happen to their armor? Since they know very well that as Golden Knights we are the closest to death. Dijil, in my case, I will leave instructions for someone to follow in the footsteps of a master of water and ice. I know that my apprentice is not viable because he was not born in Aquarius, so another apprentice will appear in the future. Cardia, in my case the same thing happens. I guess I should do the same. It sounds very boring to do so. Elsewhere, a serious figure with a sharp gaze, denoting his determination, was walking in one direction while being followed by 3 other figures. All of them were male, while carrying a box of Athena's armor with various symbols. End of chapter. Hello everyone, I want to make a small announcement or clarification. I know many will wonder about the names I'm using in Bronze Saints, so I'll clarify, since I'll use several little-known ones like some anime character or animated series that adapts to the character. Although these have nothing to do with their universe of origin, I clarify that if I use Adrien Agresti, I won't make him be Cath Noir and suffer betrayal or something, but rather, I use the character as another foot. Also, if you notice, I'm using several names from Santia's show, since it has armor that has been seen little before. I think they are good options for Bronze Knights. I'll see which ones I can also use from Omega, or I'll bring a couple from the Lost Canvas. So knowing this, those who suggest as knights of the following armor: Minor Horse, Lynx, Volans, Flying Fish, Fox, Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, Triangle, Persis, Turkey, Orion, Lepus Hare, Swordfish or Dorado. I look forward to your ideas, I love them. Chapter 13, UA Stadium. Class 1A trained hard for a whole week, so we found ourselves at the UA Stadium, where the class was talking amongst themselves. Mina, I wanted to wear my suit, she would say with a pout. Ojiro, they must want us to have no advantage over any of the other classes. Ida, listen Class A, it's time for us to go out and show why we're here, he would say moving his arms. Shoto, Midoriya, you are one of the strongest in the room, and since you are a gold knight, he would say speaking to the aforementioned, no matter what happens, but I will defeat you. Izuku, the more you will hide that pain. He spoke telepathically. Shoto. It's none of your business. He would say, somewhat annoyed. Izuku. It is if with that one you will make others die. As long as you don't leave that, you are not even worthy of being in this room or calling yourself a hero. He would say, looking at him seriously. Outside of their conversation, the two seemed to be having a staring match. Kirishima. Oh, a declaration of war between the strongest in the class. How manly, but we're friends. Shoto. I didn't come here to make friends. Before anyone answered, they would hear the screams from the stadium and the call of Present Mike. Present Mike, yeah. Everyone, welcome to this year's youth round. This is the UA Sports Festival. People were cheering in the stands. Present Mike, here with me livening up these rounds, the mummy man. Say hello, buddy. He would say animatedly. Aizawa, you forced me to come with his bandaged caterpillar mode. Present Mike, how boring. But let's put that aside. It's time to introduce them. They have withstood an attack by villains and have survived, willing to give their everything, and show that they are here, with you, Class 1A. The audience began to cheer, as they passed by, being applauded by everyone. Present Mike, and after them, also from the heroic courses, Class 1B. Those mentioned were looking seriously at those from Class A after them, the general classes, courses C, D, Y. Present Mike, along with support courses, F, G, Y, H classes. Present Mike, and after them management courses, classes I, J, and K. The entire audience would applaud the new entrants. Present Mike, and of course, livening up this first-year festival, the class our heroine, Midnight. The aforementioned was on stage with a whip in hand in a sensual and provocative pose. Kirishima, sensei who uses blushing. Kaminari, that's our class red. Mineta, UA is the best. Midnight, well, it's time for the player's speech. Past young Midoriya Izuku. Izuku walked past everyone as everyone was saying he was the best because of the entrance exam. He had gone up to the stage and taken the microphone. As he passed, several classes from the general courses and 1B were saying things that were either somewhat derogatory or true, given that he was chosen for being in first place. Monoma, he's just a useless guy from Class 1A. Tetsu, let's see what one of those bastards says. Izuku, I know that many of you come here to prove yourself as heroes, that you want to prove your worth, I would say, drawing attention, but you are afraid to show it. To those I will simply say, your fear should not be a cause for shame. On the contrary, you must recognize it in order to face it, I would say, gaining amazement in all of them, no matter how dark everything is. Look at the stars, even if we see them as small and insignificant. They are all part of the universe, if we manage to understand it and can feel it, then we give meaning to our lives whatever the way we live. Even if it is little what we do, even if it is little by little, we will continue forward, that will to persist, the way in which true heroes achieve a miracle. Go beyond the limits plus ultra. Everyone was moved by those words, and even more so by the heroes present, many of whom were made to reflect. Participants in public, plus ultra. Kirishima, that's so manly, he would say, crying. Tokoemi, your light has pierced the darkness of my heart. Uraraka, Izuku and I is amazing. Ida, so you accept it, huh? Uraraka, you said we look like brothers. Ida-kun, she would say, turning her face away. Tetsu, those words are those of a true man, he would say, crying. Shinzo, hump, he would say with a slight smile. In the stands, Shurnato, don't you see Oka-san? Inko, of course Shurnato, she would say, smiling. She never expected her son's apprentice to tell her like that, but it made her feel very happy. No child deserved to suffer what he suffered. Cardia, it seems that Sisyphus taught him well, he would say, smiling too well. Dijil, only someone like him would have influenced him in that way. Nizu, it seems that Sisyphus was his teacher, Dijil, and predecessor, Inko, and stepfather, although he occupied more the position of father. Cardia, I see it, and I don't believe it. Sisyphus settling down. Almight, you would have been a great successor. Midoriya Shonen, he thought, smiling. Blonde, that was exciting, so inspiring. Cardia, who is Tintin on steroids? Almight, my successor, he would say, smiling. In the contestants' zone. Midnight, those words, she would say with a dreamy voice, have inspired me, she would say, seeing the green-haired boy go down. Well, it's time for the first test. It's time for the roulette wheel to spin and determine the challenge. The roulette wheel began to spin and stopped on an obstacle course. It's time for everyone to get ready. All the students went to get ready to go out and run. Izuku, I still can't believe they forced me to participate, he thought, looking at Cardia out of the corner of his eye. Tetsu, don't exclude us, bastards. Monoma, glory will belong to Class 1B. Present Mike, ready. Go! Everyone started running and getting out of the bottleneck, while Shoto froze the entire tunnel so that no one else could pass. Bakugo, where are you going? Half and half bastard soaring with his explosions. Kirishima, they won't leave me behind. Class 1A, not even us. Shoto, more happened than I expected. I would say running. Suddenly the ice broke, implying that someone had hit it so hard that several people had been knocked flying. Izuku, you shouldn't worry about winning a race. What matters are the fights, he would say next to the green-haired man. Shoto, when? Izuku, your ice is so hot that I could use it to make tea, I would say, going beyond it. Shoto, damn. In the audio area. Present Mike, good. Someone has overtaken the leader. What do you think, mate? Aizawa, many are confident in their quirks, that they do not analyze the capabilities of others. With the heroes. A hero full of fire was watching this with annoyance. His perfect creation was surpassed by someone he considered a nobody. Hero 1, you saw that green-haired guy's gift. Hero 2, if you see that he is fast. Heroine 1, she left Endeavor's son behind. It's just luck. Heroine 2, or that her power is greater than him. Hero 3, maybe I'll send you a request. In the box. Cardia, what do you think of that ice? Dijal, it's too warm. He needs to be colder if he wants to use it without relying on his fire. Although if his body freezes in the process, it means he wasn't born to use the power of ice. Shoto, actually I would say to explain to everyone what Shoto is and what Endeavor did. Cardia, well, he would say with a very sadistic smile, I should pay that guy a visit. I'd like to see how many of my needles he can stand. In the competition, Izuku was following his path when he came across the first obstacle, the entrance test robots. Izuku smiled a little as he emanated a strong golden glow, causing surprise in everyone, but as if it were an arrow of light, he began to cross the field, destroying robots in his path, including 3 0 points. The other participants who were behind took advantage of the opportunity to pass over that space, while Shoto froze everything in his path and passed, enraged, given that he was coming in second place, while Bakugo followed them closely since although internally he knew that he couldn't win against the green-haired man, in reality he didn't accept it. The second stage was a cliff with numerous rocks, where the green-haired boy simply jumped across the surfaces, leaving many behind. Bakugo, using his explosions, was elevated from the surface, floating in the air as he propelled himself. Todoroki decided to freeze some ribbons that joined the edges and platforms, but this worked in favor of the others. Tsuyu Ajui, using her frog abilities, passed them, demonstrating her skills, while a girl from the support class, Mei Hatsum, showed off her inventions to be taken into account. Thus many other students stood out thanks to their quirks or abilities. Without wasting time, everyone gave their best effort, overcoming the obstacles more easily, while Izuku, followed by Bakugo and Todoroki, who recovered from a bad landing, arrived at the minefield, the third test. Bakugo, nerd, half bastard, you're not going to go in front of me. Izuku, sorry Kaken, freezing the path with his cosmos and running without difficulty, to Shoto's surprise. In the teacher's box. Cardia, it seems that Sisyphus student was able to make ice with his cosmos. Dijal, according to what Inko-san told me, Crest was here, right? Inko, yes, Crest, a somewhat cold man but who reflected a lot of loneliness, said that you were his disciple, right? Dijal, yes, I would say something melancholic about running into the old master. In the race, Izuku was ahead of his two pursuers, while observing the bicolor's annoyance, while also delighting in seeing Bakugo's rabid chihuahua face. Present Mike, and the winner of this round is Midoriya Izuku. He would say so the audience would burst into cheers. In second place was Shoto Todoroki, who looked at his father and received a scowl, something Izuku noticed, but decided to wait until he knew more. Bakugo came in third, completing a total of 42 contestants, with the last being Ahoyama Yuga. Present Mike, OHYAHHHH. This year has been really exciting. It's time for a 30-minute break and we will continue with. The roulette wheel started to spin and stopped at a point. Present Mike, cavalry battle. That's how the half hour would go, where several decided to go with their families, friends and acquaintances. So after eating a little and resting to regain strength, they prepared to continue the competition, where Midnight would take the floor again. Midnight, the 42 who made it to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't be discouraged if you didn't make it. "We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine," he would say, licking his lips. "The real competition begins now. The press cavalry will be everywhere. Give it your all." Let me explain what it's about. Participants will have to form teams of 2 to 4 people, with whoever they want. In a nutshell, it's like any normal cavalry battle, but the only difference is that depending on the result of each person's last game, they will be assigned a score. Sato. So it's like the points system of the entrance exam. Kaminari. At least it's easy to understand, he would say, smiling. Uraraka. Simply put, each team will have different scores depending on their members. Midnight. And that's right. Points are assigned starting at 5 from the bottom. So if 42nd place is 5, 41st is 10, and so on. And the points assigned to first place are, I'd say, to build suspense, 10 million. Shinzo, 10 million. And he would whisper under his breath. Mayhatsum. In other words, whoever defeats the team of the player with the highest score would think. Everyone, you can be at the top no matter where you are. They would think in unison. Midnight. That's right, she would say, knowing the collective thought while she observed that everyone was looking at the green-haired man who didn't flinch, having his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Izuku. If that's the case, he would say, to be serious, let's see what they are capable of. Midnight. It's a battle of survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to reach the top. Everyone looked at the green-haired man like predators looking for their prey. But Izuku's calm and the seriousness he returned to them made them see behind him a golden centaur formed of stars, while a bow in his hands was pointed at them, generating fear in several. Midnight. Okay, now I'll explain the rules. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total points of its members. Their riders will wear a bandana with the number of their scores. Teams must try to take each other's bandana before the time runs out and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen bandanas must be worn around the neck, so the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage. And most importantly, even if your bandana is stolen, or your team falls, you're not out. Momo, that means, Sato, since we are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field at all times. Ahoyama, it's hard. Mine, a strategy that allows someone to take your points first so you have more freedom. Tsuyu, it's hard to do without seeing how the points will end up being distributed. Mina-chan. Midnight. During the match, it'll be a vicious battle where you can use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card if you make attacks that intentionally hurt others. That earned the TSK from Bakugo. You'll be disqualified immediately. Bakugo, shit. Midnight. Now I would say to put a clock on the board. You have 15 minutes to put together your teams. Start. At those words, everyone would begin to create their teams, while Izuku decided to team up with Tokoemi, Uraraka, and a pink-haired girl named Mayhatsum, who offered her babies, her inventions, to the team. Although the latter would decide not to use them for the moment, they were not necessary. Present mic. Time out. Bakugo. Ours. Shoto. Target. Monoma. It is 1. Shinzo. The green-haired boy's points. Present mic. 3, 2, 1. Gyoo. Everyone would throw themselves at Izuku's team. Izuku. Lightning crown. Izuku's cosmos, simulating a crown filled with lightning bolts emanating from the earth, appeared, making it impossible for several to pass due to the power of the attack. However, some groups managed to pass, especially one with a 2-color shield. Mei defended everything with her babies, and Tokoemi used Dark Shadow, which destroyed the ice pillars. Izuku. Todoroki. I told you that ice is too warm. Uraraka. BRRR and no BRRR SSE BRRR note BRRR, I would say, shivering. Shoto. If you give me the tape, I won't bother you. Izuku. You are too stubborn. If you want to see an ice attack and how devastating it is, prepare yourself, he would say, creating an ice sphere to the surprise of his companions. Diamond dust. Izuku would release a strong blast of cold air while several teams' feet froze, including Bakugo and Todoroki's, not to mention Shinzo, whose mouth froze, leaving him unable to use his quirk. The other teams, seeing this, gave up on going and looking for other unfortunate ones, but there are always 2 groups that refuse to fall. Bakugo, using Mina on his team, made her acid melt the ice, which took time, but it worked, while Shoto, having to break his promise, was forced to use his fire, which would bring a slight smile to the green-haired man. Ida wanted to use his trump card, but he didn't count on Izuku being faster and dodging the bicolor's arm, which left Ida surprised, who to his bad luck, forgot that the green-haired man was faster than him. Present mic. Time over. The teams that will move on to the next round have already been chosen. In first place we have the Midoriya team, demonstrating the superiority of evading and defending, with light attacks. In second place we have the Todoroki team, in third place the Bakugo team, and in fourth place the Shinzo team. After that, Ojiro and a boy from Class 1B would retire for their honor, with Tetsu and Ibara being their replacements for the 1 versus 1 fighting round. Chapter 14. With the cavalry battle round over, the green-haired man was heading off to get something to eat, but he sensed someone following him, so out of the corner of his eye he saw it was a bicolor. Deciding to leave him behind, he decided to join his apprentice and the other Golden Knights, who were somewhat surprised by the display, though Cardia mocked the green-haired man. Cardia, you seem to be having fun. Izuku, you know that as knights we cannot use our power irresponsibly. Athena forbids it. Cardia, but still, you're a student. Dijal, we may not share the vision of this world, but we must accept it and adapt to it as much as possible, but not to its 100%. Izuku, I understand that. At that, under the gaze of a surprised bicolor, a boy would enter the room. He is of average height and has the physical appearance of a young teenager with an age that seems to be between 13, white complexion and has a thin body, but athletic due to his training. His face has several noticeable features such as a large mouth and eyes, and has long but thin eyebrows. His clothing consists of an outfit similar to that worn by the ninjas, with shorts and a light-colored sleeveless shirt, held by a dark-colored ribbon. His arms are wrapped in white ribbons and his footwear are training boots from the sanctuary. Boy, Cardia-sensei, is he? Cardia, that's right, kid, introduce yourself. Boy, I am Mirai, apprentice of Master Cardia and future knight of Athena, he would say happily, somewhat conceited, given his teacher. Izuku, it's a pleasure. Shurnato, it's good to meet you, he would say in a serious but friendly tone. Mirai, you think you're ready to be a knight, he would say challengingly. Shurnato, more than you, he would say, returning the challenge. They both looked at each other while, strangely enough, rays came out of their eyes signaling a challenge. Without anyone but the green-haired man noticing, Shoto left the room, heading nowhere. He needed to clear his mind. But fate doesn't always grant personal wishes. Shoto, an imposing voice would say. Shoto, old man, he would say in a tone that reflected anger. The imposing voice came from one of the many pro-heroes in Japan. He is a tall, muscular man with short, spiky red hair and bright turquoise eyes. His beard and mustache appear to be made of fire. He wears a hero costume consisting of a navy blue suit with flames flowing down his chest, arms, and most importantly, his shoulders. This man's name is Enji Todoroki, or better known as Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Endeavor, you must stop throwing that useless tantrum you're having. Use my power, and you'll be able to defeat all these useless people. Shoto, I will win this festival and prove that I don't need your power. I will only use my left side, Mom's power. Endeavor, until when will you stop thinking like that? You are my masterpiece. At that, a crimson glow would pierce Enji's knee. Endeavor, what? Cardia, well, it seems that someone has no honor at all, he would say, smiling very sadistically. Enji, who are you? He would say, preparing to fight. It's not that he was a villain, but if he said it, the authorities would believe him. Shoto, Cardia-san. Cardia, let me have a few words with your bastard father. Okay. I'll give him back to you, though not as healthy as you think. Shoto would nod and withdraw while deciding to ignore a couple of screams of pain that were overshadowed by the cheers from the stands. He felt grateful to Scorpio. After all, not even Almight confronted him, the latter because of his ideal that he could change. But could that be possible? Shoto thought that his father, unless they resorted to the language of fists and left him a couple of broken bones, would not change. After all, that's how he is. How he missed his older brother Tuya, or rather Dabi for the bicolor, the only one who knew. Maybe he should have told him to take him. Living the life of the antihero like he did, killing a couple of heroes like he did, was not such a bad idea. I was about to continue walking when Present Mic's voice echoed through the room. Present Mic, all participants to the platform TO begin. Announced over the speakers. Participants in the final phase of the sports festival approached the platform as the audience roared with excitement. The heroes in the stands gave their opinions, and they shared their opinions with those they wanted in their agencies. Izuku Midoriya, Kaminari Denki, Ida Tenya, Achiko Uraraka, Mei Hatsum, Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Aijiro, Tetsu, Shinzo Hitoshi, Ibara Shiozaki, Mina Ashido, Yuga Ahoyama, Tokoemi Fumikage, Shiro Hanta and Momo Yayorozu were the 16 finalists so far. The recreation games for those who did not pass were carried out normally, and Shirnato, accompanied by Mirai, stopped a duo of perverts from tricking the girls into dressing up as cheerleaders in very tight outfits for the male delight. Mirai, those two were very surprised. Shirnato, I wonder what will happen if the Amazons see them. Mirai, you're talking about if we were at the sanctuary and they fell into the hot springs and saw them all. I would say with amusement. They would both start laughing at the obvious fact. The blonde might have been saved, but the beating was going to hurt. It would hurt. Kirishima, Midobro. Izuku, tell me, Kirishima-san. Kirishima, who is the boy next to your apprentice? Izuku, he is Cardia's apprentice. Kirishima, I see, he looks manly, he would say animatedly. Midnight, as everyone knows, the UA always has a 1 versus 1 fight in its final phase, so these are the final pairings, he would say, showing a screen with the names. First match, Yuga Ahoyama vs. Shinzo Hitoshi. Ahoyama, thank you, let's show our brilliance, she would say with a diva pose. Shinzo, what a strange guy, he would say with a drop of sweat. Second showdown, Mina Ashido vs. Tetsu. Mina, let's give our best, yes, I would say excitedly. Tetsu, yes, he would say smiling, why did he touch me with a girl? My honor does not allow me to conclude. Hitting a woman is not manly, he would think nervously. Third match, Izuku Midoriya vs. Kirishima Aijiro. Kirishima, wow, we'll have to fight each other, right, Midobro? Izuku, that's what it looks like. Kirishima, he would say calmly. Fourth match, Todoroki Shoto vs. Shiro Hanta. Shoto, hump. Shiro, oh, it was my turn against you, old man. Let's have a great fight. Shoto, whatever. Fifth confrontation, Kaminari Denki vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Kaminari, wow, I got matched up against a cute girl. Ibara, God will accompany me in this battle, I would say, to be illuminated by a heavenly light. Sixth fight, Tenya Ida vs. Mei Hatsum. Mei, who is Ida? Ida, it's Ida and it's me. Mei, whatever, she would say, laughing like crazy. Ida, someone doesn't like me, she would say, trembling a little with fear. Seventh fight, Fumikage Tokoemi vs. Momo Yayorozu. Momo, I'll do my best, she would think, convinced. Tokoemi said nothing, nodding. Eighth match, Achiko Uraraka vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Uraraka, I played against Bakugo-kun. Katsuki, against round face, he would say, surprised and somewhat annoyed. He wanted to fight Izuku. The remaining groups, except for the first one, left the platform while Present Mike took back the microphone for the presentations. Present Mike, oh yeah! Ready for the 1 versus 1 fights, the public would start to scream with euphoria on this side of the general course of the UA. The lost son of Aizawa Shota earning an hay from the vagabond with you, Hitoshi Shinzo. The aforementioned just looked at his surroundings while thinking about how boring life was, while a bicolor looked with doubtful thoughts, beginning to formulate several theories. Present Mike, on this side, from Class 1A, the aspiring hero of brilliance and extravagance, Yuga Ahoyama. Ahoyama, mercy, she would say, striking diva poses. Present Mike, the rules are simple. Knock your opponent off the platform or immobilize them. You can win if you manage to make the opponent say, I give up. They need not fear for their injuries. The UA infirmary with recovery girl at the head awaits them. Put your morals and ethics aside for the moment. Of course, anything moral is trash and illegal. Heroes must only use their fists to catch villains. That earned a boring from Cardia. Cements, I'll stop things if they go too far, the newly admitted hero would say, sitting on a chair next to the platform. Midnight, ready, getting nods from both. Present Mike, begin. Ahoyama, naval laser. Shinzo would simply crouch down while Ahoyama shot, striking diva poses to attract attention. But at one point he had to stop, as Shinzo took advantage of that. Shinzo, hey, don't you think he's shying too much? Ahoyama, my brie, I would say until my eyes rolled back in my head. Shinzo, you fell, he would say, smiling, now get off the platform. Ahoyama would leave the platform while the audience applauded the fight. Present Mike, what happened? Do you think you can explain, mate? Aizawa, Shinzo is one of those students who aspire to be heroes and who make the entrance exam seem like a lie. His quirk works on people, not robots. There are many like him who could be heroes, but the entrance exams don't give them that opportunity. Present Mike, what is your gift? Aizawa brainwashed. People in the stands would start to murmur while some argued that he could be a good hero, while others, including professionals, said that it was a villain's quirk. Fortunately, they were the minority, but that did not take away from how hurtful they were. The next match after that was announced. While Tetsu tried to put up a fight, since Mina signaled him that if he gave up, which she wanted to do based on her principles, she wouldn't let him. Mina was more agile and faster than the subject with the metal quirk, which allows him to turn his body into steel, giving him great defensive capabilities. She can also use it offensively to increase the strength of her attacks. She fell to the speed, agility, and flexibility of the alien from 1A, where she extended her hand, being responded with a smile. Present Mike, well, dear audience, it's time for the third duel of this line of the 1A hero course. The hero born under the Stellar Centaur, his combat ability is the highest in the UA, being the first place in the entrance exam. But do not worry, his ability to save and help people is comparable to his will to fight. With you, Midoriya Izuku. The aforementioned entered with a calm smile, while the gentleman paid attention. In the box, Dijil, he's going to hold back. Cardia, if that's the problem, even though many can fight sixth sense users, a seventh sense user would be their downfall. Indeed, someone entering the room would say, he wore golden armor, which denoted a great deal of protection, but what stood out about it were the golden ram horns that protruded from his back to his shoulders. Nizu, who are you? Dijil, Ares. Cardia, so you're the new Ares Knight. Ares, yes, I am the new Guardian Knight of the First House, trained by the old master Hakurai. I am Icarus. Dijil, Hakurai is, I would say, surprised. Cardia, who would have thought that old master would be alive? Where have you been? Icarus, I was on Nabu Island and Europa looking for a couple of armors they found, plus I was supervising the training of Leo's new knight. Dijil, I understand. On the platform, Presenti Mike had already introduced Izuku's opponent, and Midnight had just begun the fight, so Kirishima took advantage of the situation to stiffen his arms and launch into the attack. As Izuku did the same, both of them being on the verge of landing a blow, they crossed their raised arms, looking smiling and defiant. Kirishima, this will be fun, Izaburo. Izuku, I believe it. Both would begin to exchange punches and kicks while Kirishima began to feel pain in his arms. Izuku hit hard and did not hold back. Kirishima, damn, he would say, feeling pain. Izuku, will you give up? Kirishima, I wouldn't even do it if I were dead. I'm a man. If I gave up, I wouldn't be what I am. Izuku, I respect that, he would say seriously, and that is why I will show you a technique, I would say, to jump gallop, I would say, so that Cardia is surprised. That was a technique the brat trained after Sisyphus had to leave to fulfill a mission of unicorn. Kirishima noticed Izuku's feet turn green and gold from his aura, so he hardened his entire body as much as he could, while the green-haired man delivered an impact to his body, sending him flying out of bounds. Kirishima would crash into the wall while panting, smiling. Kirishima, it was a good fight, he would say before fainting. Midnight, Kirishima Ijiro is out of bounds and unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. The audience didn't wait to applaud. Izuku stood up and carried Kirishima on his back, leaving the venue. Present Mike, good. Wonderful fight, but it's time for the fourth fight. On this side your ribbons are resistant. Your powers can be seen associated with the wall crawler from the comic. With you, from Class 1A, Ciro Hanta. Ciro, okay, that will be easy entering the platform. Present Mike, on this side, he's cold, he's hot, he's the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. From Class 1A, Todoroki Shoto. The aforementioned entered impassively, receiving cheers while looking at everything seriously, although he was somewhat grateful to Cardia. Midnight ready? Ciro, yes. Shoto, yes. Midnight began cracking his whip. Ciro, prepared to lose, wrapping the bicolor with his ribbons to throw him out of the ring. By a stroke of luck, Shoto applied pressure with his hindquarter muscles, his legs, and stopped the whipping of the ribbons. Shoto, I win. Shoto emanated his ice, freezing Ciro in an ice cube to look at Endeavor with a superior smile, while the old man was turning purple with rage. Midnight, Ciro, can you continue? Ciro, do you think BRR that BRRI can BRRR? shivering with cold. Midnight, participant Zero Hanta can't fight Shoto. Todoroki is the winner. The audience would cheer Todoroki. Hey, do you think you can? Shoto, sure, I would say, neutral and somewhat annoyed, using his fire to defrost the area. The next Ibra Shiozaki vs Kaminari Denki was quite short. The green-haired girl only had to tangle her hair in the defective Pikachu to win. Her hair already resembled vines, which being plants did not transmit electricity. Simply what stood out is that when she entered, a halo of light was present because she is a religious girl, and she was upset at being called the Class B assassin by President Mike to put on a show. The fights continued, with Mei Hatsum literally using Ida as a guinea pig to test her inventions, which she called her babies. Ida was humiliated and planned to fight his way through and elevate the Ida family's pride, but Mei, tired of presenting her babies, gave up, shattering what little pride the cheap Sonic had left. The next fight was Momo Yayorosa vs Tokoemi Fumikage. The fight was quite quick, as the creation user had a hard time coming up with a strategy, as Tokoemi made Dark Shadow attack without letting the brunette think, ending in her defeat. Finally, the eighth and final round before moving on to the quarterfinals of the competition arrived. Uraraka Ochako vs Katsuki Bakugo was quite explosive and serious, as the Machi showed her mind in action by launching a meteor shower of debris that was blocked by a small Muslim shrine. Uraraka fell weakly while the audience shouted everything at her, some supporting him. Others, like rookie heroes and sensitive audiences, insulted him like a modern millennial pseudo-progressive, being defended by Aizawa. Near the entrance to the arena, Izuku stood in front of Katsuki seriously, while the ashen-haired boy looked back at him. Katsuki, are you going to defend her? Izuku, no, she's strong, so she had to understand that she wouldn't receive roses. Several of his classmates were listening and couldn't believe that Izuku could be so cold. Katsuki, I thought you'd reprimand me like those tights extras who are heroes. Izuku, anyone who enters a fight should know it, he would say seriously, and you, he would say, removing a cardboard that you used to hide. Mina, but Ochako-chan is hurt, she would say melodramatically. Izuku and Tsuyu, don't you worry about her? You've both been like siblings since you started Karo classes. Izuku, I'm worried, I just accepted a reality. If they are so afraid of being hit, then they don't belong in the hero class. Mina, but Izuku, on the battlefield, whether humans, demons, or gods, heroes or villains, men or women, blows are given and received equally. Kirishima, you're right, we want to be heroes so much that few of us know that we will end up hurt. Tokoemi, that's right, it's not just about standing around, taking pictures, looking pretty for the cameras and popularity. Ojiro, it is not honorable to fight if you fear being hurt. Katsuki, where is that crying nerd from when we were kids? Izuku followed a different path than heroism, he would say, to go to the countryside. Icarus, I knew you'd be here. Sagittarius, he would say, entering the room. Izuku would simply slow down. Izuku, Aries. Icarus, I am Icarus, Golden Knight of Aries. Izuku, Gold Knight of Sagittarius. Icarus, I heard you had a serious fight. Izuku, if you mean the USJ, yes. Icarus, I would like to see your armor, since, as you know, as guardian of the first house, I am the repairer of armor. Izuku, after this festival I will give it to you. Icarus, I accept that, he would say before leaving. Good luck in this fight. Izuku would nod and retreat to the field. Tsuyu, do you think Todoroki-chan is okay? Kirishima, I don't know, but in my fight with him, I felt. Momo, what did you feel? Kirishima, as if he wanted to kill me. Izuku, an attack with that intention, he would say to everyone's surprise while he was at the entrance. If you are going to face each other, you must try to fight as if your lives depended on it. The villains outside will not be interested in you being heroes or heroines, recorded in your memories. Ida, but Izuku, listen, the villains out there will always try to kill the hero. They are not smart, since they are not satisfied with making them fall, making sure they suffer first, driving them insane. Only one who is smart enough would do it, but without him, the others will only want their heads. So understand this, attack to kill, because the enemy will not hesitate to do so. With those last words he retreated to the field. He knew that Todoroki would be his opponent, and that he would be a tough opponent, but not for him. For anyone he would be an opponent, but not for him. He was not arrogant, he was realistic, and if he had to attack to kill so that shitty trauma with his fire would go away once and for all, he would do it, although it was not like that. crest filed down his old idealism a bit, although Sisyphus had guided him in a certain way and he was loyal to his comrades and companions, even going so far as to put his life on the line for others. Izuku does not want them to die for following stupidity, continuing to believe that being a hero is being seen in a suit, posing pretty and taking pictures for the vultures of the press, would only make them show themselves weak and lower their defense, becoming someone's victim. Chapter 15. The stands were expectant as they watched the fighting platform, but there was someone who was a little unwell. That was Endeavor, who after a few small words with Cardia, returned to the stands upset, bandaged and with a couple of bruises on his face. Endeavor, I hope you can give a fair fight so that Shota learns that he has to use his father's power, that only with it can he win, he thought, but in vain what he had thought about it. In the audio booth, present mic, YHHHH. It's time, dear audience, it's time to face them, to see this fight between these two gladiators. The audience would start cheering, while Aizawa just looked at him with an annoyed face. Aizawa works and introduces the students, he would say with his bored tone. Present mic. How boring, I would say looking at him, but well, it's time to continue this festival on this side. His will is very strong, his power is unmatched, he's a complete box of surprises. With you Midoriya Izuku. In the arena, the aforementioned was calmly entering the arena. After all, the first lesson in combat is not to let your emotions get in the way. On the speakers, present mic, on this side, he is quiet, serene, cold, he does not come here to make friends, he is the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, he is Todoroki Shoto. Shoto ignoring the others, while staring at the green-haired man, his stoic face reflected some annoyance, but he had to get over it. Midnight, be ready. Izuku would take a combat position, while calmly looking at the bicolor. Midnight, begin. The fight had started but no one was moving. In a quick movement Todoroki threw a glacier at Izuku, who would simply contain the ice with his bare hands. That left everyone in the audience surprised, especially Endeavor and Todoroki. Present mic, and the contestant Todoroki attacks with ice and the contestant Midoriya stops him with his bare hands. How would he have done it? Cements. How did you do it, brat? Something of a gentleman, perhaps? Would think. In the stands, civilians. Endeavor, how? He would say surprised, how did he do it? Participants. Kirishima, did you see that? Siro, with only his bare hands. Tsuyu, that was impressive. Karo. Uraraka, yes. Bakugo, grrrr. Sharnado, not bad at all. Mirai, it looks like what Lord Deijel does, but how? Ida, do you know something? Sharnado, I'll just say that Sensei trained very hard, and unless winter lowers the temperature, he won't beat him. Momo, Todoroki-san will win, she would say, confident in her words. Monoma, Yara what's Class A talking about? Mirai, get out, he would say, hitting him and returning him unconscious to his place. Kendo, sorry. In the arena, Todoroki was surprised, his stoic face showing a look of surprise and shock. Todoroki, how? Izuku, your ice is too hot. Shoto, what? Izuku, as you hear, your ice is too hot. Shoto, tisk, never mind, he would say, launching another blast of ice. Izuku, fool, he would say, holding the ice with his bare hands, if you continue like this you will reach the limit that your body can withstand, and you will be out. Your fire side could fix it, but you are so childish that you will not use it. Shoto, why do you want me to use it? You're not one to sell out. Izuku, if your thought is about whether your father bought me, he would say, surprising the bicolor, the answer is no. Shoto, then why? I swore to fight with my mother's gift, nothing more. Izuku, then you don't deserve to be here at UA, he would say, so that the stadium, heroes, civilians, everyone would shut up and listen. Your childish tantrum will only waste lives. If you want to fight only using your ice half, you will only cause deaths and loss of lives. Retreat, you do not belong here. Shoto, what do you mean? Izuku, give half of your power, you do nothing but insult those who come and give their all, you only take someone else's place. With that tantrum it is more than clear that you do not deserve to be here. Shoto, I want to be a hero. He would say, getting angry. Izuku, prove it. He would say seriously and somewhat angry, stop that tantrum and use your fire side. Shoto would throw ice again. While his body began to freeze, so Izuku would stop him with his hands since he was already wasting time. Izuku, Shoto, you're nothing more than a boy who wants to be a hero, but you're not worthy of being here. Giving half of yourself is insulting others who give their all. You don't deserve to be here, he would say, lighting up his cosmos, while ice formed around him. With the teachers. Dijal, how? He would say, surprised it's making his cosmos lower the temperature. Supposedly only the Crystal Knights and Aquarius could do it. Inko. He was trained for a year in Siberia. Dijal. For whom? He would ask, surprised. Inko. Crest. Dijal. Master Crest. Cardia. Who would have thought that this old master would come and train the dwarf with Sisyphus? He would say, smiling. In the participant stands. Momo. Did he copy Shoto's quirk? Kirishima. What are you up to? Bakugo. I didn't know I could do that. Shirnato. I do. Izuku is using his cosmos to lower the temperature. Mirai. Not bad. In the arena. Midnight. What is this? She would say, starting to tremble. Cement. How cold. Shoto. How? Izuku. Do you want to know? He would say, so that an ice sphere forms in his hand. I will force you to use your fire side. He would say, seriously, try the real ice diamond dust. A great blast of cold air and ice crystals would be shot against the bicolor, who had no choice but to cover himself with a pillar of ice. But it was useless. The blast of icy air was more powerful, as it began to hit him, minimally freezing his body. His ice sides froze quickly, while the fire side that tended to activate was stopped by the green-haired man's mentality. Shoto. NN no PP I can't move. Izuku. If you can, you just don't want to. I would say, seriously, imagine a real situation. You won't have reinforcements and civilians ask you to save their lives. You will die pathetically so that they are the next ones, or you will fight and show what a true hero can do. Fight and turn around the complicated situation, instead of staying like an idiot waiting for someone with the right quirk. Many heroes in the audience were offended by those last words, but they weren't far from reality, given that even the people thought the same. Heroes, despite losing, always turn the situation around, even at a disadvantage, or at least the real ones, given that if their will is strong, they are capable of generating a miracle. Shoto was giving up, while several flashbacks came to his mind, among them, the happiest moments with his mother. Flashback. Shoto was with his mother, watching the news where a smiling Almight saved the day. Rei, you don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. It's okay for you to become what you want to be. End of flashback. Izuku was turning around, since Todoroki stopped moving but stopped suddenly. Something was happening. Todoroki's fire was present in such a way that the ice that even Izuku had thrown was melting and evaporating, while a great torrent of fire was present in the field. Midnight, how hot. With the students. Shirnato, what a fire, he would say, surprised. Mirai, yes. Uraraka. And the heat arrived. Kirishima, help to do, bro? Mina, I question your methods of help. Bakugo, despite everything, you're still that nerd who aspires to help everyone. Izuku, with the spectators. Endeavor, Shutua. He would say, breathing fire. While people moved aside, you finally left that tantrum behind. You have accepted yourself. That is very good. Now, with your power and my blood, you will be able to occupy the position that I could not for years. Present Mike, that's a rare father supporting his son, he would say, not very convinced, but shouting. As soon as Endeavor continued walking, the flames calmed down as ice appeared in the stadium. With the teachers. Dijal, what? He would say, throwing ice to cool the place. Cardia, that's a lot of fire, he would say, smiling. I like that. Almight. While what Midoriya Shonen said is true, he should have been gentler, he would say nervously. Nizu, no, that was the only way this would happen. Young Todoroki had to use his fire side no matter what, or else I would expel him from this academy. They come here to be heroes, not to play at being one, he would say seriously. Icarus, still, that determination is somewhat unique. In the arena, Izuku simply smiled. Shoto, help your opponent, he would say, looking at his hand. This is not the first time you saved me. Even that time you were almost killed, and I spit on your sacrifice by treating you like that. Izuku, you finally understand. I think you can now call yourself an aspiring hero. Shoto, yes, but you still help me when I'm your opponent. Why are you so willing to go to such lengths for everyone? Now don't blame me for what happens next, he would say, activating ice and fire at the same time. Izuku hump, he would say, smiling a little. I think I should cool you down a bit, he would say, placing himself in a pose. Cement, Midnight. I would say to send cement and break. Midnight, yes, he would say, tearing his suit and letting his quirk come out. Shoto would throw several pillars of ice while with his fire he threw himself towards the green-haired man while he simply waited for him in his position. Izuku, Aurora lightning attacks. Both attacks would collide as Izuku sent a little more cosmos into the attack to prevent Todoroki from taking more damage, while the latter saw how his attack was surpassed and headed towards him. Shoto, Midoriya, thank you. Izuku's attack would pass through cements and freeze Midnight's gas, surprising the aforementioned before hitting Todoroki and pushing him against the stadium wall, leaving the bicolor unconscious from the impact and out of bounds. Midnight, cough cough, does anyone see anything? Coughing through the smoke screen. Cements, kids, just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's right. Present mic. The winner of this round is Midoriya Izuku. The audience would start to cheer, shouting and clapping like crazy. Midnight, we'll take a break. Time skipped 20 minutes. The arena was already repaired while the next ones to fight left their places, being Shiozaki Ibara and Tenya Ida, where both would throw their blows with their quirks. But Ida's speed would be what would determine the fight, because in order not to hurt the green-haired girl, he would quickly grab her and drag her out of the ring. The next fight was Tetsu versus Hitoshi Shinzo, where the latter, the brainwashed user, would win quickly by making the metal metapod fall into his game, responding with his emotions and attacking recklessly. Next up was Tokoyami Fumikage vs Bakugo Katsuki, where the poor bat chicken, despite his efforts to use his shadow-like dark shadow ended up succumbing to the blinding glare of Bakugo's Bomberman's explosions, with the Muslim being the clear winner. Present mic, YENNN. We have reached the first stage of the semifinals. The 4 semifinalists are already defined and their fights already established. On the stadium screens, the names and images of the remaining students were prominent. First fight, Izuku Midoriya vs Shinzo Hitoshi. Second fight, Ida Tenya vs Bakugo Katsuki. Aizawa. Now he moves on to the fights and introduces the participants, he would say with his bored tone. Present mic, well, these two fighters need no introduction. One comes from the support course and the other from the heroism course. They define the first finalist, Hitoshi Shinzo vs Izuku Midoriya. The stands filled with cheers as the two walked into the arena, staring at each other. Midnight, are you both ready? The two mentioned would nod without losing sight of each other. Midnight, so much competition, he would say smiling, I like it. Start. Shinzo, everyone has fought giving it their all, but all those who lost only show that they are losers, I would say, to provoke him. Izuku, if what you're looking for is to provoke me, you're wasting your time. My mind is immune to your brainwashing, he would say while maintaining the fighting position. Shinzo, how I would say surprised and annoyed, how is it that you are immune to my brainwashing? Izuku, no one trains the body while neglecting the mind. Shinzo had no choice but to jump while Izuku simply waited for him. For Izuku, Shinzo had great power, great potential to be a hero, but like the rest, they focused on improving their quirks, forgetting that there could be opponents like Aizawa, who could erase their gifts and leave them at their mercy. So before that, they would be left doing nothing, like useless. The green-haired man may be a gold knight, a user of the seventh sense, but he should have learned to fight without depending on it. Shinzo would begin to hit the green-haired man as best he could, who, accustomed to the beatings of Crest, Sisyphus and Regulus, felt as if a light breeze hit his face. Shinzo, what are you waiting for? Defend yourself, he would say without stopping hitting Izuku, who simply, Izuku, Shinzo, I know you have suffered for this society, but imprisoning yourself in your pain, he would say, manifesting his golden cosmos aura. While Shinzo swore to see it grow in size, you must wake up and leave your own dome, he would say. To give him a backhand and take him off the platform power without a reason to use it is insignificant. Midnight, the first finalist, is Midoriya Izuku. The stands began to cheer as the students felt that those words were directed at them. But one understood, and it was none other than the green-haired boy's apprentice knight. Present mic, what a short battle, he would say as a complaint, but well, it's time for the next battle. Both are from Class 1A of heroism. Both want to show their worth, but who will prevail? Midnight, eh? He would say through the communicator and calling for attention. Excuse me, the participant Tenya Ida is withdrawing due to family problems. At Hosa Hospital, a blue-haired man who looked like Ida but was older was hospitalized. He could no longer walk and he had marks of cuts and slashes. Back to the stadium. Present mic, well, looks like we'll have to wait for the final fight. Midnight. Well, before the two continued their words, the next fighters and the finalists of the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki, were entering. Midnight. What they do? Izuku, I'm not tired yet. Bakugo, I want to fight now, not tomorrow. Present Mike, good. In that case, the sports festival finals are about to begin. Midoriya Izuku versus Katsuki Bakugo. Both will define who deserves to raise the laurels of victory. The crowd began to cheer in excitement as the heroes present turned their attention to the two about to fight. Bakugo, well nerd, here we are, he would say, smiling while his hand released smoke. Izuku, you haven't changed at all. Even if you hide it, you're still the same maniac for fights as when we were kids, he would say calmly. Midnight, are you both ready? In the student stands, Uraraka. Both of them are going to fight. It's like a predestined fight between men. Shurnato, crush them sensei. Mirai, the Muslim has no chance, no matter how powerful his quirks are, so if he uses an attack with his quirk, it won't work. Kirishima, why do you say that? It might be surprising. Mirai, no attack works twice against an Athena knight. Shurnato, if it's true, even if you forget an important lesson, never depend on your power. Train your body so that that power is another tool. Momo, but the laws of human nature do not support it. If quirks arose, it is for a reason. Shurnato, what stupidity, he would say with a frown, annoying the brunette. Mirai, the laws of nature are simply things that humans cannot understand and therefore choose not to contradict them. Momo, that's wise, who said? Both candidates. Master Doko of Libra. In the arena. Midnight, begin. The first to attack would be Bakugo, who would begin to launch a full-power assault of explosions. It was of no use to Izuku counterattacking or being told what to think. From the first fight, he noticed that the green-haired man would attack to kill or close to it, not to injure or incapacitate, so he had to go all out and not get overconfident even if it was useless. Katsuki, shine! Izuku simply began to block or deflect the explosions with his arms, making Bakugo angry and attacking faster, which in turn generates more sweat, which in the Muslim is nitroglycerin and becomes more explosions. Izuku, hump, he would say to take one of Bakugo's arms and throw him. You have improved. A lot, he would say, recognizing the achievement, but nevertheless he would say, carrying his cosmos in his arm, drawing Bakugo's attention. This is as far as you go. Cack, an atomic thunderbolt, a golden beam, charged with electricity, would come out against the Muslim, who by reflex and instinct launched explosions, dodging the attack by the skin of his teeth, while the stadium wall collapsed upon contact. Bakugo, demons. In the stands, Hero 1, did you see that? Heroine 1, what is her quirk? Hero 2, I thought it was ice. Hero 3, I don't know, but he's powerful. Sending him a request would make us more famous. With the students, Ida, his fist, he would say, returning to the area after calling, but somewhat changed, his face reflected hatred. Shoto, incredible. Kaminari, that was lightning, that was great. Kyoka, yes, but he doesn't look like an idiot when he uses it. With the teachers, Almight, the youngsters are giving it their all, haha. Nizu, that's right. In the arena, Bakugo was breathing heavily. He wanted to try to sweat a little more to be able to attack, and he came to a conclusion. He had to give everything in an attack, even if it was suicide. Bakugo, you hear me, nerd? I won't fall without giving it my all. Izuku, you wouldn't do it if it wasn't you. Bakugo would begin to explode and spin on his axis. The explosions and his spin would result in an explosive tornado heading toward the green-haired boy who was preparing. Bakugo, howitzer impact. Izuku, so you'll give it your all in that attack. Okay, as a sign of respect to you, I'll do relatively the same. As a golden knight, if I go all out, I'll kill you, but I can hold back to respond to your determination. I would say to emanate cosmos and form several spheres with golden tails around the arena. Midnight, what is this? Cement, I'll stop them. Izuku, Pleiades Nova. Izuku focused his cosmos in his hand and raised it upwards, in the form of energy rays that formed spheres that contained great power, which he launched with his right arm, causing Bakugo to be captured in the middle of his technique, while he, despite the surprise, could only smile a little, was the one who made the green-haired boy strive the most, while Izuku discharges the energy spheres against him, causing them to explode, maintaining a power as long as they did not harm civilians or heroes, even Bakugo himself, leaving him with burns on his body. His suit destroyed and his left arm being the most serious, with second-degree burns before fainting. Midnight, the winner of the festival is Midoriya Izuku. The crowd would begin to scream with euphoria, and the fireworks would soon explode after a champion was crowned. After that, the teachers would give them half an hour to prepare for the awards ceremony. The podium was set up, Shinzo in third place, Bakugo in second, and Izuku in first. Midnight, and to present the medals, here he is. All Might, ha 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 ha. The audience, it's All Might. All Might, don't be afraid of the medals, do you know why? Because I have them here, he would say, pointing to a box with 3 medals. In the stands, Cardia, I feel embarrassed, he's a very strange guy. Dijal, I wish I could tell you the opposite, but this time I support you. Icarus, I thought the videos were exaggerated about him, but I see I was wrong. Cardia, did you watch videos of him? Icarus, can you blame me? Several children want to be heroes for him. Dijal, it's a good lighthouse, just very strange. Niza simply listened to the words. He knew that All Might had to leave many slogans like those, since people like it and associate it with him. Even if the blonde doesn't like it, it is something that marked him as his badge. In the arena, All Might, young Shinzo, you shouldn't feel less for this position. You gave your best effort, but it leaves room for improvement. So for that reason, I leave this to you as a sign that you can still do it. Placing the medal on him and hugging him, you can be a hero, even with that gift. Shinzo, arigato, All Might would say, smiling grimly like Aizawa. To the surprise of many, and that Shoto wrote something down in a notebook. If he had a beak, it would end up in his armpit. He would think uncomfortably. All Might would leave it and go for the next one. All Might, young Bakugo, the one mentioned, sees him. You shouldn't feel sad about this. You can still improve. Bakugo, whatever, give it to me, he would say, not wanting to do things in a sentimental way. All Might would do the same with Bakugo, while the aforementioned had a serious face. He liked receiving that attention from All Might, but he hated that others saw a weak or unaggressive side of him. Then All Might turned towards a green-haired man, his smile always the same as the others. All Might, young Midoriya, you did it. You left everyone speechless despite what you have shown. That is why you have won this. Handing over the medal and hugging him. Izuku, although somewhat uncomfortable, accepted the gesture. Izuku, I did it. Sisyphus to San, he would think, remembering his teacher, who was more than that. All Might, now anyone could be in that place, he would say, separating from Izuku and walking, looking at the students. You should not get depressed, so try hard to reach those positions. The students would be motivated by this, by saving a blue-haired boy due to an issue with an anti-hero who would attack his brother in the middle of the festival, forcing them to leave the place. All Might, it's time, say it with me. The public, plus ultra. All Might, thanks for your effort. The audience would boo All Might for saying something like that instead of the slogan they're constantly repeating, while the blonde just laughed. End of chapter. Before closing, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to Master Toriyama for being the one who opened the doors of anime to us, so that today we can make fictions in a different way than many mangakas, most of them originating from him. Your smile so bright, it leaves my heart enchanted. Come take my hand, to escape from this terrible darkness. The moment I found you again, my mind brought to me that beautiful place, that when I was a child was so precious to me. I want to know if you want to dance with me. If you give me your hand, I will take you along a path covered in light and darkness. Maybe you still think about him. I can't know, but I know and I understand. What love do you need? And the courage to fight in me you will find. My enchanted heart vibrates through the dust of hope and magic from the universe that they all want to possess. I'm going to love you for life. I don't care if you're not interested in me yet. Come take my hand to escape from this infinite darkness. The stars do not die. They shine much brighter. Goodbye and thank you very much, Toriyama-sensei. Chapter 16. It was a quiet morning in Mizurufu, where people were still feeling a certain euphoria over the sports festival, even though it had ended 3 days ago. During these days, the media had done nothing but spread the word about everything that happened at the festival. Many students had fans, especially the children, who admired them for their quirks, especially the green-haired one, given that numerous fans had found Shinato's training ground, where they used to record numerous conversations, and they began to launch numerous online campaigns. Shinato and Izuku never held back in training. After all, Izuku wanted that even though his apprentice has a bronze armor, he would be strong enough to face a gold saint. He wanted the boy to have the seventh sense. Izuku knew that Pegasus was always a bronze saint, but he always ended up being the strongest knight despite his rank. Therefore, there was no point in leaving Shinato with the power of a simple bronze saint and settle him there. It was after those 3 days that classes at UA returned. Fortunately, it did not rain that day, and even though Izuku and Sharnado were walking with 15 minutes left to enter the classroom, Ida Tenya would interrupt them. Ida, Midoriya-kun, UA students must be there 10 minutes before the curfew, he would say, moving like a robot. Sharnado, 15 minutes left, he would say with his arms around his neck. Izuku, Ida-san, I'm sorry about your brother. Ida, you don't have to worry, Midoriya-kun. I'm sorry for worrying you, he would say, smiling before leaving. Izuku, it's a fake smile. I would seriously think about it. Sharnado, what's up? Izuku, I don't know, but I hope he doesn't do something stupid. Both of them would resume their walk to classroom 1A, where they were received with great joy, while they commented on their conversations with the people, the encouragement, and so on. Aizawa, good morning, he would say, entering. All, good morning. Aizawa would enter with his usual calm until he was in front of the teacher's desk in front of his class. Aizawa, today we will have a special hero computer class. Those words surprised and made the students nervous. Kaminari special? An exam? I hope not, he would think nervously. Kirishima, I'm bad with laws related to heroes and stuff, he thought nervously. Aizawa, code names, he would say calmly, they will decide their hero names. Class 1A, we will do something exciting. They would shout very excitedly. Aizawa would simply use his quirk to calm them down, getting everyone to sit still at their desks. Aizawa, this is related to the pro hero draft I mentioned a few classes ago. I'd say deactivating their quirk. The draft starts in the 2nd and 3rd years, after the students have gained experience, and can immediately become pro support. In other words, for them to send applications to first years like you means they're interested in your future potential. Those offers are cancelled and expire upon graduation. Mineta, adults are selfish, he would whisper and tremble. Hagakure, so we have to prove ourselves once we're chosen, right? Aizawa, that's right, he would say to display a banner, and these are the totals of those with offers. Sharnado, huh? Aizawa, in other years, it was more even, but all eyes are on these 3 this year. Kaminari, ah, what a big difference, he would say in a moan. Ahoyama, those pros don't know what's good when they see it. Kyoka, Izuku 1st place, Todoroki 2nd and Bakugo 3rd. Kirishima, it's the opposite place in those 2 pointing to the bicolor, and the Muslim that they got at the festival. Shoto, it's probably because of the old man. Mineta, Midoriya, you are the first, he would say, moving the green-haired boy who was calm with his eyes closed. Uraraka, they send us requests, she would say, moving Ida. Ida, yes, he would say, being moved by the chestnut. Aizawa, keeping those results in mind, if no one has applied for you, everyone will participate in the internships with the pros. Kaminari, internships? Aizawa, yes, in USJ's several of you already had experience fighting against real villains. But in Midoriya's case, the specters almost killed him this time. But even so, it is significant training to see the pros working firsthand. Before he could continue, the door would be knocked on. Aizawa, go ahead. Icarus, excuse me, Mr. Aizawa, but I brought this, he would say, pointing at the repaired Sagittarius armor. Aizawa, fine, he would say, hiding his surprise. Momo, how did he do it? Icarus, because I am the armor repairer, no matter what it is, I will be able to repair it. That is my duty as a restorer. Izuku, I appreciate the gesture. Aizawa, back to the beginning, the hero names you choose now will be temporary, so choose wisely, because if you're not serious about them, there'll be hell to pay later. A heroine dressed in a dominatrix outfit and glasses would say, blushing several male students, because many hero names used by students become recognized by society and end up becoming names of professional heroes. She would say with her arms behind her neck, highlighting her bust and moving it sensually. Students, midnight. Aizawa, well, that's how it is, he would say with his bored tone, so midnight will make sure your names are right. I can't do that, he would say to take out his sleeping bag. While remembering how President Mike gave him his name, when you give yourselves a name, use a complete image of what you want to be in the future, and you can get closer to it. White bards would be distributed among the students, while Izuku remained calm, showing no change in his composure. Aizawa would then fall asleep, and the students would write on their white bards, so that after a while, midnight, okay, let's start showing the names for those who have already finished. Everyone would be nervous, given that many of them had rather ridiculous names. But that wouldn't matter, because Ahoyama would be the first to pass by, flipping his sign. Ahoyama, here I go, I would say to add Mystery the Shining Hero. I can't stop twinkling. All a sentence? Midnight after some changes would leave her name in can't twinkling while Mina was the next to pass. Mina, then I'm next. She would say excitedly, I'll be Alien Queen. Midnight, you're trying that acid blood thing, I would say, terrified by the reference to the movie Alien. Stop and don't. Mina, I wanted to be Alien Queen, she would say, depressed. Kirishima, I'll be Red Riot. Midnight, a tribute to Crimson Riot, approved. Katsuki, I am the king of Killer Explosion. Midnight, no, not even a joke. Katsuki, shine. Tsuyu, I will be the heroine of the rainy season. Fruppy. Midnight, how cute and adorable, approved. The whole room, Fruppy Fruppy. Kaminari, I will be the hero. Charge Bolt. Midnight, walking charger, I like it. Izuku, good name, although I thought of static for you. Kaminari, I'll try mine first, and then that one. Smiling. Uraraka, I will be Uravity. Midnight, adorable, approved. Zero, I'll be Cellophane. Mina, I'll be the pink heroine. Pinky. Midnight, approved. Ida would come forward and say his name with annoyance. Midnight, are you sure? The younger Ida would nod, looking furiously at the green-haired boy. Koda would pass by and in sign language say, Trainer Hero, Anima. Midnight, cute. Everyone was going to the front. Earphone jack would be used by Jiro, Tentacle by Shoji, Sugarman by Sato, and so on until reaching Bakugo again. Midnight, for the last time. Bakugo, you are not going to call yourself King Explosion. Shine. Bakugo, shine. Midnight, okay Midoriya, come in and show us. Izuku would simply walk on calmly, while everyone looked at him. Izuku, as you know, since I became a knight, my name along with my constellation are my introduction, which is why I can't let that go, and no matter how bad it looks, it won't change. Midnight, Sagittarius. Izuku, if it's your decision, I would say, not very convinced. Time skip. At lunch, they were all sitting around talking about internship trivia, weighing their options. Momo, and who will you go with? Shoto, with the old man. Katsuki, with Beast Genist. Kirishima, with Fourth Kind. Kyoka, I don't know, and you Yamamomo? Momo, with Iwabami. Tsuyu, with Selkie Karo. Ida, I'll go to the manual agency in Hosa, he would say with a supposed conviction. Uraraka, I'll go with the hero gunhead, she would say with excitement and a rude attitude. Momo, and you Midoriya-san? Izuku, I haven't decided yet, I have several, but the ones that call me the most are from Endeavor. I would say to Todoroki's surprise Gran Torino. A retired hero, I would say to everyone's surprise, even the hero who was All Might's partner, Sir Night Eye. Without further words, the principal would call classes A and B to one of the gyms where Izuku was, along with Cardia, Dijil, Icarus, all wearing their golden armor. Bakugo, what's going on? He would ask in a low voice. Nizu, welcome young people, he would say with his calm voice. All Might, young people, you are here because the knights have asked you to be. Kirishima, eh? Why would they ask for it? Monoma, what do they intend? Aizawa, they are here because two of them want to see if their apprentices are ready to move on to the next stage. I would say seriously, I did not agree at all with a child being a knight, much less at 11 or 13 years old like the ones who would fight were. Cardia, it's good that the apprentices pass. Sharnado, on Izuku's side, would enter the center of the platform, while Mirai would enter on Cardia's side. They both looked at each other defiantly. Dijil, whoever wins this duel will have the right to wear the armor they've been training for, so get ready. Mirai and Sharnado would get into a fighting stance, while the students watched this in surprise. Nizu, begin! Both would throw themselves at each other, evenly exchanging punches and kicks. In one blow, both would cross their fists while raising their cosmos, causing numerous rock fragments from the platform to rise. At this clash, both contenders would smile as if they were two rivals. Both would collide again with their punches and kicks, causing quite powerful gusts of air, surprising the professional heroes since those blows seemed to be similar to All Might's contained blows. Kirishima, huh? Tetsu, those blows, he would say surprised. All Might, it's like they both are. Nizu, yes. Sharnado would hit Mirai hard, making him kneel, but he would not give up and would hit his face, which Sharnado would cover with his arms in an X, in order to be able to hit his face twice, which Mirai could not cover. Mirai, when trying to resume the fight, would throw a punch that Sharnado would dodge, causing a gust of air that would take Monoma a couple of centimeters back. Monoma, what the buck? Vlad, what kind of children are they? Are they strong? What quirks do they have? Nizu, they are quirkless. Vlad. Monoma, How is it that they, being useless, can move like that? Izuku, the power of the knights resides within us, being superior to the users of Quirks, boy, he would say, somewhat annoyed. Tokoemi. Before you say that Izuku has a powerful quirk, he himself is quirkless. His power is making that internal power explode and use it. Mirai. That hurt me, he would say, receiving a blow to the stomach. Sharnato, heh. Mirai would land a blow to the jaw while another to the chest, but Sharnato would manage to block the second, becoming somewhat stunned like his opponent. Dijal, that's enough. Both each HH? Cardia. What Dijal means is that they are ready. Izuku, we are proud that you are our apprentices. Icarus, are you ready, young gentleman? He would say, revealing 2 Pandora boxes. Sharnato, those are them, he would say, surprised. Mirai, our armor, he would say excitedly. Aizawa, don't you think they're too young for that? I'd say seriously. Cardia, it may be, but when the power to wear armor is achieved and one proves worthy, one wears it. Dijal, now, candidates, go ahead. Sharnato, go ahead, APUS. The armor would be disassembled from the Pandora box and would dress the boy, leaving a new look. Mina, looks good. Jiro, yes. Shoji, his armor is now deserved. Kendo, surprising. Monoma, they're just brats, I'd say jealous. Tetsu, that's manly. Mirai, fine, he would say excitedly. My turn, he would say, emanating his cosmos, while the Pandora box disassembled and proceeded to dress the boy. Izuku, we have 2 new knights. Icarus, Sharnato of Apis and Mirai of Canis Minor. Cardia, a new generation of bronze knights is emerging. Midnight, I like those armors. Snipe, at least we have more arms to fight with. Nizu, but the question is, will there be other forces, if the specters aren't the only ones to awaken? Almight, what the director suggests. Nizu, if the specters of the king of the underworld have awakened, what guarantees us that the armies of the other gods have not awakened? Present Mike, that's a serious question, director, he would say nervously. After that, everyone would go home, wondering who their professional heroes would be for their internships. Time skip on Monday. We meet at the train station. Aizawa, do you all have your outfits? All yes. Aizawa, well, don't let you down. Obey your teachers during these internships and above all don't slack off. All yes. So everyone boarded the train heading to their destinations. Izuku for his part went with Sharnato and Mirai at Cardia's request, while Shoto looked at him in surprise, given that at the last minute he notified that the green-haired man would go to the Endeavor Agency. Mirai, why should I come? He would say annoyed. Izuku, because Cardia put me in charge of you, plus you have to hang out with more guys. Sharnato, okay, since that's for me. Izuku, added to that, mother wants you to socialize and have friends. Shoto, Midoriya, why go with the old man? Izuku, because he would be the one who could cover up the ghost issue the most, since with his flames he could simulate a battle. Shoto, I understand. So after those words they would arrive at their destination by train, where they would get off and walk in the area for a few minutes until they saw a large building. Shoto, it's here, the Old Heroes Agency. The Endeavor Agency is a luxurious skyscraper with several floors. Mirai, I will never adapt to heroes, especially when they dress as clowns. Shoto, I say the same, although well, here you see me. Sharnato, but your outfit is normal. You don't look like something strange like some of the people around there. Izuku, whatever, we must continue. The group would head to the entrance, where an anime-style sweat drop would form, except for Shoto, who would look at this with annoyance. The main entrance is decorated with a stylized E in flames, referencing the first letter of Endeavor's name. They decided to leave the impression and walked inside the office, noticing several desks and computers along with more than 30 people working there. Girl, it seems they've arrived, she would say with a smile, while her hair expelled green fire. Shoto, hello Burning. Mo Kamiji, alias Burning, is a professional hero from the Endeavor Agency and a member of the so-called Flaming Henchmen who work for that agency. She is a young woman with large, dark eyes and sharp teeth. Her most distinguishing feature is her long, green hair, with 2 strands on either side and a wider strand running from the center of her forehead to the right. Izuku, it's good to be here. Burning, so you're the green-haired boy, I like you, but I don't know if the boss likes your power. Endeavor, that is to my liking, as it is powerful, although I am already aware that you do not have to polish anything, as it would be fruitless to confront even me. Izuku, Endeavor. Mirai, flames. Sharnato, hero number 2. Shoto, old. Burning, What do you say, boss? She would say, surprised. I don't think this brat is stronger than you. Endeavor. He is stronger than me, although I see that you brought those who informed me. Izuku, yes. Mirai. I am Mirai, Knight of Canis Minor. Shurnato. I am Shurnato, Knight of Apis. Endeavor. Fine, the gyms will be available, although you'll have to train with Shoto and me from time to time. After all, I have to evaluate as the UA requests. Izuku understood. Endeavor. Burning, you can assign their rooms. Burning. Yes, boss, I would say to start guiding the 4 boys to their place. Endeavor. I hope you can prepare for Hosu. On Kyushu Island, southern Japan, a silver-haired old man could be seen walking along the paths of a farming village on the island. The old man is Hakurai, a former knight of Altar. He was walking so he could gain knowledge of what was happening in the other parts of Japan, given the constant attacks by specters, and since his most recent apprentice, Katsuma, wasn't ready, he decided to leave him training and pay a visit to the island closest to Nabu, Kyushu. As I traveled, I came to a town. It was destroyed, the people were completely gone, and the buildings were burned. Hakurai, what happened here? The old man of Jamir continued to explore the area, until he found a child, who was covered with blankets and old rags, while on his hand a kind of blue flame was above him, along with others around him. Hakurai, those souls are from the townspeople or from your family. Boy. He would say nonchalantly, and noticing something in the old man, you discovered that they are from the townspeople. Until recently they enjoyed a body, and after some guys in black armor arrived, now they are nothing more than trash. How compassionate is the god of death. You should take care of yourself, old man, because you never know when death will come for you. Hakurai, young man, what is your name? Child, do you want to know my name? He would say, taking out a small knife. If I had one, it would be Yuichiro the executioner. He would finish saying to cut off Hakurai's necklace with great ease. What an idiot. Did you just let your guard down just because I'm a child? Hakurai, however, wouldn't flinch. He could tell that it was just a mask, someone who had lost everything to the ghosts, his family, his home, his friends, and acquaintances. But the old man, showing the mettle of a master, knew how to prove something, and so he would take his hand quickly and firmly. Hakurai, I think you should first observe your surroundings, young man, he would say, holding the boy back, and from what I see, a bandit who claims to be a herald of the god of death does not kill. Look, kid, life may seem like a pile of garbage to you. Yuichiro, eh? Would say, noticing a silver armor on him. I don't know who you are, old man, so if you're going to kill me, do it now. Hakurai, how sad. How many deaths must this child have witnessed to think that way? He would think seriously, but hiding a sadness. I understand how you feel, young man. Yuichiro, shut up, you don't understand anything. What do you know about me? I don't want to listen to sermons from a crazy old man. Hakurai, a long time ago, I lost too many friends. For some, they were nothing more than simple trash, as you say. However, they lived and fought to the limit of their strength. If you asked me, life is simply much more than just trash, I would say, looking at the child who was looking at this confused, including yours, of course. Yuichiro, so tell me, if we are not garbage, what are we? Hakurai, the universe. Yuichiro, universe? He would ask without understanding, earning the old man to stroke his head. Hakurai, although it may seem that our lives are insignificant, they are all part of the universe. If we manage to understand it, and we can feel it, we give value to life. Whatever it may be, that is what is called stardust, he would say, looking at the firmament. Tell me, those beautiful stars that you see in the sky at night, are they dust before your eyes? Do you think they are garbage? He would say with a soft tone like that of a wise teacher. Yuichiro, they are not garbage. He would think, starting to shed tears. I don't understand anything, he would say, taking his hand off. Hakurai, if you wish to understand, I am heading to Nabu Island where I am training a disciple. Yuichiro, damn, what the hell is he talking about? He would think, annoyed for not understanding. I don't understand what he means by that. I don't understand anything. Knowing what the boy would do, Hakurai simply extended his hand, which was taken by the boy, both disappearing in a blue flash, a teleportation, in an unknown location. Hypnos and Pandora can be seen watching the news surrounding Japan. Hypnos, fascinating. Humans and their quirks are something incredible, yet so destructive. Heroes, villains, civilians, anti-heroes, all fighting for something to live for, an ideal to achieve. It's so moving. Pandora, what does my lord intend to do? Hypnos, I want you to send a handful of specters. I want you to remind those villains and those heroes that we are not gone, and I want you to kill them if there are any knights of Athena. Pandora, yes my lord, what will the city be? Hypnos. Stain, the hero killer attacks in various cities leaving a specific number of victims, and in Hosu he has not left anything similar. It is not like that. Pandora, yes my lord. Hypnos. Perfect, send the specters to Hosu. I want you to give a clear message that even the hero killer is not a god to be passing judgment like the one he uses. Pandora, yes my lord. This will be entertaining. Pandora, moon of the Balrog, celestial star of excellence. Loon, if what my lord Hypnos wishes is for judgment and punishment to be issued upon that stain, I will be the whip that fulfills his purpose, she would say in a calm and polite tone. Hypnos, you won't be going on this mission alone though. I've heard there are at least 2 golden knights. Loon, I understand. In that case I'll crush them, otherwise I wouldn't be called the horrid star deadly beetle stand. You won't be the only one going. I'm Edward de Sylph, Earth Star of Flight, and I'm ready to complete the mission. Hypnos, go ahead, eliminate everyone who is interrupting your mission. The specters, yes. The ghosts would disappear while Hypnos drank tea and smiled as he looked out a window. Chapter 17, Endeavor Office. A number 2 hero could be seen panting on the ground while in front of him was Shurnato breathing heavily. Both were fire users, Shurnato as a knight of bird of paradise, or simply Apis as that constellation is called, represents a bird similar to the phoenix, but with the brightness comparable to the sun itself. But there was a problem. Izuku does not know about the training methods of a knight oriented to the fire element. The only more or less similar is the phoenix armor, but that armor since the age of myth has not had a wearer. Because he must train in an extremely hot fire for his cosmos to burn like him, the only one capable of making the fire burn strong enough to do so is Endeavor. Shurnato, I can still, he would say panting. Continue. Burning boss? He would say seeing Enji Todoroki on the ground. Endeavor, even without his armor, that brat asks for the temperature to rise, but I'm overheating. How powerful are they? The kid is a bronze saint, a low rank according to what Shoto said. How strong is he? He would murmur under his breath, looking at the green-haired boy. Shoto, demons, I would say, falling. Mirai, what's wrong? Are you tired? What a bummer, he'd say, standing on a block of ice. Shoto, I don't give up. Mirai, you're insufferable, you only attack from a distance. Gosh, how disappointing, you only limit yourself. Shoto, what? Izuku, Mirai is right. Shoto, you won't always be able to fight at long distance. You must learn to fight hand to hand, he would say with his training suit. Shoto, but, Izuku, think that you can fight and with each hit burn or freeze your opponent without having to touch the ground or a wall, thereby minimizing future damage, as Momo says. Mirai, bored, would decide to test his strength against the green-haired man, so he would throw a punch. But, Izuku, would you believe that I wouldn't feel what you want to do? He would say, stopping in the air with telekinesis. Mirai, hee. Izuku, don't forget that I'm a gold saint, and you're just a bronze saint, and although you can surpass me, you've just been promoted. Attacking your opponent out of boredom will only get you killed, I would say to lower it. Mirai, I understand, Mr. Izuku. After that, Izuku would continue with his training, because being powerful and rusting is not an option, so he preferred to continue training. Shoto, for his part, seeing those blows and battle styles, simply saw his body, so by placing fragments of his quirk he would begin to replicate them, not perfectly, but managing to do them minimally, beginning to freeze and burn numerous practice dummies, surprising himself. Now that he thought about it, society made mistakes. It is not good to classify heroes by their abilities into battle, rescue and support heroes. Everyone must know everything and be prepared, even to fight without a quirk, since no one guarantees that there is no villain with the ability to nullify the quirks. For the most part, from what is seen, the heroes, faced with something they cannot, or rather, do not want to handle, wait for someone with the right quirk to come and facilitate the situation. A very big mistake. At UA, Dijil could be seen reading his books while learning about the modern world, while also enjoying a game of chess with Nisa while they sipped on a cup of tea. In the gyms, Cardia was sitting on a pile of destroyed robots, since he wanted to test those tin cans, but as soon as he started, even against 3 of the 0 points, he ended up getting bored. That battle did not represent something that makes his heart burn with passion, although it was being there, or that the old woman from the infirmary wants to study his illness. since it is very rare for someone with said illness to increase their temperature to the point of generating flames in their internal organs. Cardia. The future is a boring thing, I would say, sitting completely bored. In Hosu, several heroes can be seen patrolling during a beautiful afternoon, alongside their leader, the pro-hero Manuel. Manuel is a young hero with a muscular build and dark brown eyes. His hero costume consists of a helmet with headphones and a fish fin, a white and light blue t-shirt with yellow gloves on the arms, black pants with a gray metallic rope belt, and white boots with gray soles. Next to him was a small, blue-haired aspirant with glasses, his face reflecting a kind gaze full of falsehood. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make the guy who disabled his brother pay. On an island near Japan, 4 figures were walking toward the largest island. All 4 were male figures. One of them, the tallest, had a gaze so akin to it that it seemed to cut right through him. He is tall and thin, with white skin and black hair. Beside him were 3 shorter figures, each with a different characteristic. Subject 1, Master Sid. Where are we going? L. Sid of Capricorn, guardian of the 10th house of Capricorn, considered the Capricorn knight with the sharpest sword. Sid, a large amount of cosmos comparable to several golden knights is in this direction. Subject 2, from what I see on the map and my calculations, the presences come from the UA school. Sid, in any case, that will be our address, you understand. Subject 3, as Master Sid says. Sid, what worries you, Tsubaki? Tsubaki de Vela, Silver Saint. Tsubaki, it's just a feeling, since there is no sanctuary, where will we go to fulfill our duty? Sid, we'll see that later. For now our main destination is that school of heroes, he would say with his cold, serious, sharp tone. Subject 2, yes. Subject 3, yes. Tsubaki, they have Lekale, Rusk. Lekale de Pupa or Popa, Silver Knight. Lekale, it's just that after we supposedly died, we appeared here, with our armor intact. It's something that worries me. What do you say, Rusk? Rusk of Compass, Bronze Knight. Rusk, I feel a cosmos similar to that of Mr. Sisyphus. But it is not his, it is relatively calm. But, Sid, if Sisyphus woke up here, he probably had a successor, which is why you shouldn't worry. All 3, yes. Sid, in that case, we will head to that school. Hussycats Forest. Several specters can be seen walking through that area towards the city. For some reason, despite being soldier specters and not an evil star, they could move without depending on Pandora's orders. Spectre 1, how far will this damned forest go? Spectre 2, we must get to the city. Spectre 3, I heard that they defeated Lord Minos, he would say seriously. Spectre 4, those damned. Spectre 1, no, the heroes are not powerful enough to have killed him. But everything is fine, the only thing that matters is resurrecting our Lord. You make me feel sorry for you, he would say. Gaining everyone's attention, the noble star of Minos will not return from death, and all of you will end up the same. I, Aldebaran of Taurus, swear to you. Spectre 2, he's a golden knight, I'd say, annoyed. Spectre 3, Aldebaran, we are the vanguard squadron of Hades' army, and unlike the heroes we've seen, you don't have a quirk to stop us. How do you plan to fight against all of us? Aldebaran simply crossed his arms, while behind him Kota took refuge in the bushes while observing everything. Spectrum 4, what does that damn position mean? Aldebaran, what this position means is that crossing my arms will be enough to defeat them. Spectre 1, what? You'll regret what you said, he would say, annoyed to throw himself. Aldebaran, they are fools, I would say seriously, Big Horn. Aldebaran's attack only sent them flying, killing them in the process due to the pressure it generated, making their bodies fall a few centimeters from it, causing admiration in Kota. Aldebaran, Aldebaran, don't regret anything. Kota, Mr. Aldebaran, that was incredible. He would say excitedly, when I grow up I want to be a big star like you. Aldebaran, ha 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 ha, we'll see about that, he would say as he took the boy and retreated to the Hussycat's house. Kamino, League of Villains bar. Stain, I see, he would say at the bar watching Kurojiri and Shigaraki, you were the ones who attacked the UA. So, you want to add me to your ranks? Shigaraki, yeah, come on, you have too much experience as a villain. Stain, what is your goal? Shigaraki, for now, I just want to kill Almight and 2 guys in golden armor. I want to destroy everything I don't like, especially, he would say, showing photos of the sports festival the children I don't like. Stain, I was a fool to be interested in your proposal. You're one of the people I hate the most. Shigaraki, huh? Stain, Do you want me to join in your childish tantrum? What's the point of killing without true conviction? He would say, preparing to fight with his swords. Kurogiri, hero killer, Stain the man brought in to stimulate Shigaraki Tamira's growth, as he only cares about causing destruction. However, this is Stain, under the gaze of both, would draw his swords and knives. Kurogiri, sensei, he would say, worried, is it okay for this to continue? AFO okay. Would say from a screen, it's useless if we just give him the answer. He should think about what he needs to mature. Stimulate his growth. That's what education means. In a moment, Shigaraki was on the ground, held by Stain's two blades while Stain looked over him, but one of the blades was stuck in the sky blue-haired man's shoulder. Stain, join you? It takes conviction to accomplish anything. Those without it and the weak are eliminated. It's only natural. That's why we ended up like this. Shigaraki, it hurts, you hit me too hard. Kurogiri, take this guy away, he would say, annoyed. Kurogiri, I can't move, Master Tamira, he would say with a cut on his arm. It must be the hero killer's uniqueness. Stain, the word hero has lost its meaning. This society is full, overpopulated with false heroes, as well as criminals who use their power without clear goals or motives. All of them must be purged, he would say, bringing the blade closer to Shigaraki's neck. Shigaraki, wait for that hand. No, he would say, using his quirk on the hero killer sword, or I'll kill you. You talk too much. Conviction? I have nothing so great, he would say, to turn the sword to dust. If I had to say something, yes, Almight, I just want to tear apart this society, he would say, smiling with some madness that praises scum like him. Shigaraki would try to grab Stain, but he would reflexively jump and pull a Rambo-style knife from his waist, ready to defend himself. Shigaraki, now that I was finally healing from this wound, he would say, standing up. We don't have a person with healing, he would say, scratching his neck. Are you going to take responsibility? Stain, so that's you, he'd say seriously. Our goals are opposite. However, we both agree on wanting to destroy the current situation. Shigaraki, shut up, go away, and die. I'm the kind of person you hate the most, right? Stain, I tested your motivation. Near death, our true nature comes out. It's peculiar but heavy. You have a twisted sprout of conviction. Even if I'm going to eliminate you, I can do so once I've seen it bloom. Shigaraki, are you going to eliminate me? Kurogiri, I can move now. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, I don't want a crazy teammate. Kurogiri, Shigaraki Tamira, if he were to join us, he would be a powerful ally. Stain, deal. Case closed. Take me back to Hosu. I still have things to do there. Hosu, night. At the manual agency, Ida was analyzing what he gathered from Stain's information. Given that in each place he had been, he had attacked or killed an average of 4 to 5 people, and in Hosu he only had one victim, the blue-haired man's brother. Endeavor Agency. The interns were preparing, while Izuku was more than ready with his titties. Shoto, I hope to live up to it. Izuku, you'll do fine, just don't let anything block you. We've already been through Adavaka. He was something very few would have survived. Shoto, that guy almost killed you. Izuku, but he has experience, and with specters, you have already accustomed your mind to the fact that your opponent's murderous instincts will not affect you. Shurnato, we'll be fine. Mirai, yeah, we'll find the ghosts and kick their asses. Endeavor, they're a little excited. Burning, is it okay for that pair to go? Izuku, yes, don't worry, I also have to watch them, since I don't want them to fight because of their rivalry, he would say, looking at both of them. At that moment, a flash of light appeared before them. Burning, we'll see, I would say, in attack position. Mirai, yeah, it's a teleportation. As the light dissipated, a young man with reddish hair and golden armor resembling a ram appeared. Icarus, I thought they had already left. Endeavor, Ares, what do you wish for? He would say seriously, he didn't want another one of these guys to hit him. He still hasn't recovered from the pain that Cardia caused him. Icarus, there's something wrong with Hosu, that's why I came, I can be of help. Endeavor, you're welcome, let's just hope there are no problems. So the group would set off for Hosu, not expecting to ever forget the experience of that city. Nabu Island, you can see Katsuma training tirelessly. The sweat, the blood, the tears, everything he did was paying off. Katsuma, ha, he would say, giving a last blow. Someday he would say to look at his side and see a golden lion totem. Someday I will be able to carry you and fight as Master Hakurei teaches me with his teachings. You'll see, he would say, smiling. Mahoro, Brother, he would say, arriving, you hurt yourself again, he would say, healing Katsuma's wounds. Katsuma, Mahoro, don't worry, it doesn't hurt, he would say, smiling. Mahoro, hump, he would say, pouting, you shouldn't act rude. Even though I don't like seeing you hurt, you keep training. Katsuma, ouch, he would say, feeling the disinfectant in his hands, but I want to do it. I want to fight, follow the path of the knights. I can't follow the path of the hero, since I don't have a quirk, but the knights is the one I chose. Mahoro, I know, but he would say tearfully, I don't like it. I couldn't stand to see you hurt, I can't. Katsuma, little sister, he would say, hugging her, it hurts me to see you sad, smile, okay? You'll see that being a knight, I will protect you and I will not die, but I will overcome all my opponents, he would say, giving her a smile that made her stop crying. Mahoro, well, now you'll make it up to me for crying. Katsuma, sure, hee. Kyushu, numerous young people can be seen training under Hakurai's tutelage, all of them survivors of the island, today a wasteland of misery, which the Hero Commission, to avoid social panic, decided to isolate and silence. No one from the press could speak, since they threatened to send Lady Nagant after them, and the press knew what the former heroine was capable of. Hakurai was looking at all the challengers, who, luckily or miraculously, were all survivors of the disaster. They were a group of 14 Quirkless in the center of the training arena. Aspirant 1, now for Yuichiro. Yuichiro was hitting one of the contestants already on the ground. Hakurai, enough. All, Master Hakurai. Yuichiro, Master Hakurai, you see that every day I get stronger, but they seem to be less dedicated. Hakurai, less dedicated? I would say, seriously, why do you say that? Yuichiro, they still think with the mentality of stopping the heroes, they wouldn't last in a fight against the enemies he told us about. That's why they would end up dead. Hakurai, frowning, would simply raise his finger and touch Yuichiro's forehead. A blue energy would cover both of them as they seemed to disappear from the scene. Mount Yamatsu. Yuichiro would fall abruptly to the ground in pain, although strange since the technique used by Hakurai only separated the soul from the body momentarily. Looking around, he could notice many people walking towards a place, a mountain similar to a volcano, where Yuichiro followed them and noticed that they threw themselves into the hole. Yuichiro, no! Hey, stop! He would say unsuccessfully while people continued to throw themselves. Don't throw yourselves. What's wrong with you? He would say worriedly, holding one of them. The man that Yuichiro stopped would turn around and look at him as if he were a zombie. He was wandering. There were no emotions or traces of being alive, but there were wounds, and the more Yuichiro looked, the more he realized that they had marks of aggression, and the looks, the lack of emotions, everything. It was as if they were dead. Hakurai, death, he would say, coming to his side. There are so many deaths in this world, he would say, pointing to numerous lines all over the mountain with people throwing themselves into his hole, that they filled these endless lines. Yuichiro, tell me one thing, do they find peace when they fall there? He would say, sweating. Hakurai, never. Down below his only destiny is the underworld, or rather hell. Yuichiro, hell? He would say desperately, maybe they suffered a lot at the moment of their death, and apparently they still do. But do they have to suffer for all eternity? Master, don't just stand there, do something. More and more people threw themselves in, worrying Yuichiro. Yuichiro, can't we stop them? He would say, managing to spot a child, no more than 5 years old. Can't we stop those lines? Yuichiro would stop the boy before falling, and the boy would begin to struggle and scream for him to let him go, since he had marks of blows and stabs. But in the midst of that struggle, Yuichiro would fall down the cliff trying to hold on and not let go of the boy, being taken by Hakurai. Hakurai, Yuichiro. He would say, trying to keep the boy from falling. Yuichiro, let him go already, let him go. Anyway, he's already dead. Even if you save him from that pit, he won't live. Yuichiro, but master, he'll suffer more by falling there. He died suffering, I'm sure of it, but I won't allow him to do it forever. I won't allow it. Hakurai, leave it alone. Yuichiro. Yuichiro, what's the point of living then? My people suffered and died anyway. If this is how life ends, then all my people will suffer. If life and death are eternal suffering, what's the point of that path? The boy managed to escape and fall into the hole, leaving Yuichiro in a very bad state. Yuichiro, I only feel a deep anguish, he would say, starting to cry. Hakurai, don't just take it for granted. Have you forgotten why I brought you to train? It wasn't to teach you about anguish or hopelessness, I would say to raise it was so you could live, Yuichiro. Yuichiro. I don't understand anything. How do you expect me to live knowing that everything will end like this? Hakurai, that's why we fight, against those who treat humans as mere pawns. That's why you must embrace that life, Yuichiro, and the universe within it. Never cease to cherish it. That's how we will defeat death itself. After that, both would return to the place where the aspirants and Hakurai would resume their duties, Takashima Island. A fissure could be seen opening up. It was completely formed by a spatial void filled with planets, nebulas, and distant stars. From this fissure, a man would emerge, corpulent. You can also see that he is tall. His hair is blue. Man, it seems I have arrived a new world, a world where I can redeem my sin. Don't you think so, Defteros? He would say, looking at an armor in the shape of a person with 2 faces and 4 golden arms. Who was this newcomer? A great ally to the heroes, a man in search of redemption for his past sins. His obsession with the investiture of Patriarch of the Sanctuary led him to attempt on the life of Patriarch Sage, using his twin brother as a puppet, to be eliminated after that and resurrected by Hades as guardian of the Temple of Mars during the War of the Lost Canvas. Managing to redeem himself a little by battling against his brother, and recovering the path of good, this man is called the Master of the Dimensions, the Knight under the constellation of the twins, Aspros of Gemini. Aspros, a new world and a new opportunity, he would say, looking at the firmament. Sisyphus, I will help whoever you have trained, old friend. I will make up for my mistakes for everything I have done. Chapter 18. Hosu. It was getting dark in the city, while Manuel and Ida were on a practice patrol. Manuel, another day patrolling Kyoto. Sorry it's repetitive, he'd say, glancing at Ida. Ida, no, I prefer, I would say calmly. Manuel, hey, he would say, getting Ida's attention. I know this might be an awkward question, but he would say, adopting a serious expression, you're looking for the hero killer, aren't you? Ida, this. Manuel, if not, I don't know why you chose my agency, he would say, scratching his neck a little. I'm glad you came, of course, but you shouldn't act under the influence of personal grudge. Heroes don't have the authority to punish or arrest, only to detain and leave the rest of the work to the police. We are allowed to use our powers thanks to the regulations. That's why, whatever the reason, a hero should not use the singularity for himself. Using it for personal benefit is a very serious crime, he would say seriously, while Ida lowered his head, making the hero nervous. I'm not saying that the hero killer is innocent, but since you seem like a serious young man, I'm worried that you'll become obsessed. Ida, thanks for the warning, he would say, bowing thoughtfully. Manuel, it's enough for me that you understand. Anyway, shall we continue? Ida, without saying anything, decided to follow the hero, lost in his thoughts, since he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. Endeavor Agency, Shernato, Mirai, Izuku, Icarus were ready. Since saving the Bronze Saints, the 2 golden ones were with their Pandora box on their backs. Endeavor, well, I see you're ready, he would say, arriving with Shoto at his side. I heard you both have teleportation abilities. Izuku, yes, but in my case I can only send 2 people. Icarus, in that case, I'll be the taxi, he would say with grace. My teacher pressured me to be as good in that field as a resident of Jameer. Shoto, wow. Endeavor, in that case, we should walk to Hosu. Icarus, understood, he would say, creating a large cosmos sphere and covering the group. The entire group would disappear from the place, leaving Burning surprised and somewhat strange, but she decided to let it go and return, finding a mess of burned or frozen practice dummies. Time skip. Night building. Stain, the hero killer, could be seen crouching over a water tank as he surveyed the city, searching for his next victim. As he watched, he noticed a presence behind him, while a Kurogyri portal opened, and Shigaraki Tamura emerged. Shigaraki, Hosu is more developed than I thought, he would say, appearing on the spot. What will you do? Stain, fix this city. To do that, I need more victims. Kurogyri, is that what you meant by having things to do? Stain, you do understand me. Shigaraki, do you always have to make me look bad? Stain, hero, is a title for those who perform great deeds. There are too many money worshippers who call themselves heroes. Until the world realizes its mistake, I'll keep appearing, he would say, grabbing his weapon and jumping out of the place. Shigaraki, he talks big and just wants to incite a popular rebellion. He's so noble I'm going to cry. I'd say mockingly. Kurogiri, we can't make fun of him too much. It's a fact that crime rates have dropped significantly in the cities where he appeared. Some people link this to the rise of hero awareness and criticize him harshly. Shigaraki, splendid. Heroes go to such lengths to get paid less? So the hero killer breeds them too far-fetched, he would say mockingly, and then with boredom we don't agree on anything and it irritates me. Kurogiri brings the nomas, he would say, so that Kurogiri could open a portal. Do you think you can get away with stabbing me? If you want to destroy something, destroy it and that's it. It will be a great contest. I will crush your honor and your pride, Mr. Veteran, he would say with some madness while 3 nomas came out of Kurogiri's portal. Near Hosu, a bullet train was heading towards the city. It was loaded with people, returning home after a long day of work, where even a retired hero was on board. After all, letting yourself go is not an option, and even more so if you are All Might's teacher, so you have to dust yourself off once in a while. The people inside the train began to see something. Buildings were starting to burn, and a couple were collapsing under the influence of something or someone. But before the passengers could react, the train slammed to a halt, as a Noma carrying an unconscious and wounded hero crashed through one of the walls. The old man, being the only hero left standing, since the one the Noma was carrying was out of action, jumped towards him and carried him off the train, focusing his attention on keeping him away from the civilians. In the city, people were panicking, fires and explosions were everywhere, while the Nomas attacked anything that moved. The heroes tried to contain them by any means possible, buying time for at least the people to leave the dangerous area, but there were always idiots who stayed behind, like the journalists, who, for the sake of a story, even in the middle of a fight, ended up complicating things further. About the building, Shigaraki laughed like a madman. Shigaraki, ha 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 ha, great, let's do it big, he would say with complete madness. In the city, people were dismayed. The chaos was directed by zones, while in free zones people echoed the situation and instead of going to seek shelter, they decided to stay and listen to everything. Manuel, a villain appeared? He would say from the crowd, okay, I'll be right there. Ida-kun, run! Ida, for his part, was completely surprised and accepted the situation while pondering who the culprit could be, given that Stain is more of a mystery than someone who draws so much attention. He passed by an alley where he saw something, and stopped following Manuel to head deeper into it. Unbeknownst to him, figures were watching from above. Figure 1, it's time, guide them to the library. Figure 2, immediately. Figure 3, with pleasure. With Stain. Stain was with a victim in his possession. While he watched and listened to the alarms, everything was complete chaos. Stain, what a scandal! His stupidity is obvious. I'll finish him off later, he would say, holding a hero against the wall. Now I'll do what I have to do. Hero, I can't move, he would think helplessly. Stain, if you're going to call yourself a hero, choose your last words carefully. Ida Stain? He would say, arriving at the place. Stain, a child? He would say seriously but somewhat surprised. Looks like it's my lucky day, an imposing voice would say as a man in black armor was revealed, similar to an insect, but the surprising thing about this guy was his grotesque size. Did you think you could escape? Ida, I'm impossible, and it's a ghost, he would say, surprised and starting to feel scared. Native, ghost? What the hell is he talking about? He thought, surprised. Stain, who are you? I am the deadly scarab of the horrid star. The great chaos of this city caught my attention. Now die. I would say, stomping, trying to crush Stain as the closest. Stain, damn, he would say, dodging the blow. Do you underestimate me? I don't know who you are, but if you interfere in stopping my ideals, he would say, attacking with his katanas brushing against the sapuri. Stand, you'll pay me, he would say, taking the assassin with his armored arms, but first he would say to charge Ida with Native. Ida, for his part, would take Native to try to flee the place, dodging the attack, but Stain was thrown against him with such force that it made them both fall. Ida, Midoriya, where are you when you are needed? He thought worriedly. In the city, the Manual Heroes Agency was handling everything as best they could, given that there weren't many of them, and they could barely hold off the Nomas, so they were trying to buy time and evacuate civilians. Manual, damn, first I lose the guy and now this. Before anyone could say anything, a blue glow appeared as Endeavor, and the others arrived. Endeavor, situation, I would say, serious. Manual, these things came out of nowhere and started attacking the city. Izuku, I feel Cosmos in that direction. Icarus. But there are 2 others around. Sharnato. There's one in front of the 4 eyes along with 2 others. Mirai, what do we do, Mr. Izuku? Endeavor. Do what you have to do, kid, they're your subordinates. Manual, stop, they are children. It is not right that. Izuku, go and save Ida from whatever is attacking them. We will go with Icarus as soon as we can. Mirai and Sharnato. Yes, they would say to go in the direction where they felt Ida. Manual, that's wrong. Icarus. Now we have more important matters to attend to. I would say to use telekinesis and send a Noma flying. Endeavor. Are these things human? Izuku. I don't know. In USJ I took care of something else. Icarus. Their presence is as if they were dead. Endeavor. That's enough for me. I would say to attack and burn the Nomas. Izuku. I don't like something. Shoto. Why do you say that? Izuku. Go and help them. If you have to get someone out, do it. Shoto. I'm going, he would say, to go after Sharnato and Mirai. Izuku. It's time to move on, he would say, tracing dots with his hands. Atomic thunder. A large amount of electricity would hit the flying Noma directly, causing it to scream in pain until it began to disappear, since upon contact, they produced an explosion upon contact, disintegrating the Noma. Old man. Wow, he would say, arriving. Endeavor. What are you doing here, old man? Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Well, I was traveling and saw the attack, so since I'm still a hero despite being retired, I decided to participate. After all, my license hasn't expired yet. Icarus. You disintegrated that thing. Izuku. Yes. Icarus. Okay, he would say, spreading his arms, prepare to be snuffed out, beasts. Starlight extinction. The next Nomu to fall was completely black and apparently stronger than the previous one, so upon contact with the powerful light created, the Nomu was completely disintegrated. With the Bronze Knights, they were running towards the battle zone where they could sense a specter next to Ida. Sharnato. I hope the 4 eyes is okay. Mirai. I heard you talked about him with Mr. Izuku and they said it was safe to go after the hero killer Stain. But do you think he'll do it? Sharnato. I don't know. I prefer to focus on the specters. Shoto. Shit, I need to improve my speed. With Stain, Ida and the hero. Ida was at a crossroads. Who should he save now? The hero, who looked like an indigenous person, whose name he recognized as native, was on the ground due to the effect of Stain's quirk, and the aforementioned now had a broken leg thanks to the impact of the blow, not to mention that the grotesque specter was behind them. Stand, what happened to your quirk? Didn't you think you were very fast? Before he even got close to Ida with somewhat dark intentions, a strong burst of cosmos would attack him, forcing him to retreat. Mirai, get away from them, Mastodon. Stain, a child? Sharnato. Ida, are you okay? Ida. Sharnato? What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Mirai, we should ask you the same question, silly. Sharnato, look at you, you can barely handle this fight and rescue. Stain, it's not a place for children, especially if they play at being heroes. Mirai, we are not heroes, since I agree that this world is overpopulated by guys in tights, so don't get involved. Sharnato, charges native Ida, he would say, putting Stain on his back. Stain, what does it do? Sharnato, what am I supposed to do, old man? Save your ass. Mirai, will you? Mirai just gave him a thumbs up and gestured for him to leave, so accompanied by Ida, he would leave towards a place that, unfortunately for him, was being guided by a second specter. Ida, boy. Mirai, there's no more time, he would say in a fighting stance. I swear I'll come back. Stand, Reeve would say, hitting. Mirai, what? He would say, covering himself from the blows of the specter with great force until he was knocked to the ground. With the group. Stain, where are we going? Sharnato, to a safe place. Ida, do you know where we should go? Sharnato, no, but someone is leading us, possibly into a trap. Native, eh? Why do you say that? Sharnato, it has a strong evil intention, but it is not something to worry about. What worries me is that it guides us towards a third and it is powerful, in that an attack forces them to detour to a building, so they have no choice but to enter. But they are surprised, upon entering, given that in its surroundings, numerous women, looking like nuns, were doing what appeared to be paperwork. They were concentrated on their work, while in the background and right in the center an imposing subject of medium height, pale skin, with long white hair and violet eyes. He wears a large black cassock, with a central red line with gold details, while his face is reflected with great calm. Ida, what are these women? Stain, I don't like something. Native, why are you so focused on what you write? Subject, they're recording the entire lifespan of the people of this world, I'd say, reviewing papers. So, knowing that, would you be so kind as not to interrupt them, since we have a lot of work to do, I'd say, writing while looking at them out of the corner of my eye. Shernato, so you're the one in charge of this place. Yeah, and from what I see, they're just a dying pro-hero, a broken assassin, a wannabe, and a simple bronze knight. Subject, Edouard de Sylph, Earth Star of Flight, would you be so kind as to be silent? Edouard, as my Lord Loon commands. Stain, who are you? Loon, I am Loon of Balrog, Celestial Star of Excellence, one of the 108 specters in service to my Lord Hades. I am in charge of the tribunal of the dead of the first prison of the underworld. I am in charge of judging the sins of the living souls of dead men to decide where in the underworld they should go. That is the role I play, and this is the hall of the history of humanity of this world, he would say, showing numerous shelves full of books, all the crimes, their sentences, their joy, their sadness, everything recorded without any fear by every human being who has set foot on this planet. Everyone was surprised to see this, but later they realized that some kind of letters that transformed into whips took them from the books and reduced them to the ground. Shernato, shit, he would say, struggling to try to give them a way out. Loon, how rude. Edouard, take charge. I must finish recording the history of the humans of this world, even with their quirks, wonderful abilities. It is a shame that something so beautiful is used to cause chaos, but that is the essence of human nature. No matter if you are the most heroic being on the planet, human nature is impossible to change. Stain, Kish, he would say, struggling, this guy has had enough, treating everyone like garbage. Who does he think he is? Shernato, damn coward. Loon, how rude, she would say, filling the pen in her hand with dark cosmos. I will destroy them with this whip. Full stop, she would say, finishing filling out the sheet she had on her desk. Before the whips could do anything else, golden lights would flash across them to free the captives, as a red-haired man, wearing the noble armor of Ares, approached. Shernato, Lord Icarus? Icarus, take care of the accompanying spectre. I'll take care of Loon, he would say seriously. Shernato, yes, I would say to leave Stain next to Ida. You think you can take care of both of them for a moment? Ida, yes, but what will you do? Shernato, take care of a spectre. The fight between Ares and Balrog, along with Sylph and Apis, was about to begin, with Mirai. Mirai was being stepped on by Stand while showing signs of injuries, while his armor at least held up. Stand, what happened to your power? The lesser dog, is it still a dog? Then I'll hook you up to a sled and take you for a ride. Mirai, you won't do it, he would say, trying to get up. Don't come near me. Mastodon, he would say, to finally stand up and jump. You underestimate me, Spectre. Mirai would manage to hit with a kick imbued with cosmos, but before he realized it, the extra arms of Stand, that the armor provided him, would take him. Stand, you'll pay for this, he would say, to run with him in front of him and head towards a building. Stand by me. The force of the impact would cause one of the walls of the building to break, while several wounds were reflected in the Knight of Canis Minor. Stand, I'll destroy you with my next hit, he would say, raising it and preparing to hit it. Mirai, damn, would complain about the pain in her body. I promised I would go after them, but would say to open her eyes and position herself to kick. Stand, Ruer, he would say, hitting. Mirai would be the first to connect the blow, causing Stand to release him, but he would receive the punch in the face from the giant. Mirai, I haven't tried this. I hope it works, he would say, extending his hand with his cosmos forming an electric charge. Stand, what? He would say, being held by electricity. Mirai, disappear, damn it, he would say, while extending his fist electrifying arrow. Stand would receive the impact suddenly, and would be completely eliminated by losing a large part of his thorax. With the heroes, Izuku was searching with Endeavor and Gran Torino for the last Nomu, when suddenly a nearby tremor was heard. Izuku, Mirai, he would say, to run away. Gran Torino, what's going on? Endeavor, the brats, I would say, to follow him. Gran Torino, young people today, I would say, to walk with their cane. Izuku, thanks to his cosmos, would be able to identify Mirai's location, so he arrived and noticed the state. Izuku, look, Mirai, sir, he would say with a sigh. Izuku, he would sigh again. I managed to defeat him, he would say, to fall into his arms. Izuku, I got you, you did well, Bronze Knight. Endeavor, what happened? Where are the manual student and the native hero? Izuku, I can feel Icarus and Shinato's cosmos. Both are rising along with two other much more sinister ones. Gran Torino, wow, he would say, touching stand with the cane, this big guy looks good, really dead. You know there could be problems, right? Izuku, this child has my protection, and I will not hesitate to face the entire top if necessary. Endeavor, I'll support you on this one. Shoto, Izuku, someone in black armor was following Shigaraki and Ida, he would say, arriving at the place. Izuku, okay, he would say, putting on his armor, it's time to continue the fight. After that, Izuku went with Shoto to the place where he felt the battle was about to begin. Gran Torino, what will you do, Enji? Endeavor, cover the boy. UA and Almight said that these black armored guys are more dangerous than a certain AFO, and if they face them and kill them, it will be an achievement. Also, I would say to hit the specter hard and make it turn to dust, there won't be much evidence left. Gran Torino, I hope they know what they're doing. Beast Genist Agency. Bakugo was walking around in a very bad mood, since his hair had been combed as if a cow had licked it, while the top hero was giving him some explanations about elegance. He felt something sparkle when he lifted the rosary, seeing the moment where one bead turned black. Bakugo, eh? Ghosts? He thought surprisingly. Beast Genist, interesting necklace, tell me what it means. Bakugo, I don't know. It was given to me and I didn't ask, he would say, avoiding the subject. You owe me a nerd. I would think to continue his internships. Near Hosu, a somewhat youthful man, given that he didn't look more than 30, was heading toward where he sensed the cosmos of two golden knights. He could recognize them, so as a knight, it was his duty to assist his superiors. His armor was green with light blue details, protecting only the vital areas, his shoulders and legs. Man, come on, Junkers, your superiors need your howl, he would say, approaching the area. Chapter 19. Icarus looked on seriously as Shigaraki stood in front of Ida, who was looking after Stain and Native. Loon, these are the keys to knowledge, therefore, she would say, looking at Ares while pointing at the entire room full of books. Native managed to take one and see. Everything was in order, everything, their names, their quirks, their abilities, weaknesses, actions, joys, sorrows, mistakes, everything, but without being able to access it as it is offered to them, their lives have no direction at all. She would say, making her cosmos destroy a large part of the floor. Ida, the ground split in two? Stain, is there anything underneath? Loon, the Makai, the place where beings like you fall, those who live in mistakes, I would say seriously, heroes, villains, anti-heroes, are nothing more than a bunch of ignorants who only make mistake after mistake. Icarus, your predecessor could have been a sovereign, but you know something, in some way similar to mine, that I am ductile in reading the books. Cheyenne of Ares, your predecessor, was someone who found all the wounds of the cloths of Athena, I would say, creating an illusion showing the past, the day he wanted to convince Cheyenne to become a specter, but it didn't work. Icarus, that's a thing of the past. My predecessor had his mistakes, but that's no reason for me to show interest. That's something I knew from the start, but at the time, it helped me understand my work. I'm an armor repairer, and like Cheyenne, I'm skilled at seeing cloth wounds, as you say, but that doesn't mean I'm tempted by you, given what I heard about you and what you almost did to him. Loon, I see you have been totally poisoned. I regret not having known how you were going to be corrupted, he would say, reading his writings, son of a successful businesswoman mother, son of a hero of Greece, born Quirkless and become a knight of Athena, now let me end your life this way. He would say, extending a great pulse of cosmos. Edward, damn, he would say, covering himself, they fighting won't let me face the bronze knight. Ida, what power? Native, what the hell is this power? Stain, it is sinister and destructive. Shigaraki, Ida? He would say, seeing that Stain and the blue-haired man began to fall. Icarus, huh? He would say, seeing the situation, so he would create a glass wall, but unlike before, like a bridge, a floor to walk on. Loon, how? A glass wall? Icarus, watch the ultimate technique of an Ares Knight crystal wall. Luna, impossible, a protective wall? But how could the Makai escape from the abyss with this? Perhaps she would say, seeing a large bridge, a bridge? Icarus, I'm not Cheyenne, who walked around all the time looking at the cloth's wounds, and even though he was like that, I'm sure he changed for the better, because like him, he would say, carrying Ida and Stain, I have companions very loaded with life. If that's poison in your eyes, I'm not interested. Moon, tch. Icarus, Shigaraki, Ida, please use this path to leave this place. take the hero killer and the hero with you. Ida. With that specter he would comment, looking at Edward, we have little time. Icarus. Go, I'll catch up with you after I finish my battle. Stain. It may not be worth it, but caring like that you act like a true hero. Sure, NATO. My teacher told me something. He said that there was someone who was just like you, someone who cared about his comrades and allies. You are like him, like Lord Hakurai. Icarus just smiled. Icarus. Go away, he would say, jumping against Loon. Loon, what are you up to? I'm going to slice you all to pieces, she would say, attacking with her whip. Icarus. Only if I allow it, he would say, extending the glass wall and stopping the whip. Loon, please, it seems you can't get enough and you won't stop showing me how pathetic you are, like Cheyenne was. I can't stand it. This day I will take your head, she would say, launching an attack of whips. Icarus. We'll see about that, he would say, launching into the attack. I am different from how Cheyenne was when she was young. I may have made my mistakes, but I learned from them. Stardust Revolution. Icarus's technique would hit the area, raising a veil of smoke and dust, leaving nothing visible. However, to Icarus's surprise, Loon was unharmed, holding a book in his hand with great discomfort. Loon, be more careful where you aim, you'll damage these books. These books are the writings of all humanity, each and every one of them, even from the pre-Quirk era. Something humans have now forgotten. Great crimes and their sentences, joys and sorrows. All of this is incredibly entertaining. I am the sage chosen for this role. Icarus. So it's true, I would say seriously. Loon, you must have been tempted in the past, but I ignored your existence. Today I offered you the chance, and you rejected it. Few are blessed with that opportunity. Now it's too late. Reincarnation. Loon would trigger a cosmological explosion as she traps Icarus, rendering him completely immobile, while urging him to remember and relive all the atrocities committed in his life. The crimes her victim has committed manifest themselves in the form of writings on his body that cause him great pain. Loon, whoever falls victim to this technique will be tormented by the sins they committed in the past until they die in shame. What is your sin, Icarus? My sin? A memory of what he once thought would be his life as an armor restorer appeared before him. His entire life until his master's talks, he thought he should tirelessly repair the cloths given the battles and carelessness of his companions. But as he touched the armor like his predecessor Cheyenne, he could see and read the past lives of their owners, like when he found Uraraka's armor. Those visions revealed to him that armors are not simple objects, that they are living beings, with wills of their own, something that helped him grow. Loon, do you know what the greatest sin humans possess is? Doubt, she would say, attacking and causing cuts in Icarus. Icarus, now I understand. The first time I fixed a suit of armor, I didn't do it quite right. I got so frustrated that I couldn't get a good job that I destroyed the armor, and consequently I also destroyed the spirits that inhabited it, he would say, full of writings on his body. Loon, indeed, the wound I inflicted on you was to remind you of your sin. You, whom I could have invited to follow me, but I didn't because I didn't know you and was focused on learning more about this world. I don't understand how you carry a cloth with ease. I'm sure you're wondering why you can't move, she would say, getting closer. The letters that constitute your sin seal your movements. And now is the time, she commented, opening a crack for you to fall into the hell that corresponds to you. However, Icarus would not fall and would manage to free one hand from the technique, surprising Loon in the process, so she would hold on and resist. Loon, how shouldn't it move? Although her body, no, her arm is the only one free of letters. Icarus, hell, Loon, it's not that my sin has disappeared from my arm. This wound is somehow a reminder of it, but there is a difference, he would say, standing up. Loon, does that scar on your arm repel my lyrics? What does all this mean? Icarus, this wound is a gift from my master, a correction in training for my sin, and since I received it, I've become someone new. Loon, I see. A wound inflicted by your master, but even though you've avoided letters, you can only move one arm. Don't think you'll be able to break the curse that surrounds your body. Icarus, a man like you, who only approaches the lives of others through books, wouldn't understand the profound meaning this scar reflects, he would say, elevating his cosmos. Moon, resistance is useless. Icarus remembered the moment when he accidentally destroyed Uraraka's armor in fury, A fragment grazed his neck and almost killed him, if not for the intervention of Hakurai, who with a cut on his arm and transferring some of his blood, managed to save his life, thus giving him a new vision of his work as an armor restorer, since the same Uraraka cloth saved him from dying by losing too much blood. There Icarus understood it. The armor asked him to save it to preserve its history and sacrifice, teaching the purpose of them as a lesson to be imparted to future generations. Ares, remembering everything, raised his cosmos even higher, completely freeing himself from the letters in his body. Loon, what? It completely overcame the pressure of my letters. Icarus, these wounds represent a gift, a story passed down to me. A true testament to valor and sacrifice. Your words have no such power. Loon, I see, he would comment. Reading a book, it's clear you've changed. In that case, you'll be confronting me with a historical reality, he would say, making the book turn its pages quickly, and the night falling into the abyss. Where are the warriors of the past that you value so much? Icarus, a frozen world. Am I in Makai? Loon, you are in the ice hell, Cocytus, the place where sinners who rebelled against the gods fall. What a great honor, your tomb will be the same as theirs. Icarus, the remains of the brilliant ancient warriors, their heroic fall wherever they may have fulfilled their duty as saints. I thought that from then on they would rest in peace. I really believed it. But that, he thought and then spoke, it's not true, it's a lie. Loon, any problem? Here's your truth. This fact about the saints is also in my book. Their cold bodies will continue to tear apart, and even then they won't be able to escape eternal suffering. This is the place where those who commit the most unforgivable sins fall. Cocytus, Icarus, did you just say sins? They fought to protect peace on Earth. How can that be an unforgivable sin? Loon, you see, the simple fact that they are saints makes them sinners. Despite their human existence, they start fighting against the gods, and as far as you are concerned, the fact that they have passed on their last wish to you means that they have also inherited this sin and the suffering that will accompany it. Icarus, inherit this suffering? Putting our lives to the limit leads us to this? Am I also going to follow that path? Is there any option that can save us from that suffering? Did they know what awaited them? Even so, they decided to continue? Will I be able to bear it? Will the others be the same? Would think surprised, I would think to draw a smile. I'm already prepared for that. Loon, Icarus, and now that I've seen this with my own eyes, I'm more than determined to prevent Hades' return and avoid further torture after death. I want to save them this time. It's my turn to help them. Stardust Revolution. Icarus attacked again, but Loon continued to dodge the attacks without losing her grip on the book she was holding, which would hit the Aryan, severely injuring him. Stardust's Revolution had a range of action on the opponent in microseconds, something Loon was able to take advantage of by simply reading a book. Icarus was giving up, but some voices would get him up. Numerous knights of the past gave their strength so that the Aryan could return to the fight. Loon, what? He rose up alongside the Deku. Icarus, now I understand. If I become a link, one day in our distant future, my fellow captives in this immense hell will be free, he would say in thought. These historical victories will cement the future. Whoever the future patriarch is, will not be alone. He would finish thinking. I am convinced of that. That is my mission. Loon, you were able to rise thanks to the help of these dead people, but I already know the weaknesses of your technique, originally created by Ares Cheyenne, just as I know your armor. You have no chance of winning. What can you do when you're standing up against someone with absolute knowledge? Icarus, are you wrong? You only know part of my past and my ancestor? The souls of the dead began to encourage the Golden Knight as they rose to heaven. Loon, what the hell is this? Would think worriedly. Icarus, Master, you only spoke to me about this technique once, classifying it as the great secret to destroying the gods. I decided to train it after we separated. Loon, impossible. Your teacher didn't teach you that technique. I know because it's not in my book. Icarus, no, I deduced it alone, then I practiced it. Loon, this mystery, a supreme technique whose use can break the laws of Makai and summon the souls of the dead. It's not something that can be reproduced just by seeing it. Icarus, it's true, I may not be able to throw it, but I can't forget this. Just like my master and my companions, I will carry the weight on my shoulders, the history of the knights and Amazons of the past, the deaths of my companions of the present, and perhaps the uncertain future, all with a single attack. See you never, waves of celestial spirits. Loon. It's just a borrowed technique, he would say, trying to stop her, but the book would be erased, and no, it's impossible. My book, he would say, being reached, something that wasn't written was able to happen. It was supposed to be an omnipotent book. Icarus, do you hear, Loon? This is the roar of history you've been trying to ignore. Loon would be completely devoured by the technique as he watched something change, a glimpse of the future. Icarus could be the next patriarch, but he could only see a green hair take his place. As he began to laugh, being swallowed by the technique. Icarus, let's go. I must meet up with those who are leaving. With endeavor. Hero number 2 was running after the green-haired man towards a direction, a strange-looking building, old enough to be modern. Endeavor, boy? Gran Torino, wait for your elders, he would say, arriving. Izuku, it's here. But an impossible, a powerful cosmos has disappeared. Endeavor, that's a relief. Manuel, hey, wait for me. Shoto, hey? He would say, arriving. Mirai, I feel the cosmos of others in there, with those who escape. Stain was being carried by Sharnato, while Ida took Native away from the place, as they escaped from Edouard de Sylph, Earth's star of flight. Edward is a thin, youthful-looking man with shoulder-length black hair, some strands falling over his forehead and covering his ears. The most distinctive feature of this sapuri are his wings, something unusual in specters protected by an evil Earth star. The thigh guards resemble wide skirts, and the helmet has an appearance reminiscent of that of Mongolian horsemen. Edward, come back here, you wretches. Ida, there's the door. Sharnato, Ida-san. Ida, yes? Stain, what are you up to, boy? Sharnato, sorry, old man, he would say, to throw Stain towards Ida. Catch. Ida, Sharnato would say, taking the hero killer, what do you intend? Sharnato, you must leave, he would say, getting into a fighting stance and turning on his cosmos. I'll take care of these bastards. He would say, attacking Edward with blows at the speed of sound resembling meteors. The spectre would protect himself with his forearms, but the blow from the bronze saint would be strong, damaging the sapuri and causing a strong wind that pushed the three out of the building. Outside the building. Ida, Shinato, Stain, boy, Endeavor, are you okay? Ida, Icarus-san, Shinato-kun, both. Izuku, I feel them inside the building. Before anyone could say anything, a light blue glow appeared, alarming the heroes. Izuku, Icarus, he would say, recognizing the knight coming out of that light. Stain, what the hell? Icarus, I did it. I managed to finish off the Balrog, he would say, fainting. Gran Torino, these are very serious injuries, boy. Inside the building, Edward would wake up very upset while the blow left him with numerous injuries and his sapuri quite destroyed. Edward, damn. Sharnato, hump, he would say, getting into a fighting stance. Edward, I am a death knight. I am immortal. Sharnato, you don't even believe that one, he would say, attacking with a blow that the spectre dodged. Edward, you let your guard down, I would say, attacking. Sharnato, shit, he would say, blocking the blow as best he could. Don't you get tired, damn it? Edward, you are a fool who strives for nothing. Sharnato, ah yes, he would say, starting to raise his cosmos. Edward, where does this heat come from? I would say, seeing how Shinato's cosmos was fiery, a cosmos similar to fire. Sharnato, try hard, he would say, clenching his fists. I became a knight to help other boys and girls like me, and I won't let someone beat me like this, he would say, raising his cosmos with force. Edward, TSK, no matter how much you burn it, it will be useless, he would say, throwing himself at him. Sharnato, help Bird, I would say, to throw himself wrapped in fire. Taking advantage of his cosmos while his body generates fire, Sharnato flew towards his opponent, forming a large bird with the fire he generated that, upon impacting against the spectre, pushed him against the wall, breaking it in the process, and leaving the Death Knight dead. Manuel, they are all fine. Endeavor, what the buck? Sharnato, this world is full of evil, full of pain and much suffering, he would say, seeing the spectre lying down while the rest, especially Stain, listen. But even so, I have friends. I have my teacher and older brother with whom I will share the time in which I live. That is why, loving this world and fighting with hope, any dream will come true. Izuku, that's my student, he would say proudly. Stain, so you were his teacher, interesting. Mirai, not bad. Before anyone could say anything, numerous low-ranking specters began to appear, surrounding them all. Mirai, I still have strength, I would say, ready. Icarus, me too. Izuku, I'm ready, I would say, prepared to fight. In that case, leave us something, a female voice would say. 2. It will be interesting to defeat these specters, a male voice would say. Endeavor. There, he would say, pointing to a tree revealing a silver Amazon. Izuku, Crane, Uraraka. Uraraka. There will be time for introductions later. Sagittarius, I would say, jumping, flashing light dance. The Amazon would use her scarf and begin to wrap it around the ghosts, while she dealt powerful kicks with her legs, thanks to her cosmos. 2. This will be fun, he would say, jumping, unicorn gallop. Shoto, unicorn gallop? It's not, Izuku, the technique I hit Kirishima with? Yes. Mirai. Who does that belong to? Shurnato, look carefully. Izuku. So he too, unicorn Yado. Yado. Can't heroes take on simple Hades soldiers? How useless they are. He would say, arriving. Manual. Who they are. Yado. I am Yado, Bronze Knight of the Unicorn. I present myself to duty, sir, he would say, bowing to the green-haired man. Uraraka. Uraraka of Crane reports, sir, she would say, bowing to Izuku. Gran Torino. This is getting harder, I'd say quietly. Spectre. Old man dies, he would say, ready to attack Gran Torino. Wolf bite. He would say, attacking the spectre. Izuku wolf? I would say, surprised to see several bronze saints gathering. Icarus. It's good to see you, Uraraka-senpai. Yado, you junkers too? Junkers. Wolf junkers. Bronze Knight presents himself to fulfill his duty, sir. Izuku. Wow, it's good to see you, bronze saints. Yado. I may not be able to burn my cosmos like before and turn into crystal, but that doesn't mean I won't do anything or stay still. Uraraka. I say the same. I don't prefer to stay still waiting for my death. I want to fight in this battle. Mirai, Yado-senpai, why don't you train someone to inherit your armor? Yado. I would if I found someone. Endeavor. Okay, it's time to retreat and do the paperwork. To the heroes here, I want this thing about guys in black armor to remain a secret. We've had enough with people wanting to know about the League of Villains. All yes, Endeavor. And you are coming with me, he would say, looking at the gentlemen, the newcomers. Well, as if we had a choice. At UA Academy, the director can be seen playing a game of shogi with Dijil, while Cardia entertained himself with some internet game, after he destroyed every robot UA had online out of boredom. Before anyone could say anything, the place would begin to change. Almight. But what? Cardia. This is the other dimension. Dijil. But who would do it? It's good to see you again, Dijil. Cardia, a voice familiar to the knights, would say. Dijil and Cardia. Aspros of Gemini, they said, surprised. Chapter 20. UA Academy. It's been 3 days since what happened in Hosu. Luckily for the press, a video of civilians revealed the presence of subjects with black armor, which made the heroes unable to say anything. Only a few knew, and they were the UA teachers, Almight, and the Endeavor Agency, plus Manual and Native, where the aforementioned feigned ignorance, although they promised that they would investigate the case. On the other hand, the presence of more knights eased the Spectre's thoughts. After all, they could have more support. Another issue was that Hawks had an encounter with a group of Spectres in Shibuya, which, seeing the questions at UA, led him to show up and arrive at the most inopportune moment, given that All Might, Nizu, Naomesa, Manual, Native, along with the knights present were having a meeting. Hawks, it seems I've arrived at a bad time, he would say with his shit-eating smile. Endeavor, what are you doing here, Hawks? He demanded, demandingly, not that he disliked the guy, which is 50-50ths, given his very carefree attitude. Hawks, I came to find out something, I would say seriously. Some guys in black armor attacked Shibuya. It wasn't an attack against the urban area itself, since they focused on the poorest areas and slums. The bodies that were found were of drug dealers and petty criminals, but their attackers were there. Nizu, can you give a description, Hawks? He said calmly. It's not that it was anything special, but the knights were upset. An attack like that was not important given the Spectres as the main issue. A villain playing at being the greatest was not a problem for them. They would handle it without showing difficulty. But with constant attacks from the underworld army, a villain is nothing compared to a dead man resurrected to serve as a soldier. Hawks. Well, I would say seriously, a man who must be around 2 meters tall, and has an enviable physical shape, wears a kind of black armor that covers his entire body and is easily distinguishable by the presence of several curved spikes at the joints and a single eye engraved at the height of the forehead. Aspros, are you sure of what you're saying? He would say seriously. Hawks, yes. All Might, Mr. Aspros? What do you think, Hawks? If it helps, I cut off part of his armor while he was distracted, and one of my wings. We could investigate what they are made of. Dijal, you would be wasting your time doing that, he would say in a calm voice, taking off his glasses while closing his book. The man you faced is not a human being. He is a being called Spectre. Cardia, will you tell that bird? He would say, surprised. Hawks, Spectre? He would say, somewhat puzzled. Nizu, you better inform him. Endeavor. Let's see, he would say, rubbing his temples. What is said here doesn't have to be understood. Not even the commission should know it, he would say very seriously. Hawks. But I would say serious, but at the same time surprised. Almight, unfortunately, that's the way it is, Hawks-san. The problem is that if the commission finds out, they will want to see if they can get these guys on their side and convince them to create a better society. But they won't answer to anyone but their lord. Hawks. Who is your lord? Aspros. The god of the underworld, Hades, I would say seriously, and he is never to be trifled with. You can see the heroes stopping them, but they will never stop. Hawks. Are you serious? He would say, seeing the situation as a joke. Almight. No, I'd say seriously. So for half an hour, omitting details, they told him everything that was known, including the plan of these subjects, to resurrect the king of the underworld. Hawks was now feeling something that the commission had eliminated during his training as a puppet: fear. Despite his protests of wanting to involve that commission, it got to the point that Aspros got tired of listening to the chicken. So, Aspros, Imperial Satan, he would say, extending his technique. Nizu, that's it, Dijal. The Imperial Satan, I would say, surprised. A mental technique in the form of a punch or a finger shot sends a discharge of power that passes through the brain of the opponent that does not kill him, but controls his will. Cardia, you were late. Aspros, just like you, since everyone stopped you from trying to hit me with those needles. Cardia, don't push your luck, he would say, retiring. Dijal, he is angry about what happened in the past. He is the only one who does not let go of the resentment despite having expelled Hades from alone on that occasion. Aspros, I understand. So the knights would retreat to their places, an alliance located in UA. It was the least that could be done for them. Nizu, this is getting harder and harder. Hawks, you can say that, he would say, eating some fried chicken while he left. Almight, we will retreat. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we must find a way to stop them, he would say, retreating along with Native and Manuel. Endeavor, do you think it's okay? Nizu, beyond the fact that they're warriors of death, he can't detach himself from that morality he has. He can't stop thinking like a hero. His thinking is wired like that. I fear that's what makes him choose a battle he can't win. Endeavor, let's hope he doesn't arrive, he would say, walking towards the door. I'm grateful that Tsurigami didn't call or say anything. Nizu, those black armors have already caused a stir, so I'm intrigued to know what material they are made of, since they are made of minerals native to the underworld. When there's an opportunity for new knowledge, I can't help but get excited. Endeavor, do you want me to investigate? Nizu, I want you to look for armor and Quirkless boys. If what they and young Midoriya have said, maybe it's time to prepare our forces. Endeavor, you won't be saying what? Nizu, without someone to fight and guide us, we have few knights. There are 108 evil stars, and although Athena has 88 knights, we barely reach 20 between all ranks. The heroes will not do enough. Endeavor, I understand, he would say before finally withdrawing. Gamma Training Camp. Class 1A sat bored waiting for their teachers to return. After all, ever since their internship ended, they wanted to test their results. Almight and Aizawa summoned them from the classroom to that place. But upon arriving, they were summoned to a meeting with the principal. That's why everyone took the opportunity to talk about the subject, while Izuku decided to meditate. A few days ago, the Sagittarius armor had been behaving strangely. Sharnado, for his part, was with the other knights, where he informed them of everything and taught them how to use the technology. After all, he, along with Mirai, are among the few knights of that century. Almight. I'm returning as a normal person, I would say, returning to the area. Aizawa, don't be so immature, he would say with his typical boredom. Mina, the teachers were already late. Tsuyu, yes, we can continue with the exercise now. Ida, professor, how will you evaluate us? Izuku was meditating, listening to everything, so he didn't notice something, or rather someone, because the bicolor sat in front of him, because he was noticing his labored breathing. Shoto, Midoriya, I would say, seriously, are you okay? Izuku, yes, you shouldn't worry, he would say, breathing heavily. Almight, shonen? He would say, worried since everyone noticed the green-haired man's condition. Aizawa, what's going on? Izuku, I don't know, my armor has been acting a bit strange for a while now, and since it's something that connects me, it affects me. Everyone looked at the armor standing in front of them, since in itself they were a complete mystery, since they were not only powerful, but also had life, something that many saw when Icarus repaired some armor that Edge shot, Snipe and Present Mike found scattered around the area, appearing to be metal boxes of unknown origins. All Might, shonen, you're not okay. I must ask you to go with Recovery Girl. You're not 100% because you sweat a lot. At that, the armor would emit a glow while vibrating strangely to the surprise of many. Bakugo, what's happening to the armor? Izuku, the Sagittarius armor. It resonates terribly today. It didn't before. What are you trying to tell me, Sagittarius? At that, everyone felt something in their bodies. Many who were standing fell to the ground feeling pressure, but they felt something strange, even the heroes present. Aizawa, what the hell is going on? All Might, my heart is beating fast. Izuku, mine is the same, but it's like they're responding in response to Sagittarius. Suddenly, everyone was detached from a physical plane, as if they were consciences. All Might, our consciences are dragged away. Aizawa, that's what you can see. Kirishima, what's going on? Ida, Midoriya? Shoto, Midoriya, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, everyone appeared in front of a battlefield. There was a lot of smoke and dust, and the cries of fighting and death could be heard everywhere. Izuku, this is a holy war. They were all sharing the same thing. They all looked on in amazement. The armor showed them a vision of something, a holy war. But from among all that smoke, a young man, who for many was a simple child, began to show himself, wearing golden armor. Koda, that armor. Tokoemi. It looks like Diesel's. Shoji, yes. Ojiro. It's the Aquarius armor. Only Izuku could recognize that boy. Perhaps the armor was showing them. Aizawa. It's a glimpse into the past, I would say. Seriously, the armor wanted to show us something. All Might. But why? Momo. It's fascinating. Izuku, Master Crest? He would say out loud, surprising everyone. All Might. But he's a boy. Momo. Not older than 12 years. Aizawa. Why was he allowed to participate? He would say, annoyed. Izuku, since we started wearing the armor, Master Aizawa, we have a duty to fulfill. Age is no impediment to it. It may be something harmful for many, but it is the life that is chosen as a knight. Kyoka, but still I would say uncomfortable. Beside the boy, an older man, wearing a different armor, the Capricorn armor, something that Izuku was the only one who could differentiate, while Crest quickly advanced across the battlefield. Capricorn, wait, Crest, don't go alone. Our army is at a disadvantage. Everyone was watching what was happening. It was Athena's army. There was no doubt. But the men in black armor left them in shock. It was like the green-haired man said, a holy war. Crest, on the other side of this army are the 3 judges of the underworld. I can't pass up this opportunity. Everyone looked at this expectantly, while a chill ran down the spines of those who witnessed the aura that Minus transmitted. Aizawa, for a knight, it's somewhat reckless. Izuku, and he used to say that to me. He would say something funny. It was true, according to what Sisyphus or Regulus told him. During his first years, Crest was not the stereotype of the cold ice knights. He was someone very open to emotions. It was his later experience that led him to be like them. Bakugo, so that's Crest, your teacher, he would say, surprised. Kyoka, do you know him? Izuku, yes, he was my teacher in Siberia for a while. Kaminari, how was he? Is he still alive? Izuku, about the second one. No, I would say uncomfortably. It was difficult for him to talk about the subject that he was the one who killed Crest in a test given by himself. Besides, he was worse than Aizawa-sensei. He was on the verge of killing me once to make me use 100% of my power. Aizawa was surprised but didn't say anything. That was being worse than him. The dark-haired man pressured his offspring. But he never went too far. That showed how difficult the Saints' training was, without knowing that it was only the tip of the iceberg. All Might, he seems to be young, but how did he get to our days? Izuku, he received Misopethaminos, the state of half-death practiced by the gods. Bakugo, don't buck with me, he would say, already knowing. He knew everything related to the green-haired man through him. The stories of Sisyphus were passed on by the green-haired man to the Muslim, and although some lacked logic, now he understood several things. Tsuyu, Bakugo-chan, what's wrong, Kero? Bakugo, this is a holy war from over 500 years ago. Everyone opened their eyes in shock. The armor was showing something from the past. Even Almight was surprised. Maybe this will help him understand that situation better. Suddenly everyone saw Crest look back, while flashes of light crossed the sky, cutting the air and flying over the battlefield. Kaminari, what is that? Kirishima, dude, they're killing everyone. Izuku, those are, he would say, surprised, the sacred weapons of Libra. Ojiro, what are those sacred weapons? Izuku, they are the 12 weapons of the Libra armor forbidden by Athena. Somewhat ironic that being the goddess of war she prohibits the use of weapons, but she detests war, which is why she prohibits it. These weapons can only be used in extreme situations. Although my armor has its bow, unlike this one, Libra's weapons are entrusted to the knight who rules over the balance of good and evil. Each weapon has enough power to destroy the stars, but as I said, Athena, hating combat and weapons, forbade her knights from using them, with one exception. If the Gold Saint of Libra considered it necessary to use weapons, they would use them. Bakugo, why the surprise? Izuku, my teacher told me that those weapons had not been used since the age of myth. The wounded knights, before everyone's eyes, stood up and affirmed everything. Those were the weapons of Libra, while they finished off half of Hades' armies. Kirishima, incredible. Koda, they're turning the tide. He would sign. Uraraka, they made Flume and Flash and no more army. Aizawa, the power of those weapons. Almight, such power. The situation had improved in their view, as they watched Crest get excited joining the other knights. Crest, then let's go. At the same time, to everyone's surprise, a new knight had arrived, earning the admiration of all Athena's knights on the field, even the wounded. The man was dressed in what was already a clarion call to them, the sacred armor of Libra. Libra, you are an impatient boy, Crest. In front of everyone, Crest's smile of happiness and joy made them understand everything with the arrival of this gentleman from a bygone era. Izuku, ITIA of Libra, he would say, surprised, clarifying the name of that guy. Before asking, they heard a scream and the man's spirits rising. There was no doubt, it was someone like Almight. But amidst all that surprise, the only one who knew what had become of him was the green-haired man. He still didn't understand why someone with those values became corrupted. ITIA, Knights of Athena! Let us unite in a single attack. With those words, the wounded knights regained their strength in that instant as they joined the attack led by the Libra knight. Izuku, young and old fighting like strong men and women. This holy war is like the one we are starting, I would say, surprising everyone. It happened in a violent way. They all witnessed the brutality of war, the falls, the deaths, everything, leaving nothing but a completely destroyed battlefield. At the same time, they watched a badly wounded Crest, sitting on the roots of a tree, in critical condition, while at the same time he held his chest. Under everyone's gaze, a man covered in wounds and blood approached ITIA from Libra. ITIA, I heard you received the secret technique, the Misopethaminos. Crest simply gave him a smiling look, tiredness reflected in it. Crest, yes, Mr. ITIA, my heartbeats will slow down to 100,000 a year. My body is still adapting. I need work to breathe. But in this near-death state it seems I will be able to live hundreds of years. Aizawa frowned. From what he heard and deduced Misopethaminos, it is a state that reduces the heartbeat for a year, to only what it beats in a day, and the boy who did not look more than 12 years old received it, and took it too naturally. ITIA. But Crest, he would say seriously and worried, how old are you now? Everyone paid attention to that question. They really wanted to know. Why ask the green-haired man, since it was obvious he knew and was standing firm looking at this. Crest, last month I turned 13, I would say calmly and smiling. I'm an adult now. However, at that response, Aizawa frowned as he looked at the same expression in ITIA. Crest was just a child. As much as he wanted to say something, he couldn't. It was something from the past. There would be no point in saying it now. ITIA, you're still a kid, Crest. She would say, disagreeing with the boy. Crest, stop treating me like a child, he would say seriously and not at all in agreement with those words. I carry with me the important duty of watching over the gods Hades and Poseidon. Besides you and I, we are the only survivors in the wars against Poseidon and now against Hades. As a knight I swear to fulfill this mission with this life. I will not be ashamed to live like this. Aizawa would explode at that moment. Aizawa, he is a child. Beyond duty it is a task too big for him. He is not a god. He is the king of the underworld himself. And to top it off, the Emperor of the Seas. No matter how much he lived and fought, beyond being one of the only two to fulfill that task, Almight, there was no other truth shown in. He would say, looking at Izuku, who simply looked at this with a darkened look. Izuku, for a 13-year-old, Crest was a better hero than many adults today. I'd say coldly, it's a bygone era. The judgments of the present don't apply to those of that time. Ita, would you mind staying by my side? She would say calmly, as she sat down next to Crest. I feel bad for treating you like a child, but I think it's important that this duty not be yours. In the Holy War, even between Bronze and Silver Knights, you were the youngest. I believed you would live freely so you could raise the next generation. I didn't want such cruelty to happen to you. I never thought it would be like this. That was the lament that brought a tear to many eyes, a lament that even surprised Crest. Crest, the other day I read something I would say gaining everyone's attention. The willow represented the birth of young existence and death, which extends its roots from the border of the underworld of the god Hades to the realm of the sun god Helios. It was said that Orpheus had a willow branch so he would never get lost on his way to the underworld. It was my decision to accompany him on his journey through this desolate field of death. Together, we will train the next generation. This place will be our border. Before everyone's eyes, at that moment the sun set, and several aspirants' doubts about what had happened, their thoughts of wanting Crest to retract his words, vanished. The two heroes present didn't know what to think. On the one hand, this wasn't their time, and in modern times, that wouldn't be possible. But in those days, moral and ethical standards weren't the same, so they decided to remain silent. They had to accept that their morality and ethics wouldn't always apply in every sphere or historical period. After a few minutes, Ita stood up, cut a branch from that dry tree and gave it to Crest. Ita, sometimes I thought you had a child's mask. I would say, to the surprise of many who were clearing the doubts from their minds. This will be a long walk. Everyone's vision blurred as they awoke in the same place where it all began. For many, their doubts had been dispelled, but others still held an overprotective mindset, not understanding the responsibility that comes with wearing armor. For Almight, his doubts were dispelled, and the task now was simple: fight and return those specters back to the darkness of death. Uraraka, that was it. Ida, informative, but I have many questions. Ahoyama, me too. Mina, Midori, what happened to them? Of course, if you can say it. Izuku, at the end of their lives, both could not bear what they had to face. Ita was corrupted by the evil of the subsequent holy war against Hades, dying in it after living more than 200 years. Those words froze everyone. They understood longevity thanks to that ability of Misopethaminos, but Ita, someone who appeared to have values almost as firm as Almight, was corrupted. They could not understand it. Finally, Crest, after 500 years, was corrupted in the same way. Two noble golden knights who survived the wars against the gods, who could not bear the pain of time, turning against their own principles, in order to regain their youth. Momo, that's hard. It wasn't for nothing, but time taught them things they couldn't stand. Aizawa, that explains it. Almight, the wars and the deaths of their comrades were what they always carried in their hearts, and could not overcome. Izuku, logically he would say, drawing everyone's attention. People could not live until the next generation, he would say, and then think, this was shown to me for some reason. That is why I must be strong to overcome that limit. Mineta, that's what it means. Kaminari, perhaps you. Izuku, guys, as a gold knight, unlike a hero, I am one of those who is closest to death. Even if I survive this holy war, without the Misopethaminos, I don't know how long I will live. They saw many things by living so much, and as they found candidates, they saw that evil is also in human beings. Wars, pollution, greed, homicide, theft, all of this is in our race as something that we cannot avoid even as heroes, since it is not committed by a villain, but by the people one protects. That should not lower your morale. They saw too much of that and became corrupted. It should not happen to you. Kyoka, senseis? Aizawa, say it. Ida, why do they both have a willow branch in their hands? All Might and Aizawa looked at their hands. They actually had a willow branch, similar to the one Crest received from Iti. But the strange thing is that in UA, there were no willows. Aizawa, this is, he thought, trying to give a meaning. All Might, I understand, he would say, coming to the conclusion, since he could even determine it and compare it with One for all the power that the symbol of peace, of those who earned it based on their actions, has had, facing the number one villain. None of them lived until his successor came to the position to retire. They all died, in many cases prematurely, so that feeling and the words of Itia Crest and Izuku reached him. It had to be strong in the days to come. Aizawa, you have class with Mike, go back to the classroom. Class 1A, thoughtful about what they saw, decided to retreat, while Aizawa looked in one direction while watching Mirai meditating on a rock, while Sharnado trained alongside Yato. UA support course. Icarus could be seen being watched by a pink-haired girl. Pink hair. Interesting, I would say, thinking about her plans for future babies. Icarus, what's interesting, May? He would say, finishing the restoration of the centaur's silver armor. May, well, you see, you've told me everything you know about those armors, so in that case, I thought, why not create a project that creates those armors but in an artificial way so that they can be used by a group of trained young people and can help the other knights in the battle? Icarus, it could work, and it would also help get the challengers to join the battle. It's a good idea, May. May, anything to help. Icarus, can you take care of your development? May, sure. Elsewhere, Hypnos can be seen reading the report of one of his specters. Hypnos, are you sure about this, Giganto? Giganto, yes, my lord Hypnos, the humans who call themselves villains are eager to have power to cause their plans. That is why I investigated those areas considered to be in bad shape and gathered that information. Hypnos, I see it's not a bad idea to recruit a little. Giganto, my lord, if you allow me, one of those who spoke said that a certain League of Villains has an infiltrator in that school of heroes. He says that he has the suspicion that the League of Villains will attack a UA event shortly. Hypnos, how interesting. I want you to gather Queen of Auron, Sylphid of Basilisk and Gordon of Minotaur. You four will be the advance guard. While you wait for that event, I want you to gather and convince several of those villains to join this side. Offer them immortality, that always tempts them. Giganto, as my lord commands. After that the spectre left the place, leaving only the god while he drank a cup of tea. Are you sure sending those four useless people will work? Hypnos, do you question my authority, celestial star of ferocity, Rhadamanthes? He would say, visibly annoyed. Rhadamanthes of Wyvern, star of ferocity, one of the three judges of the underworld. Rhadamanthes, not at all, I just want my lord back. But send those useless people who will lose against the Golden Knight, some miserable braggarts, he would say, annoyed. Hypnos, I understand now, he would say, relaxing. What do you say to me, celestial star of bravery, Iacos? Iacos of Garuda, celestial star of bravery, one of the three judges of the underworld. Iacos, as long as we can resurrect my lord Hades, it doesn't matter how many useless people we can sacrifice. Hypnos, I understand, he would say calmly, even so, I will not show possibilities. They must fulfill those functions or die trying. In that case, allow me to go, my lords. Hypnos, what's the reason for this offer? Celestial star of lament, Harpy's Valentine. Valentine, if my lord Rhadamanthes' visions are true, I will obey to fulfill the mission or perish in the attempt. Hypnos, your specters are truly brave, but Valentine, you are a resource we cannot depend on now. Niobe, you will go in his place. Niobe, in that case my sweet scent will be more than ready.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.